Chapter 1 The storm is coming. Liang Jiaoyi stood at the doorway, looking at the oppressive sky outside, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged in her heart. Lady, what are you doing standing at the door? Gu Xing approached, draping a slightly worn cloak over Liang Jiaoyi's shoulders. The weather is bad today, and it's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold while standing in the wind. Liang Jiaoyi frowned and said, the weather is about to change. Gu Xing didn't catch the deeper meaning in Liang Jiaoyi's words. She looked at the dark sky outside and said, looks like it's going to rain, maybe even heavily. Then she thought of the young master and exclaimed, Lady, if it rains heavily, won't the young master get soaked on the way to Windy Hall? What if he catches a cold? Liang Jiaoyi laughed and said, the rain won't come down for a while. Don't worry about him getting wet. After speaking, she glanced outside again. It's time to wake him up. With that, she headed toward the side hall. Xiao Yao, wake up to study. As soon as she walked into the side hall, she heard the parrot Lai Yun screeching dutifully, calling the little master to wake up. Unfortunately, its little master turned a deaf ear to its words. Lai Yun saw Liang Jiaoyi walk in and taunted gleefully, the lady is here to spank Xiao Yao's bottom. Liang Jiaoyi walked to the bed and lifted the bed curtain's drapes, and on the bed lay a delicate little boy. Beside him, there was a cat and a dog sleeping. The cat was a large orange tabby, and the dog was a pure white Pekingese. The dog was named Lai Fu, and the cat was named Lai Kai. Lai Fu, seeing that Liang Jiaoyi was the one approaching, wagged its tail at her. Lai Kai stood up, lazily stretched, and then elegantly walked over to Liang Jiaoyi. Liang Jiaoyi reached out to stroke Lai Kai's little head, and Lai Kai meowed comfortably twice. Lai Fu licked the little master who was asleep and barked at him softly twice. The little master in his dream mumbled, Lai Fu, let me sleep a little longer. Lai Fu barked, little master, the lady is here. You need to get up. Just a little longer, just a little. Seeing this, Liang Jiaoyi had no choice but to pull away her son's blanket. Then, she picked up her son in one sweep. Zhao Yao was awakened by the cold. He drowsily opened his eyes and called out softly to Liang Jiaoyi, Mother Consort. Seeing her son's adorable, just-awakened look, Liang Jiaoyi's heart softened. She felt a bit reluctant to wake her son, but he needed to go to Windy Hall to study. If she didn't wake him up, he'd be late for Windy Hall. She vigorously rubbed her son's adorable little face, making him cry out. Zhao Yao's little face was squished out of shape by his Mother Consort, and naturally, his sleepiness was also rubbed away. Mother Consort, I'm awake, don't rub my face anymore. Every time Mother Consort used this trick, he felt his face was rubbed raw. Liang Jiaoyi gave her son's little face another squeeze before letting him go and began to help him dress. Once dressed, Zhao Yao ran to the side room to change and wash up. After washing up, he headed to the dining hall with Lai Fu and Lai Kai. Just as he walked out of the side hall, a sudden clap of thunder startled him and a booming crash followed, making Zhao Yao feel as if the ground was shaking. Then he saw the oppressive sky split in half by a purple lightning bolt, which was terribly frightening. Zhao Yao stared with wide eyes at the split sky, his small mouth wide open in surprise. Is it supposed to be this scary in the morning? Lai Fu barked twice. It's going to pour. What, it's going to pour? Zhao Yao exclaimed in shock. It seems like it's spring, not summer, right? Just after saying this, he thought of something and chuckled. If it pours, then I won't have to go to Windy Hall to study. Lai Kai splashed Zhao Yao's excitement with a bucket of cold water. This rain isn't coming for a while. When Zhao Yao heard what Lai Kai said, his little face was full of displeasure, and he pouted, You got my hopes up for nothing. With that, he skipped towards the dining hall. Just then, a soldier walked into the palace, shouting as he walked, Great victory in Liangzhou. Prince Dai has achieved great victory. This news struck the morning court like a thunderclap, leaving many ministers dumbfounded. The news of Prince Dai's victory brought joy to some and anguish to others. For the ministers supporting the crown prince, this was not good news. Soon, news of Prince Dai's victory reached the harem. Zhao Yao was having breakfast with Liang Jiaoyi when she hurriedly rushed in and respectfully reported to them, Lady, Your Highness, the latest news is that Prince Dai has achieved great victory. Liang Jiaoyi paused with her chopsticks in hand, saying meaningfully, Sure enough, a storm is approaching. Zhao Yao wasn't particularly happy to hear this good news. He pouted and said, Second elder brother won the war, and ninth elder brother will be smug again. When I go to Windy Hall later, he'll show off again. Liang Jiaoyi gently advised, Let him show off. You don't need to compete with him. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. Zhao Yao obediently nodded. I understand. After saying that, he took a big bite of his meat bun and continued, Ninth elder brother's smug face is really annoying. Just ignore him. Liang Zhaoyi peeled an egg and placed it in her son's bowl. Your second elder brother's big win means there will likely be a banquet tonight. Zhao Yao furrowed his brow, puffing out his cheeks. Mother Consort, can I not go? His little brain worked quickly, and he immediately thought of a plan. I can pretend to be sick and not go. Liang Zhaoyi smiled gently. What do you think? Mother Consort, don't smile like that. It's quite scary, okay? Xiao Yao was most afraid of Liang Zhaoyi smiling like that. It gave him the creeps, and he reluctantly said, Okay, I'll go. Seeing her son so unwilling, Liang Zhaoyi comforted him. Just treat it as going to enjoy some good food. Don't worry about anything else. Mother Consort, even if I wanted to worry, there's nothing I could do. Zhao Yao shrugged his shoulders and said, Second elder brother's great victory has nothing to do with me. Second elder brother's triumph in Liangzhou means father will likely reward him with many things, and there will probably be more people supporting him in court, giving the crown prince a headache now. You're thinking correctly. Liang Zhaoyi never wanted her son to get involved in the struggle for the throne. Besides, they lacked the strength for such a venture. Liang Zhaoyi came from a humble background. Her father was just a county magistrate, and the rest of her family were ordinary citizens with no power or influence. Additionally, no minister in the court supported Zhao Yao. Staying out of the throne struggle was actually the safest path for Liang Zhaoyi and her son, that if they were to get involved, they would be in danger. Liang Zhaoyi had few extravagant wishes. She only hoped Zhao Yao could grow up safely. When he came of age, he could smoothly leave the palace, start a household, and live as a leisurely prince or commandery prince that, if she was lucky, perhaps she could live out her years with him outside the palace. All right, I'll just go watch the show. Zhao Yao beamed, showing 2 rows of neat teeth. His smile was very bright. Tonight's banquet will surely be very exciting. After finishing breakfast, even though Xiao Yao was unwilling, he still had to go to Windy Hall to study. Lai Fu and Lai Kai escorted him out of Cunny Hall. Yao Yao, study hard. We'll wait for you to come back. Zhao Yao crouched down, patting Lai Fu and Lai Kai's little heads. I'm off. Be good at home. Tong Shi, carrying Zhao Yao's books and umbrella, followed behind. Watching him bounce as he walked, worried he might fall, he quickly said, Your Highness, be careful not to trip. Zhao Yao suddenly stopped, waving to the sparrows perched on the palace walls. Good morning. The sparrows on the palace walls raised one wing uniformly, responding to Zhao Yao's greeting. Good morning, Yao Yao. Yao Yao, it's going to rain heavily today. Did you bring an umbrella? Yes, I did. Zhao Yao pointed to the umbrella in Tong Shi's hands. The leading sparrow fluttered its wings, landing on Zhao Yao's shoulder, and then nuzzled its little head against his cheek. Zhao Yao nuzzled back against it. Lai Qian stood on Zhao Yao's shoulder, chirping away in conversation with him. Zhao Yao responded from time to time, Oh, I see. Is that so? Tong Shi noticed Zhao Yao talking to the birds again and muttered in his heart. Every time His Highness talked with these birds, it was so earnest and seemed so authentic that he almost seemed like he could understand these birds. Tong Shi was dead on. Zhao Yao could understand what Lai Qian and the others were saying and could even understand other animal speech. He could understand all animal languages that it seemed like he was able to understand animals in his past life as well. Zhao Yao felt that. He was not from this world in his previous life that a few months ago he fell ill. During his illness, he kept having a dream I in the dream. He lived in another world that I in that world. He was also called Zhao Yao, but it was the glory Yao. Zhao Yao could also understand animal speaking I in the dream because Zhao Yao could understand animals. He was taken away by a special department when he was very young, and he studied and completed tasks there. Later, during a task, Zhao Yao had an accident, and the dream stopped there. This dream came intermittently and was incomplete. When he woke up, he forgot most of the dream's content. He only vaguely remembered some details. After recovering from the illness, he was confused for a while, not knowing whether he was Xiao Yao or Zhao Yao. His mother consort told him that he was the 10th prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the emperor's youngest son. Zhao Yao for Xiao Yao. It was just his dream. Zhao Yao walked while chatting with Lai Qian. Lai Qian had just flown back from outside the palace and heard a lot of things from other sparrows. Yao Yao, your second royal brother has won a victory. I know, the whole palace is talking about it. Zhao Yao added, by now it's probably spread throughout the whole capital. Lai Qian said, then you definitely don't know another thing. Zhao Yao quickly asked, what thing? Your second royal brother's maternal grandfather is planning to petition your father to abolish the crown prince and propose making your second royal brother the crown prince. Hearing this, Zhao Yao wasn't surprised at all that he whispered to Lai Qian, don't they often do this? These past few years, making the second royal brother the crown prince has often been brought up. It's become routine. Lai Qian didn't quite understand human affairs. It only told Zhao Yao what it had heard. Anyway, you're not the crown prince, so you don't have to worry about being deposed. Things are about to get lively. Whether in the capital or the imperial palace, everything was peaceful whenever the second royal brother was away at war. Now that he's returning, the whole capital and palace will become lively. Luckily, he's still young, and his maternal family holds no power, so he doesn't have to worry about being caught in this bloody power struggle for succession. However, sometimes when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer, so he and his mother consort have to remain vigilant. If he were already an adult, he could become a leisurely prince, traveling with his mother consort all around. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about being affected. He really hoped to grow up quickly, preferably overnight, so he and his mother consort could leave the capital, far away from these machinations. Hearing Zhao Yao sigh, Lai Qian asked concernedly, "Yao Yao, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Yao pouted and said, "I want to grow up quickly, so I can take my mother consort and you all out to see the world." Lai Qian happily flapped its little wings and said, "Great, great, we can all go out and play then." Zhao Yao made a small face and said, "But it'll still take 10 years. Lai Qian said with some disdain, "You humans take too long to grow up that we grow up in a few months, and we can fly wherever we want. Sometimes I really wish I were a bird. That way, he could go wherever he wanted to." As Xiao Yao and Lai Qian talked, they arrived at Wendy Hall. Wendy Hall is where the princes study. According to the rules, princes must start studying at Wendy Hall upon reaching 6 years of age. That a month ago, Zhao Yao just started studying at Wendy Hall. Actually, he didn't want to study, because in his past life he had already studied. Although the subject were quite different from this life studies, he neither desired to be a talented scholar nor be involved in the succession struggle. As long as he was literate, it was enough. Besides, he thought the knowledge from his past life could suffice for this life. He discussed with his mother consort whether he could skip studying. The mother consort said no, and also mentioned that every prince must study, even if he was already literate. "Tong," she reminded him, "Your Highness, we've arrived at Wendy Hall." Zhao Yao sighed. "I really don't want to study." However, he couldn't skip classes. Fortunately, his mother consort said that he only needed to study diligently at Wendy Hall and didn't need to be as brilliant as his other royal brothers, so he's the least studious prince among them. His royal brothers were each smarter than the next, each more prominent, and each more eager to perform. He refused to compete and didn't want to be as outstanding and capable as his royal brothers. He just wanted to be an ordinary person, that if he were as smart as his brothers, his and his mother consort situation would become dangerous. "You cannot not study, Your Highness." Tong, she patiently coaxed. "Your Highness, let's go in." Zhao Yao tilted his head and said to Lai Qian on his shoulder, "I'm going to study. You go play by yourself." Lai Qian raised its right wing and lightly patted Zhao Yao's little face, advising him in a mature tone, "You have to study hard. I'll come to pick you up after class." With that said, it flew away. Zhao Yao waved his hand at the departing Lai Qian, then entered Wendy Hall with Tong X. As soon as he walked into Wendy Hall, he heard the ninth prince loudly boasting about Prince Dai's victory. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes and quietly said to Tong Shi, "I knew ninth brother would boast. You don't have to mind it." Zhao Yao entered the classroom with Tong Shi, politely greeting each of his brothers that in his past life he was an only child, but now he had 9 brothers and 5 sisters. Except for the crown prince and Prince Dai, all the other princes studied at Wendy Hall. This meant only the crown prince and Prince Dai were adults. The other princes were not yet of age. Zhao Yao was the last to arrive. Normally, he wasn't the last. The 9th prince was usually the last. But today, the 9th prince arrived early to boast about his brother's great victory. "Zhao Yao, have you heard about my brother?" The 9th prince rushed to Zhao Yao, beginning to brag. "My brother won another battle. He's the war god." Zhao Yao maintained just the right amount of curiosity and envy, listening to the 9th prince boast. The 9th prince was very pleased to see Zhao Yao's envious expression, which made him talk even more excitedly. Zhao Yao sat at his seat, listening in one ear and out the other. The other princes were already impatient with the boasting and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the 9th prince. Zhao Yao was also impatient, constantly praying for the teacher to arrive. Soon, a moment later, the teacher entered the classroom. The 9th prince immediately began boasting to him. The teacher complimented Prince Dai, agreeing with a few words, then asked the 9th prince to return to his seat. The 9th prince wasn't satisfied, not having boasted enough, but seeing that the teacher had already opened the books to start the lesson, he had to stop. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the crown prince, with a worried face, asked his ministers what to do. "Prince Dai will definitely be richly rewarded by father after this return to the capital. Your Highness, the emperor will just bestow some gold and silver jewelry to Prince Dai." Prince Dai has made significant contributions again this time. His prestige in the army is growing, and the military officers increasingly trust him. Over half of the military officers in court support Prince Dai. The usually elegant crown prince was completely losing his composure, his expression turning anxious. You know, they often say to father that Prince Dai has the emperor's flair from his younger days and is most suitable to be the crown prince. Father often says Prince Dai resembles him. At this rate, I'll be deposed as the crown prince. Your Highness, you were personally appointed as the crown prince by the emperor. Unless you commit some great betrayal, the emperor won't depose you. That's easy to say, but Prince Dai's power grows increasingly aggressive that, if it continues, it will become more disadvantageous for me. Over these years, Prince Dai has been fighting abroad, earning numerous military achievements, and winning the admiration of those military officers. Those officers are the ones who follow the emperor to the battlefield back then. The emperor listens to them. That's the thing I worry about most. The crown prince said irritably. Prince Dai earned a lot of military achievements. However, the crown prince, have never been on the battlefield, never made any military contributions. So naturally, those officers don't respect me as the crown prince. Your Highness, you are the crown prince. You can't go on the battlefield. Your Highness, although you haven't achieved military honors, you've done a lot for the kingdom and the people at the court. You are not inferior to Prince Dai. I am naturally not inferior to Prince Dai, but the people only know of Prince Dai quelling rebellion after rebellion that I fear in the people's mind. There's only Prince Dai. The crown prince sneered. I fear tomorrow there'll be ministers praising Prince Dai while belittling me, proposing to father to change the crown prince to Prince Dai. Your Highness, as long as Duke Zhun is around, the emperor will not depose you. Hearing these words, the crown prince's anxious expression improved slightly. Whenever he heard about Prince Dai's victory, his mind became unsettled, losing his calm. You're right. However, I'm worried that father already favors Prince Dai internally. At noon, Zhao Yao sprinted out as soon as the lessons were over, like a gust of wind. He stumbled slightly when he rushed down the steps and almost fell, but luckily, Tongxi caught him just in time. Your Highness, you. Zhao Yao clutched Tongxi's neck tightly and urged him frantically, hurry, hurry. Upon hearing this, Tongxi started running quickly with Zhao Yao in his arms. Don't be fooled by Tongxi's frail appearance. He's actually very strong. Holding 6-year-old Zhao Yao, he ran effortlessly and swiftly. Yao Yao. Lai Qian came with its brothers to pick him up after school. Lai Qian, we need to hurry. Lai Qian and its brothers quickly followed Zhao Yao and his entourage, flying after them. They ran nonstop to the vicinity of Kundi Hall, and once Zhao Yao confirmed that the ninth prince hadn't caught up, he had Tongxi stop. Tongxi put down Zhao Yao, slightly panting as he asked, Your Highness, why were we running? Afraid that the ninth brother would catch up. Zhao Yao's face was full of disdain. You know, the ninth brother keeps bragging endlessly about the heroic deeds of the second brother. If I don't run faster and he catches me, he'll continue to nag, and I can't stand it. Lai Qian perched on Zhao Yao's shoulder, pecking his little face gently. Yao Yao, my brothers, I want to eat apples. Zhao Yao agreed readily. No problem. Once I return to the palace, I'll peel some apples for you to eat. Lai Qian and its brothers immediately praised Zhao Yao. Yao Yao, you're the best person in the world. Zhao Yao, pleased by the praise, smiled very happily and walked joyfully towards Kundi Hall. Lai Qian and its kin flew alongside Zhao Yao, protecting him like bodyguards. Tongxi walked behind, seeing this scene, and couldn't help but laugh. Not only those sparrows, but also the cats and dogs all love His Highness, often surrounding him. Before they reached Kundi Hall, Lai Fu and Lai Kai ran up to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao squatted down and hugged the two, kissing and patting them affectionately. Every noon and afternoon, Lai Fu and Lai Kai would come out to meet Zhao Yao, and if not for Zhao Yao's disapproval, they would even go to Wendy Hall to fetch him. The ninth prince was a brat, enjoying the chase of cats and dogs, even throwing stones at them. Lai Fu and Lai Kai were bullied by the ninth prince before. Since then, Zhao Yao instructed his animals to stay away from him. Mother concubine, second mother concubine, third mother concubine, fifth sister, I'm back. Zhao Yao called as he ran into Kundi Hall. The second mother concubine he referred to was Yu Marin, who lived in Kundi Hall. The third mother concubine was Pan Chiron, and the fifth sister was the fifth princess, daughter of Yu Marin. The fifth princess was the first to run out. 10th brother, you're back. Did the teacher scold you this morning? Did he hit your palm? Fifth sister, I'm so obedient. How could the teacher scold me or hit me? Zhao Yao glared at the fifth princess, pouting unhappily. Fifth sister, why do I feel like you were hoping I'd get punished by the teacher? I was worried about you that if you study hard, you won't get punished. The fifth princess took Zhao Yao's hand and led him towards the dining hall. I made some pastries with Mother Concubine this morning. After lunch, I'll allow you to have 2 extra pieces. Upon hearing there would be pastries, Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled brightly, and he said happily, "Thank you, fifth sister." Fifth sister was very skilled at making pastries, even tastier than those made in the imperial kitchen. "What did the teacher teach you today?" the fifth princess asked while walking. "Today, I learned." Zhao Yao explained in great detail what he had learned that morning to the fifth princess, then recounted the ninth prince's boasting encounter. "Fifth sister, you have no idea how annoying ninth brother is, chattering nonstop. Just pretend you didn't hear him. But he speaks right into my ear." The siblings reached the dining hall and saluted the 3 mother concubines for peace that Yu Marin and Pan Chiron gently stroked and kissed Zhao Yao's adorable little face. Gu Xing brought a basin of warm water for Zhao Yao to wash his hands. While washing his hands, Zhao Yao didn't forget to complain about the ninth prince's bragging about Prince Dai's victory. Now everyone in the palace is talking about Prince Dai's victory. Yu Marin personally served a bowl of soup for Zhao Yao. "Yao Yao, have some soup first." With that, she spooned some soup to Zhao Yao's mouth. Pan Chiron said, "It's already rumored that the emperor is considering deposing the crown prince and establishing Prince Dai as the crown prince." Here we go again. Each time news of the second brother's victory comes back, the rumors of deposing the crown prince quickly spread. It's been like this for years. They're not tired of spreading it, but he's tired of hearing it. The rumors are rampant. Yu Marin gently wiped the corner of Zhao Yao's mouth with a handkerchief. Every time Prince Dai wins a battle, they say he'll become the crown prince. Pan Chiron sniped sharply. They've been saying it for years, and yet Prince Dai hasn't become the crown prince. Third mother concubine. That's called a public opinion strategy, that if you say it enough, everyone will eventually believe it. Zhao Yao explained. Also, it can scare the crown prince. At this moment, a clap of thunder boomed outside, resounding very loudly. Yu Marin furrowed her brow and said, "Another thunderstorm." Pan Chiron added, "Is it going to rain soon?" Another boom of thunder followed, and then a flash of lightning. The sky darkened quickly, with streaks of lightning racing one another to tear the sky apart. Soon, it began to rain heavily. Liang Zhaoyi looked at the heavy rain outside the window and said calmly, "The weather's changing." Yu Marin and Pan Chiron nodded in agreement. "It is changing. Yesterday was bright and sunny, but today the weather turned and it began to rain heavily. It's like the apparent peace within the palace and court was shattered by the news of Prince Dai's victory returning to the capital." After that, Liang Zhaoyi and the others didn't mention anything about Prince Dai and the crown prince anymore, for it really had nothing to do with them. Plus, speaking too much could lead to trouble. After a morning of classes, Zhao Yao felt somewhat hungry. While having lunch, his little mouth kept eating without stopping. Seeing Zhao Yao eating so heartily, Liang Zhaoyi and the others couldn't help but eat an extra half bowl of rice. After lunch, Zhao Yao also enjoyed the pastries made by the fifth princess. Feeling very satisfied, the happiest and most blissful thing in life is to eat delicious food. While the rain outside continued to pour harder and harder, such weather in March was truly unusual. Watching the torrential rain outside, Zhao Yao chuckled. With such heavy rain, there definitely won't be any afternoon classes that I could take a nap. His previous life was too intense, but in this life, he didn't want to be intense again. He only wanted to be a lazy prince enjoying food and drink. Seeing Zhao Yao's super happy look about not having to study, Liang Zhaoyi and the others were helpless yet amused. "I'm going to feed Lai Fu and the others." After announcing, he ran to the next room to feed Lai Fu and the others, and gave Lai Qian and the others apples in Zhaoyang Palace. The Empress and the seventh prince had also just finished their lunch to tea this moment. They were sipping tea and admiring the heavy rain outside the door. The seventh prince asked, "Mother, with such heavy rain, do we still have to go to Qianlin Garden tonight?" Qianlin Garden was the place in the harem specifically used for hosting banquets. "That depends on what your father decides." Empress Xie put down her teacup and smiled. "I hope tonight's banquet will go on." The seventh prince understood Empress Xie's intention and chuckled mischievously. "I also hope it goes on, so we can enjoy the show." Suddenly thinking of something, Empress Xie's expression turned disdainful as she said, "That noble Princess Consort Rong is going to be smug again." Recently, the emperor favored Yongxin Palace once more. "This morning, your father bestowed many gifts on her, and when I sent Jiang Chuan to deliver something, the whole Yongxin Palace was as proud as peacocks." Every time, when the emperor bestowed gifts to one of the concubines or princes in the harem, Empress Xie would follow up with gifts of her own. "Pride comes before a fall. Let them be smug," the seventh prince comforted Empress Xie. "Mother, we don't need to worry about this. Let the crown prince be troubled." I heard the crown prince threw quite a fit in the Eastern Palace. Second brother's victory this time is a great achievement. Naturally, the crown prince can't sit still. Empress Xiao laughed. Let the crown prince and Prince Dai fight. The fiercer the better. It's beneficial to us. Mother is right. With such heavy rain, there probably won't be classes in Winnie Hall this afternoon. You should rest well. Mother, I'll read for a while first. Seeing her son's diligence, Empress Xia felt very gratified. She said gently, if you get tired, take a nap. All right. The seventh prince bowed to Empress Xia and turned to go to the study. Empress Xia stood up and walked to the window. Watching the torrential rain outside, she curled her lips into a wicked smile. Noble Princess Consort Rome, Prince Dai, don't disappoint me this time. She called out, Nanny Sunday. Nanny Sun, waiting by the side, stepped forward with a very respectful demeanor. At your service. Inform them to give Marquis Xianping and the others a hand at tomorrow's morning court. It's certain that at tomorrow's court, Marquis Xianping and his group would once again bring up the issue of deposing the crown prince and appointing Prince Dai. She wouldn't mind giving them a hand. Also, spread the news of Prince Dai's victory throughout the capital. Let the people know how remarkable Prince Dai is. This torrential rain had been pouring from noon until evening, fulfilling Zhao Yao's wish not to go to Winnie Hall to study. In the evening, the heavy rain ceased, and the banquet was held as scheduled. The banquet tonight was a family gathering, and most of the concubines and princes and princesses would attend. There was still some time before the banquet started, so Liang Zhaoyi and her companions were not in a hurry to go to Qiongling Garden on important occasions, or when paying respects to Empress Xia, Liang Zhaoyi, and Yumarin usually went in the middle, neither early nor late. Zhao Yao was rolling around on the couch with Lai Fu and Lai Kai in his arms. Mother Consort, can I really not go? Although there would be a good show at tonight's banquet, he preferred to stay in Cunny Hall and play with Lai Fu and the others. No, Liang Zhaoyi sat by the couch, gently pinching her son's chubby little face. You need to get up now. Xiao Yao buried his face in a Lai Kai's belly, playing dead. Lai Kai stuck out its tongue and licked Xiao Yao's head. Liang Zhaoyi reached out and tugged Xiao Yao's little ear, and Xiao Yao immediately cried out in pain. Will you get up or not? I'll get up immediately. Only then did Liang Zhaoyi release her son's ear. Xiao Yao dared not procrastinate any longer and reluctantly got up. After they tidied up, Yumarin arrived with the fifth princess. Pan-siren status was too low, and she wasn't qualified to attend such an important banquet. However, she herself did not want to attend, as she was timid and worried about making mistakes at the banquet. Liang Zhaoyi held Xiao Yao's hand, and Yumarin held the fifth princess's hand as they headed to Qiongling Garden. Together, tonight's banquet won't be peaceful. Yumarin, who also wasn't eager to attend, said she feared handling such occasions the most. Liang Zhaoyi responded softly, we're just going to eat. Don't bother with anything else. Cundy Hall was quite a distance from Qiongling Garden, and it took them a quarter of an hour to arrive. They weren't early or late, as many others like Empress Xia, Noble Princess Consort Rome, and Princess Consort Da had yet to arrive. Consort Li had arrived a little earlier than Liang Zhaoyi and the others, and Liang Zhaoyi led Yumarin in saluting and paying their respects to her. Zhao Yao obediently greeted the fourth prince sitting beside Consort Li, fourth brother. The fifth princess also chimed in with a greeting. The fourth prince nodded lightly towards Zhao Yao and the others, speaking calmly. 10th brother, 5th sister. Zhao Yao sat down beside the fourth prince, and the fifth princess sat close to him. The fourth prince sat upright, his expression indifferent and looking unapproachable. However, Zhao Yao didn't think so. He found his fourth brother very good-natured, stable in character, diligent in his studies, and very patient with his younger brothers. Zhao Yao wasn't good at studying and was considered the slowest among all the princes. The fourth prince often tutored him. Sometimes, Zhao Yao would feign ignorance deliberately. Yet the fourth prince never showed disdain and patiently taught him repeatedly until he understood. Among all his royal brothers, Zhao Yao liked the fourth prince the most. The fourth prince lowered his head to inquire about what the teacher lectured on that morning and whether Zhao Yao understood it. Upon hearing the fourth prince's inquiry, Zhao Yao's alarm bells went off, sensing an unpleasant intuition. Was his fourth brother planning to teach him here? He wasn't interested in studying before the banquet. He quickly said, "Fourth brother, I understood it." Afraid the fourth prince wouldn't believe him, he emphasized again, "Fourth brother, I really did understand it." The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao striving to appear as if he truly understood. A faint smile flitting across his eyes, he said, "Since you understood, let me test you." Though there was a considerable age gap between Zhao Yao and the fourth prince, all the brothers studied in the same classroom. During lessons, the teachers taught the elder princes first, followed by the younger ones. Thus, the fourth prince was well aware of what Zhao Yao learned that morning. Upon hearing that the fourth prince wanted to test him, Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat. He promptly smiled ingratiatingly at the fourth prince. Fourth brother, Father Emperor and the others are about to arrive. Could you test me tomorrow instead and spare me for today? Seeing Zhao Yao's pleading demeanor, the fourth prince realized Zhao Yao hadn't truly grasped what the teacher had taught that day. However, the location indeed wasn't suitable for teaching. Very well, I'll test you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao's face immediately lit up with a saved-by-the-bell expression. He grinned at the fourth prince, then quickly shifted the topic, praising the fifth princess's delicious pastries, and urged the fourth prince to try them. Noticing that Zhao Yao wished to avoid the topic of studying, the fourth prince felt a touch of helplessness and followed along. Speaking about the pastries made by the fifth princess, in truth, the fourth prince didn't enjoy being a self-appointed teacher. Ordinarily, when brothers like the ninth prince didn't understand something, he wouldn't usually volunteer to teach them, but Zhao Yao was different. The fourth prince liked the pure look in Zhao Yao's eyes that a moment later, Princess Consort Dai, Consort Shu, and Princess Consort Liang arrived. The third prince, second princess, third princess, fifth prince, fourth princess, and sixth princess followed behind him. Consort Shu is the mother of the third prince and the second princess. Princess Consort Dai is the mother of the third princess and the fifth prince. Princess Consort Liang is the mother of the fourth princess and the sixth prince. These three concubines all come from aristocratic backgrounds, although many in the court support the crown prince and Prince Dai. There were also plenty of ministers supporting the third prince and fifth prince, Consort Li and Liang. Zhao Yi quickly rose to salute Princess Consort Dai and the others. Princess Consort Dai and the others didn't speak to Consort Li and the others, merely nodding perfunctorily. Consort Li's background was much better than Liang Zhaoyi's, but in front of the three concubines, it wasn't significant. The three concubines viewed each other as adversaries, of course. Their main adversary was noble Princess Consort Rong. Why not Empress Xie? Though Empress Xie hailed from a distinguished noble family, the Xie family, and had given birth to the seventh prince, she was the successor empress. Empress Xie had the backing of the Xie family, but the Xie family supported the crown prince, not the seventh prince. The crown prince was the son of a late empress, who was also a daughter of the Xie family. As long as the crown prince remained, Empress Xie's son, the seventh prince, would never have a chance. Most importantly, Empress Xie was not as favored as noble Princess Consort Rong. Noble Princess Consort Rong was the emperor's cousin, and they had grown up together with a very close relationship. If not for the political marriage with the Xie family back then, the emperor's wife would have been noble Princess Consort Rong. The emperor favored noble Princess Consort Rong greatly. She had stood strong in the favor of the entire palace for over 20 years, remaining indomitable. Even if the three concubines joined forces with Empress Xie, they couldn't overthrow noble Princess Consort Rong. It was one thing that noble Princess Consort Rong was favored, but her eldest son, Prince Dai, was also exceptionally talented, deeply cherished, and heavily relied upon by the emperor. The main obstacle for the sons of the three concubines vying for that position wasn't the crown prince, but Prince Dai. Prince Dai is really impressive. Another big victory, Princess Consort Liang suddenly remarked. Princess Consort Dai spoke with a sour tone. Noble Princess Consort Rong truly is fortunate, having given birth to such an excellent son like Prince Dai. She then turned to the gentle and graceful Consort Shu. Consort Shu, when Prince Dai was the same age as the third prince, he was already on the battlefield, while the third prince is still studying in Windy Hall. Comparing people really drives us mad. The third prince spoke before Consort Shu could. Consort Dai, I don't like leading troops in war, I just like studying and painting. The third prince was proficient in painting, and though only 14, his paintings were highly esteemed, fetching a high price. Second brother joined the army at 12, and fifth brother is exactly 12 this year. Perhaps he could follow second brother to the military camp to train. Maybe he can achieve merit like second brother. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince quickly shook his head. I'm not going. I don't want to be a soldier in the military. Consort Shu softly smiled at Princess Consort Dai. Consort Dai, it seems your dream is shattered. Princess Consort Dai glared at the fifth prince first, then at Consort Shu. It's your dream that's shattered. Seeing that Princess Consort Dai and Consort Shu were about to quarrel, Princess Consort Liang hurriedly persuaded. Sisters, please don't argue that tonight's banquet is to celebrate Prince Dai's victory, and the emperor and empress will arrive soon. Upon hearing that the emperor would soon arrive, Princess Consort Dai and Consort Shu quickly closed their mouths. Saying no more, but each still glaring fiercely at the other. Shortly after, the sound of people saluting Empress Xie and the crown prince came from not far away. Empress Xie led the seventh prince, and the crown prince arrived with the crown princess consort to attend the banquet. Everyone quickly stood to salute Empress Xie, who gently instructed them to be seated. Following this, the emperor appeared with noble princess consort Rong and the ninth prince. Rise, all of you. Although the emperor arrived with noble princess consort Rong, he sat beside Empress Xie. This sight caused a flash of resentment in noble princess consort Rong's eyes. Just wait a little longer. Soon enough, she would become the empress and then be able to sit beside the emperor. Noble princess consort Rong respectfully saluted Empress Xie. I pay my respects to the empress. In the emperor's presence, noble princess consort Rong behaved very properly. But when the emperor was absent, her salutes became perfunctory. Empress Xie personally raised noble princess consort Rong. Sister, please rise. She gently held noble princess consort Rong's hand, smiling warmly. Sister, you truly have borne a fine son for the emperor and for great Zhou. Were it not for Prince Dai, the rebellion in Liangzhou wouldn't have been quelled so swiftly and smoothly. Regarding Empress Xie's praise, noble princess consort Rong dismissed it. She stood up and, somewhat flustered, said, Your Majesty, you flatter me too much. She forcefully pulled her hand out of Empress Xie's grasp. Then, she gently looked at the emperor. A dragon father does not sire weaklings. It is all because of your majesty's excellent teaching. After speaking, she took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and carefully wiped her hands. Seeing noble princess consort Rong's act of wiping her hands, Empress Xie's gaze turned cold, almost unable to maintain her composed smile. She stiffened for a moment, then regained her dignified demeanor, saying, Noble princess consort Rong is right. A dragon father does not sire weaklings. Prince Dai indeed resembles his majesty when he was young. After wiping her hands, noble princess consort Rong tossed the handkerchief to the palace made behind her. Compared to his majesty when he was young, Prince Dai is far from Prince Dai's age. My cousin was already the general of constant victory. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and covered her mouth to laugh softly. Your Majesty, I apologize. I forgot you were just a child back then and didn't know the Emperor's bravery. The last sentence hit Empress Xie's sore spot. Noble Princess Consort Rong knew well what Empress Xie's sore spots were and purposely jabbed at them. Upon hearing this, Empress Xie's eyes turned momentarily fierce, but she quickly regained her composure. Just as she was about to speak, the Emperor interrupted her. Everyone, please sit down. Noble Princess Consort Rong smiled gracefully at the Emperor and obediently sat back in her seat. Empress Xie felt stuck, unable to express the anger in her heart, making it difficult to maintain her smile. She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and raised her cup to the Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, I congratulate you on the great victory in Liangzhou. Seeing this, everyone else also stood up one after another, raising their cups to congratulate the Emperor. Zhao Yao, being a child, of course, could not drink wine. He stood up and joined in with a few words of blessing. Since the news of the great victory in Liangzhou returned to the palace, the Emperor had been in a very good mood. He stood up and drank 3 cups with his concubines and children. After Empress Xie toasted, it was noble Princess Consort Rong's turn to rise and offer her toast. Your Majesty, I wish great Zhou prosperity and peace. Noble Princess Consort Rong was smart and didn't mention anything about Prince Dai's great victory from start to finish. After noble Princess Consort Rong toasted, it was Princess Consort Dai's turn and the others. The 3 consorts also said some auspicious words, and of course, did not forget to praise Prince Dai's competence. Consort Li and Liang Zhaoi said almost the same words. After the concubines finished toasting, it was the princes and princesses' turn to toast, led by the crown prince. The crown prince first congratulated the emperor, then praised Prince Dai for his excellence. That he also said that over the years, thanks to Prince Dai pacifying rebellions outside, the stability of Great Zhou had increased. He mentioned it was an honor to have a brother like Prince Dai, which was also a blessing for the people. Finally, he said that fortunately, with a war god like Prince Dai, the safety of Great Zhou and its people was assured. His words came across as very sincere, almost as if they were his heartfelt sentiments. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, Zhao Yao marveled in his heart. Brilliant! Crown Prince brother's words are truly brilliant. The speech seemed to praise Prince Dai's achievements, but actually elevated Prince Dai to the point where it sounded like Great Zhou's stability depended solely on him, suggesting that it was Prince Dai who secured the stability with his battles, attributing all credit to him and none to others. The praise was executed masterfully. He was considering how after Prince Dai's significant accomplishments, the court and public all lauded Prince Dai's capabilities, even suggesting he was more suitable than the crown prince to be the heir. Facing such a situation, he wondered how his crown prince brother would counter, but unexpectedly, from the start of the banquet, his crown prince brother made a brilliant countermove. He first. Noble Princess Consort Rome felt proud hearing the crown prince's praise for Prince Dai, but the more she listened, the more something fell off. After the crown prince finished, she quickly said, "Crown prince, you are too kind, the stability of great Zhou." Before she could finish, the crown prince suddenly started coughing. Cough, 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 making it impossible for her to continue. Seeing the crown prince interrupt noble princess consort Rome with a cough, Empress Xie felt disdainful. But remembering the earlier embarrassment noble princess consort Rome caused her, she decided to play along with the crown prince. "Crown prince, what's wrong? Did you catch a cold in the rain today?" Empress Xie asked with a concerned face. Asked the father. The emperor naturally couldn't pretend not to notice, and also asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Princess Consort said, "Today's rain was heavy, and the wind was strong. The crown prince's health has always been not great. Perhaps he caught a cold after being exposed today." Princess Consort Liang said, "I felt cold today as well." Princess Consort Liang said with concern, "Quickly, get the crown prince a cup of hot tea." Noble Princess Consort Rome's face turned cold. "Crown prince, if you're unwell, you should rest in the East Palace and needn't attend tonight's banquet." After coughing for a while, the crown prince stood up and bowed apologetically to the emperor. "Father, I'm fine. It's just that I drank too quickly just now." Empress Xie glared at the crown prince, feigning some dissatisfaction, saying, "You scared your father. It was all my fault." The crown prince looked ashamed. "Please punish me, father, as long as you're fine." The emperor lifted his hand, indicating the crown prince to sit down. As soon as the crown prince sat down, noble princess consort Rome prepared to continue her previous statement, but the third prince beat her to it. The third prince stood and toasted the emperor's drink. Among all the princes, he was the most literarily talented. His words of blessing were filled with classic references, and he finally praised Prince Dai, likening him to Bai Qi of the Qin Dynasty, whom none could defeat. Upon hearing the third prince say her son was like Bai Qi, noble princess consort Rome was naturally displeased. Although Bai Qi won battles often, he had put to death 400,000 Zhao troops, making him a very cruel person. The third prince was seemingly praising Prince Dai's bravery, but was actually insinuating that, like Bai Qi, Prince Dai was ruthless and a wanton slaughter, but of course, consort Rome couldn't stand by while the third prince slandered her son and immediately dropped her face, unceremoniously questioning what the third prince meant by comparing Prince Dai to Bai Qi, hinting at cruelty. "Noble consort, you've misunderstood. My words don't mean that." Noble princess consort Rome abruptly interrupted the third prince coldly. "Then, what do you mean?" she said with a cold laugh. "Third prince, you are well-read in literature. Do you not know what kind of person Bai Qi was? By comparing Prince Dai to Bai Qi, are you mocking Prince Dai?" Princess consort Liang hurriedly said, "Noble consort, the third prince really didn't mean that." Noble princess consort Rome raised her hand and interrupted Princess consort Liang, displeased. "Enough. The third prince's meaning is quite clear to me." After speaking, she turned to the emperor and, with a wrongful look, said, "Your Majesty, Prince Dai won a victory for you, yet he was compared to Bai Qi by the third prince." In a confounded manner, the third prince said, "Father, I meant nothing else." The emperor cast a single glance, silencing the third prince, who dared not say more. Princess consort Liang was about to defend the third prince, but seeing the emperor's impatience, she dared not speak again at this moment. The fourth prince stood and toasted the emperor. He too first congratulated the emperor and then praised Prince Dai for the great victory, mentioning that the triumph was not solely due to Prince Dai, but also owed to the efforts of numerous soldiers and the emperor's wise leadership. Lastly, he said that with the emperor, Prince Dai, and many soldiers, great Zhou stability would only increase, and the people's lives would continue to improve. Zhao Yao, in his heart, frantically gave thumbs up to his fourth brother. His fourth brother's words were not only beautifully articulated but also watertight. The emperor smiled upon hearing the fourth prince's words. Next came the fifth prince and others who learned from the fourth prince's words. Finally, it was Zhao Yao. The youngest son, he didn't mimic the fourth prince's words. Second brother is amazing, and father is even more amazing. Second brother is a hero, and father is a great hero. Though his words were childish, they weren't incorrect. The emperor didn't mind him. knowing well that his youngest son was inarticulate and not well-spoken. Zhao Yao, is that all you can say? The emperor wasn't dissatisfied. It was the ninth prince who was displeased. Hearing others praise Prince Dai to the skies made him very happy. To him, praising his second brother was like praising himself. Zhao Yao's simple words left him dissatisfied. Can't you say anything else? Looking at the ninth prince, Zhao Yao innocently and sincerely replied, No, I can't. The ninth prince was so infuriated by Zhao Yao that he choked a little, then fiercely glared at him twice before turning his head, his eyes shining as he looked at the emperor. Father, I want to go to war like my brother. Although the ninth prince was a little smarter than Zhao Yao in academics, he didn't like studying either. I want to be a great hero like my brother. Upon hearing what the ninth prince said, the seventh prince immediately began to mock him. Ninth brother, do you think war is a child's play? You still want to be a hero? Once you step on a battlefield, you'll definitely turn into a coward. This remark made the third prince, the fifth prince, and the sixth prince burst into laughter. Furious at the seventh prince's insult, the ninth prince's little face flushed red. He glared viciously at the seventh prince. Zhao Jing, you are the coward, no? You're not even as good as a coward. Lifting his chin, he displayed a smug look. My brother is good at war. And as his brother, I'm definitely good at war too, unlike you who can't even shoot straight. Even Xiao Yao, that fool, is better than you at archery. Aren't you ashamed? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to show myself. Usually, besides studying in Windy Hall, the princes also had to go to the training grounds to learn riding and archery in academics. The seventh prince was much smarter than the ninth prince, but in riding and archery, the seventh prince was much worse. Every time they practiced archery, the seventh prince seldom hit the bullseye, and sometimes he even missed the target. The ninth prince, like his brother, was extremely skilled in riding and archery, almost always hitting the bullseye. The ninth prince often used this to mock the seventh prince. Riding and archery was the only weakness of the seventh prince, not only worse than the ninth prince, but even Zhao Yao, making him the worst among all the princes in these skills. The seventh prince was so angered by the ninth prince that his face turned livid, retorting, I'm not going to the battlefield to fight. Zhao Jing, how can you have the face to say such a thing? The ninth prince showed undisguised contempt for the seventh prince, his tone filled with sarcasm. The world is not at peace now, with the rebels of the previous dynasty harming the people. We, as the sons of father, should share his worries and go to the battlefield to quell the rebels. Yet you say you won't go to the battlefield. You're really not worthy of being father's son. The seventh prince was just about to shoot back when the ninth prince didn't give him the chance to speak. Father, I also want to quell the rebels like my brother and share your worries. Well said, little nine. The noble Princess Consort Rong said with a full smile, as the emperor's sons, we should indeed share his worries. That's what makes us good sons of the emperor. However, it's understandable that the seventh prince is timid and dare not go to battle. You shouldn't blame him, your majesty. Empress Xie frowned and said coldly, Noble Princess Consort Rong. The noble Princess Consort Rong interrupted Empress Xie, smiling as she raised her wine cup to the emperor's lips. Your majesty, allow me to offer you another cup of wine. She deliberately offered the lip-mark spot of the cup to the emperor's mouth. The emperor chuckled, leaning down as he drank the wine from the lip-mark spot left by the noble Princess Consort Rong on the cup. Seeing this scene, Empress Xie couldn't control her expression, her usually composed and dignified face showing a touch of jealousy and anger. The noble Princess Consort Rong poured another cup of wine and drank from the spot the emperor had just drunk from. Watching this, Princess Consort, and others also showed strong jealousy and disdain in their eyes. The noble Princess Consort Rong, that vile woman, really doesn't know how to behave properly even in public. Little nine, your desire to join the battlefield like your brother and quell the rebels is commendable. Mother supports you. Before she could finish, she heard the ninth prince excitedly say, Really, mother? You're too young now. When you turn 12, I'll agree to let you enter the military camp. The ninth prince still had a few years until 12, and he couldn't wait to enter the military camp to fight alongside his brother. All right, then I'll wait a few more years. He then asked, Father, Mother, when will my brother return? The noble Princess Consort Rong looked at the emperor and asked, Your Majesty, when will Prince Dai return? Your second brother is already on his way back and should arrive in the capital in half a month. Father, may I leave the palace to welcome my brother then? You may. Thank you, father. The ninth prince said, casting a provocative glance at the seventh prince. Oh dear, I deserve to die. The noble Princess Consort Rong looked apologetically at Empress Xie. I accidentally interrupted your speech earlier. Empress, what were you about to say? Though she said she deserved to die, she showed no intent of rising to apologize. You. Empress Ye just began to speak when she was interrupted again by the noble Princess Consort Rong. Your Majesty, how are things in Yangzhou? I recall the Empress's brother went to Yangzhou to quell the rebels. She continued, Oh, and the noble Princess Consort Liang's brother was successful in quelling the rebels in Jingzhou, wasn't he? The mention of the rebels in Yangzhou and Jingzhou made the Emperor's face instantly turn somewhat grim. Empress Ye and Princess Consort Liang naturally noticed the Emperor's expression, and their hearts sank abruptly. I remember that the noble Princess Consort Liang's brother went to Jingzhou earlier than Prince Dai. The Princess Consort amused, about 8 months ago, right? Yet until now, there seems to be no news of a great victory in Jingzhou. The rebels in Jingzhou don't seem to be as numerous as those in Liangzhou, and the warfare isn't as intense as over there. Princess Consort Shu chimed in after Princess Consort Da. Now that there's already a great victory in Liangzhou, but Jingzhou hasn't had any good news yet. Is Jingzhou's situation more dangerous than Liangzhou's? Among the 3 consorts, only Princess Consort Liang's family was a military family and had military power. Aside from the noble Princess Consort Rong, Princess Consort Da and Princess Consort Shu always saw Princess Consort Liang as their biggest enemy. Whenever there was a chance, the two would unknowingly join forces to deal with her. Your Majesty, I recall that the situation in Yangzhou wasn't very serious initially, so why hasn't the Empress's brother quelled the rebels there after more than half a year? As the noble Princess Consort Rong spoke, a look of realization appeared on her face. Could it be that the warfare in Yangzhou is more severe than in Liangzhou, which is why the Empress's brother hasn't settled the rebels yet? Inside, Empress Xie cursed her brother, calling him a waste. Several months ago, rebels of the previous dynasty appeared simultaneously in Yangzhou and Liangzhou. But Liangzhou, due to its complicated and dangerous terrain, had a more severe situation than Yangzhou.at that time. Both the Empress's brother and Prince Dai volunteered to quell the rebels, and the Emperor sent Prince Dai to Liangzhou and the Empress's brother to Yangzhou. The warfare in Yangzhou was lighter compared to Liangzhou. Logically, the Empress's brother should have quelled the rebels faster than Prince Dai. However, it was Prince Dai who first succeeded in Liangzhou, while the Empress's brother still hadn't finished in Yangzhou. The Empress's brother was her full-blood sibling. This time in handling the rebels in Yangzhou, Empress Xie held high expectations for him. If her brother succeeded in subduing the rebels, he would not only gain some military power from the Xie family, but also earn some say within the family. Most of the Xie family supported the crown prince and not Empress Xie's son, the 7th prince. For Empress Xie and the 7th prince to secure that position, they needed the Xie family support. Empress Xie and her brother had been covertly trying to garner support from some within the family, but those individuals didn't wield much influence in the Xie family. Empress Xie thought if her brother had significant say in the Xie family, then more would support the 7th prince. She had planned well, but unfortunately, her brother hadn't managed to quell the rebels in Yangzhou as she wished. Your Majesty, perhaps Prince Dai should delay his return to the capital and go to Yangzhou to quell the rebels first. The noble Princess Consort Rong suggested considerately. To Empress Xie. These words were nothing short of an insult. There's no need for the noble Princess Consort Rong to worry about the warfare in Yangzhou. My brother will handle the rebels. Empress, as his sister, naturally you believe your brother can quell the rebels in Yangzhou. However, given the current situation, it seems your brother can't manage it. So let Prince Dai go help, so that the uprising in Yangzhou can end sooner, and His Majesty can have peace of mind earlier. Your Majesty, the Emperor interjected, I have it in mind. This ambiguous statement gave Empress Xie a sense of foreboding, leading her to fear that the Emperor might actually send Prince Dai to Yangzhou to assist in quelling the rebellion, that if Prince Dai did go to Yangzhou to help, it wouldn't only embarrass Empress Xie, but also be a harsh blow to the Xie family. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao quietly ate, mentally marveling. Tonight's drama truly is a spectacle to watch. Even though the Emperor was in a good mood today, he quickly grew impatient with the bickering among the concubines. After spending some time at the evening banquet, he rose and left. Seeing this, noble Princess Consort Rong knew the Emperor was displeased and hurriedly went after him, leaving her meal unfinished. Empress Xie and Princess Consort Da, noticing the Emperor's departure, also lost the mood to continue eating and got up to leave as well. Zhao Yao and Liang Zhaoyi were not in a hurry to leave. They decided to finish their meal first, as it seemed wasteful to leave a beautifully spread table with barely a bite taken on the way back to Kundi Hall. Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin kept silent, fearing that the walls might have ears. Mother Consort, I want to visit the 8th brother at Xingda Palace, Zhao Yao said, patting his chest, smiling brightly. I brought some delicious snacks for him. Earlier during the banquet, Zhao Yao had collected a few tasty treats to keep warm in his clothes. The 8th prince had caught a cold and had been recuperating at Xingda Palace these past few days, which is why he did not attend the banquet today. Go ahead, but don't stay long. You don't want to disturb your 8th brother's rest. I'll just drop off the snacks for 8th brother and come back, Zhao Yao said as he set off to Xingda Palace with Tong X. Wai Yumarin watched Zhao Yao's retreating figure and sighed softly, thinking about the 8th prince who always lacked favor. The 8th prince is indeed pitiable. Liang Zhaoyi understood her meaning but did not offer any comments, instead saying, "Let's head back." Yumarin said no more, taking the 5th princess's hand and following beside Liang Zhaoyi back to Kundi Hall. Pan Chiron had been waiting for their return. Upon seeing them, she quickly asked if anything had happened or if they had been bullied. Wai Yumarin, silent throughout the banquet, became quite loquacious upon returning to Kundi Hall as she animatedly recounted the events of the evening banquet to Pan Chiron. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao had already arrived at Xingda Palace. The 8th prince had not yet rested. He was leaning against the bed reading when Zhao Yao came in, quite surprised. "10th brother, why are you here?" "I've come to see you." "8th brother." Zhao Yao approached the 8th prince's bed, carefully observing his complexion. Seeing that his brother looked much better than the previous days, he felt slightly relieved. "8th brother, are you feeling any better?" "Much better." The 8th prince gazed warmly at Zhao Yao before suddenly remembering something, and he quickly asked, "10th brother, shouldn't you be at the banquet in Xiongling Garden right now?" "The banquet has ended." As Zhao Yao spoke, he took out a packet of snacks from his chest and handed it to the 8th prince. "8th brother, I brought these snacks from the banquet. They're particularly delicious. You should try them right away." Seeing that Zhao Yao had remembered to bring him snacks from the banquet, the 8th prince's eyes began to glisten with emotion, but he reached for the snacks, still warm, and his eyes reddened slightly. "8th brother, the snacks are still warm. Eat them while they're hot, or they won't taste as good." The 8th prince gave Zhao Yao a slight smile, picking up a piece and offering it to Zhao Yao. "10th brother, you should have some too." "8th brother, I've already eaten. Hurry and eat up." "All right, I will." As the 8th prince ate, Zhao Yao eagerly asked, "8th brother, aren't they delicious?" The 8th prince nodded. "Delicious, truly exquisite." "8th brother, the food at the banquet was also quite good. It's just a pity you couldn't attend because of your illness." Zhao Yao then chatted animatedly with the 8th prince about which dishes at the banquet were tasty and why did Xiao Yao describe the dishes. The 8th prince and the eunuch attending to him couldn't help but salivate. Although Zhao Yao wasn't particularly bright in his studies or articulate, whenever he spoke about food, he became quite eloquent. Even with the simplest of dishes, he could describe them as if they were the most delicious. "8th brother, when 2nd brother returns, there's bound to be a celebration banquet, and there will be delicious food then too. You must get well before 2nd brother comes back." "You're right that I should hurry and recover so I can enjoy the food with you." While eating his snacks, the 8th prince casually inquired, "Did anything fun happen at tonight's banquet?" "Nothing fun happened." Zhao Yao then sighed. 9th brother and 7th brother got into another argument. What were they arguing about? 9th brother claimed he wanted to be a hero, like 2nd brother in battle, and then 7th brother called him a coward. Zhao Yao then recounted the squabble between the 7th and 9th princes during the banquet to the 8th prince. 10th brother, did 9th brother bully you?" "No." Bringing up the 9th prince, Zhao Yao couldn't help but complain, "8th brother, you don't know how annoying 9th brother is. All morning he was bragging about 2nd brother's victory, and he's sure to continue bragging tomorrow. Not just tomorrow, either. For a long time, 9th brother would not stop bragging about 2nd brother's victory. Let him talk. You don't have to pay him any mind." The 8th prince said and finished the few pieces of snacks Zhao Yao had brought. "8th brother, I won't disturb your rest any longer. That I'll visit again tomorrow." Although the 8th prince wished to chat with Zhao Yao a bit longer, it was already late, and the evening had turned much colder. He worried Zhao Yao would catch a chill if he returned too late. "Be careful on your way back. 8th brother, you must sleep well and stop reading for a faster recovery." Using a tone one might use to coax a toddler, Zhao Yao persuaded the 8th prince, "8th brother, if you behave, I'll bring you snacks made by the 5th sister tomorrow. I'll go to sleep right away." The 8th prince asked the eunuch Yu Hai beside him to escort Zhao Yao back to Kundi Hall, but Zhao Yao declined that Yu Hai had to settle for seeing him to the gate of Xingda Palace. When Yu Hai returned so quickly, the 8th prince, feeling a bit displeased, said, "Didn't I ask you to see the 10th brother to the gate?" "Your Highness, the 10th Highness sent me back, saying I should quickly return to care for you and to watch whether you get proper rest." Yu Hai replied with a smile, Your Highness, the 10th Highness truly cares for you. Indeed, it's a blessing to have 10th brother and Lady Liang. In the palace, besides Lady Liang and the 10th brother, no one really cared about his well-being. Zhao Yao and the 10th Highness are rare good people in the palace. Everyone in the palace disregarded the 8th prince. Everyone bullied him. Only Liang Zhaoyi and the 10th Highness never did so. Thanks to the concern and help from Liang Zhaoyi and them, His Highness could endure the difficult days in the palace. Lady Liang and the 10th brother are different from others in the palace. The palace was a place full of hypocrisy, cruelty, and filth, a stark contrast to the purity of Lady Liang and the 10th brother. How are things with the Crown Prince? In response to Your Highness. After hearing Yu Hai's report, the 8th prince smirked with interest. Noble Princess Consort Rong has a deft hand, actually suggesting that Prince Dai assist in quelling the chaos in Yangzhou. Your Highness, would the Emperor truly send Prince Dai to Yangzhou? I would hope Father actually does send Prince Dai to Yangzhou, but unfortunately, the 8th prince shook his head. Father won't do it. Why not? Dispatching Prince Dai could quell the rebels in Yangzhou quickly. Although Father is displeased with the CF family, it isn't time to act against them just yet, the 8th prince said with deep implication. Moreover, Prince Dai returning has made both the Crown Prince and the CF family uneasy. Yu Hai understood only a portion, but chose not to ask further. Your Highness, the 10th Highness reminded you to rest well and not keep reading. The 8th prince handed the book to Yu Hai, laughing slightly as he scolded. You're sure good at turning a minor order into a major command. Yu Hai grinned pleasingly at the 8th prince. Your servant only acts for your well-being. On another note, Zhao Yao was met with a small surprise on his way back to Cunny Hall. As he passed a tree, something suddenly leaped at him. It had a pair of bright green eyes that glowed like ghostly fires in the darkness. Quite alarming and intimidating. Tong Shi, startled, jumped in front of Zhao Yao, shouting, Your Highness, danger! Zhao Yao remained calm, pulling Tong Shi aside. It's okay. Your Highness. Only then did Tong Shi realize that what lunged at Zhao Yao was an eagle, not some ghostly apparition. Isn't this the Emperor's eagle? Zhao Yao corrected Tong Shi. It's a sea eagle. Lai Fu is the finest sea eagle. Hearing the name, Lai Fu, Tong Shi's mouth twitched slightly as he corrected Zhao Yao. Your Highness, the Emperor's sea eagle is named Lingnan, not Lai Fu. Embracing the Emperor's favorite pet, Zhao Yao stroked its feathers as he rebutted Tong Shi. Lai Fu sounds much better than Lingnan. He then bent his head to ask the sea eagle in his arms. Lai Fu, you agree Lai Fu is a better name than Lingnan, don't you? Lai Fu chirped softly at Zhao Yao. Lai Fu sounds nice. See, Lai Fu thinks its name is better than Lingnan. Tong Shi. The Emperor would certainly be furious to learn that his beloved sea eagle Lingnan was called Lai Fu by His Highness. Cradling Lai Fu, Zhao Yao asked, Lai Fu, how did you end up here? With an arrogant tilt of its little head, Lai Fu answered, Came to see you. I knew you missed me. Zhao Yao said joyfully, then lowered his head to nuzzle Lai Fu's little head. Lai Fu enjoyed the affection immensely, though it protested. I didn't miss you. Well, I missed you, and I'll feed you some of the snacks Sister made for you soon. Lai Fu stated, I want 5. 5 is too many. I can only give you 2. Before Zhao Yao could finish, Lai Fu pecked his little face. Zhao Yao quickly relented. All right, 5 it is. Lai Fu was satisfied and nuzzled Zhao Yao's face with its head. Your Highness, sea eagles probably shouldn't eat snacks. Tong Shi's words trailed off as he noticed the docile Lai Fu in Zhao Yao's arms suddenly sported a fierce look. In that instant, he saw a glint of murderous intent in Lai Fu's eyes. Although Lai Fu behaved tamely around Zhao Yao, it was still a raptor through and through. Its sharp talons could kill not just beasts but people. In Cunny Hall, Lai Fu stood on the table, enjoying Zhao Yao's feeding as if he were a lord. Lai Kai and Lai Fu, on the other hand, trembled on the couch, not daring to approach Zhao Yao one bit. More precisely, not daring to approach Lai Fu one bit. Usually, Lai Kai and Lai Fu were very attached to Zhao Yao. As soon as Zhao Yao returned, they would follow him around. However, as soon as Lai Fu arrived, the two would obediently stay away from Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao fed Lai Fu some snacks while stroking its beautiful feathers. The 5th princess, sitting beside them, saw how handsome Lai Fu was and how it submissively allowed Zhao Yao to pet it, and couldn't help wanting to touch it. She reached out carefully towards Lai Fu, but as soon as her hand was halfway, she nearly got pecked by Lai Fu. Lai Fu glared coldly at the 5th princess with its small eyes. The 5th princess shivered at Lai Fu's cold and fierce gaze, awkwardly retracting her hand and muttering softly, The snacks you're eating are made by me, So why can't I touch you? Lai Fu looked fiercely at the fifth princess, a tea that moment. Its proud little head was gently patted by Zhao Yao. Lai Fu, she's my elder sister, so you can't be fierce to her or peck her. Lai Fu retracted its disdainful gaze and lowered its head to continue eating snacks. Zhao Yao turned to the fifth princess, kindly reminding her, Sister, Lai Fu is very fierce. If I hadn't stopped you just now, your hand would have been pecked by Lai Fu. Saying this, he pointed to Lai Fu's sharp beak, saying to the fifth princess, Lai Fu's beak is as sharp and powerful as a sword. If it pecks your hand, it will hurt, bleed, and be very painful. The fifth princess listened with a disbelieving expression to her. Lai Fu seemed the same as Lai Qian. Really, sister, Lai Fu used to often accompany Father Emperor to the battlefield, and its beak has even blinded enemies. Lai Fu is not only the Emperor's pet, but also his partner in the past. When the Emperor went to battles, Lai Fu would always stay by his side. It not only helped gather enemy intelligence, but also kill enemies. It even saved the Emperor's life once. How is that possible? Before the fifth princess could finish speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face, causing her to cry out, Ah! Then she found her face bleeding, immediately turning pale with fright. Lai Fu, Zhao Yao, seeing Lai Fu had injured the fifth princess's face, scolded it angrily. How can you hurt my elder sister? Lai Fu didn't speak, but from its expression, it could be seen as if it were saying she deserved it. Zhao Yao grabbed Lai Fu's sharp beak, warning it angrily, Lai Fu, if you hurt my elder sister again, I'll pluck all your feathers. Lai Fu was frightened by Zhao Yao's words and, wanting to please, rubbed its little head against Xiao Yao's palm. Sister, go and deal with the wound on your face. Fortunately, Lai Fu showed some restraint and merely pecked the fifth princess's face, leaving only a small scratch. The fifth princess ran out, holding her face. Her wound was small, and Liang Zhaoyi applied medicine to her. Little 5, Lai Fu is a sea eagle, a bird of prey that can hurt people, Liang Zhaoyi emphasized. It is not Lai Yun. The Mina, Lai Yun, said from the side. Lai Fu is super fierce. I'm scared too. I thought it was as tame as Lai Yun. Lai Fu often visited Cunning Hall to play with Xiao Yao, behaving so obediently in front of Xiao Yao that the fifth princess mistook it for being as gentle and cute as Lai Yun. Lai Yun exclaimed, It's not the same. Not the same as me. Lai Fu is Yao Yao's friend, so it behaves very obediently in front of him, but is very fierce in front of others. Liang Zhaoyi patted the fifth princess's head, speaking in a gentle tone. Stay away from it in the future. The fifth princess, somewhat aggrieved, said, I saw it looking nice and just wanted to touch its feathers. Aside from the Emperor and Yao Yao, Lai Fu won't let anyone else touch it, Liang Zhaoyi continued. Birds of prey and beasts have their own temperaments. Only their masters can tame them. I understand now. Having witnessed Lai Fu's ferocity, the fifth princess dared not underestimate it anymore, and would keep a distance in the future. Why are Lai Qian and others so obedient to 10th brother? And even Father Emperor's sea eagle listens to him. Liang Zhaoyi really didn't have a good answer for the fifth princess's question. She could only say, who knows? I find that 10th brother is very liked by animals. Whether flying in the sky or running on the ground, animals like 10th brother a lot and were very obedient to him. Liang Zhaoyi, smiling, shifted the topic. It's getting late. You should go to rest. Lady Liang, then I'll return now. Liang Zhaoyi reminded. When washing your face, be careful not to touch the wound. I understand. The fifth princess bid farewell to Liang Zhaoyi and returned to the West Hall where she resided with Yumiren in the side hall. After eating and drinking to its fill, Lai Fu nestled in Zhao Yao's arms, muttering to Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao responded to Lai Fu while grooming its feathers. Meanwhile, in Qingguang Hall, a young eunuch, seeing that Lingnan was missing, anxiously searched everywhere. After a long, fruitless search, he was so worried that he nearly cried. Finally, with no choice, he went to Sun Kuei with trepidation, reporting Lingnan's disappearance. Sun Kuei was serving in Yongxin Palace. Seeing the young eunuch come to him, he thought something major had happened, only to find it was just Lingnan missing. That little ancestor will fly back on its own. Really, the young eunuch had only recently been assigned to Qingguang Hall to specially serve and care for Lingnan and didn't know about its habit of flying off now and then. That little ancestor often flies out to play, so there's no need to worry, Sun Kuei said casually. It's very clever and knows the way back. The young eunuch felt relieved upon hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. He was wondering why Lingnan's feet weren't shackled. Wasn't there concern it would fly away? It turns out, even if it flies away, it knows how to fly back. Sun Kuei said no more. waving the young eunuch away, signaling that he could leave. The young eunuch didn't linger in Yongxin Palace, quickly returning to Qingguang Hall, waiting for the return of the ancestor Lingnan in Cunny Hall. Zhao Yao, having washed up, lay on the bed, reading a book while telling stories to Lai Fu and the others. Lai Fu, also known as Lingnan, lay on his shoulder, attentively listening to Zhao Yao's storytelling. Lai Kai and Lai Fu were not sleeping on Zhao Yao's bed tonight, but were pitifully lying under the bed, listening to their young master storytelling. They certainly wanted to sleep on their young master's bed as before, but with Lai Fu on the bed, they dared not climb up. Zhao Yao was reading Qingzhou Travels, which detailed the geographical environment and customs of Qingzhou. I wonder how Uncle is doing in Qingzhou. Zhao Yao planned to propose to the emperor to go to Qingzhou once he grew up and was granted a title, but he studied the 9 provinces carefully and found Qingzhou most suitable for him. Firstly, Qingzhou wasn't very large in size. Secondly, it was near the coastline. Compared to the other provinces, it's rather secluded. Most importantly, Qingzhou wasn't a strategic location that he believed his elder brothers wouldn't fight for Qingzhou. Zhao Yao thought that if he proposed to the emperor to go to Qingzhou in the future, the emperor would surely agree. Therefore, he wanted to make all preparations before going to Qingzhou when he came of age. Lai Fu, let me tell you there's a lot of seafood in Qingzhou. When I grow up and go to Qingzhou, I can eat all the seafood I want. Zhao Yao said while drooling, telling Lai Fu and the others about the delicious seafood. I'll take you to Qingzhou with me then, and I'll treat you to sea fish. Let me tell you, sea fish are really delicious, such as tuna. Hearing Zhao Yao describe the food so deliciously, Lai Fu and the others couldn't help but crave it. Just then, Liang Zhaoyi walked in, overhearing her son talking about the delicious food in Qingzhou, and couldn't help but laugh. It's getting late. You all should sleep. Mother Consort, why hasn't Uncle sent a letter back yet? And I wonder if he's doing well in Qingzhou. Your uncle has only just gone to Qingzhou, and he's likely busy with duties recently. Once he's settled, he will surely send us a letter. Liang Zhaoyi, touching her son's little face, comforted him gently. Your uncle will be fine. Mother Consort, when I have a break, I want to leave the palace to find second uncle. He didn't like studying for another reason, which was that he couldn't sneak out of the palace like before in the past. Before he started his studies, he could sneak out of the palace whenever he wanted. But now that he was studying, he couldn't leave as freely, nor could he frequently ask for leave. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. If your second uncle had news about your eldest uncle, he would certainly send you a message. Liang Zhaoyi patted Zhao Yao's head and then took away the book in his hand. Your second uncle hasn't sent any message, which means he doesn't have any news about your eldest uncle for the moment. Go to look for him during your break won't help. Mother, I haven't left the palace for a long time. I want to go out and have fun. Zhao Yao tugged at Liang Zhaoyi's sleeve, gently shaking it, acting spoiled. Let me out of the palace during my break, please. All right, I'll allow you to go out during your break. Zhao Yao stood up and threw himself into Liang Zhaoyi's arms, rubbing his mother's face. Thank you, mother. Liang Zhaoyi pinched her son's adorable little face and then poked the dimple beside his left mouth corner. It's getting late. You should go to bed. You still have to go to Winnie Hall to study early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the words study, the smile on Zhao Yao's face instantly vanished. He flopped onto the bed, speaking bitterly. Why do I have to study again tomorrow? As he spoke, he rolled himself into the quilt, wriggling around. Can I not go to study? No. Liang Zhaoyi raised her hand and lightly slapped her son's small buttock. Lie down and sleep properly. Zhao Yao obediently laid down. His pair of clear and beautiful eyes looked at Liang Zhaoyi plaintively, and he asked persistently, Mother, can I really skip studying tomorrow? After tucking her son in, Liang Zhaoyi gently flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with her finger, again mercilessly rejecting his coquetry and pleas. No. Mother, I've studied and learned many characters already. I don't need to go to Winnie Hall to study anymore. Although he forgot much of the dream he had before, he hadn't forgotten about studying and recognizing characters. We've discussed this before. There's no need to discuss it again. Liang Zhaoyi deliberately put on a stern face and said, Don't ever talk about not wanting to study again. Also, you can't mention the fact that you've studied and recognized characters, otherwise, Mother will get angry. Liang Zhaoyi's last words frightened Zhao Yao severely. He quickly nodded. I won't say it anymore, I won't say it again. The consequences of his mother being angry would be very serious, beyond what he could bear. Good boy. Liang Zhaoyi lowered her head, kissed Zhao Yao's little face, and said sleep. Zhao Yao obediently closed his eyes. I'll sleep right away. Liang Zhaoyi stood up and glanced at Lai Fu, who was squatting by her son's pillow. Lai Fu gave her a cold look, then withdrew its gaze, crawled into the quilt, and placed its noble head in the crook of Zhao Yao's neck. Seeing this, Liang Zhaoyi smiled slightly, then turned and left. Zhao Yao hugged Lai Fu into his arms and pulled up the quilt to cover both of them. He whispered to Lai Fu, "Mother was really scary just now," with her words. Lai Fu whispered back, imitating Zhao Yao, "You're so useless. You don't understand," Zhao Yao said, yawning with his little mouth wide open, and snuggled into Lai Fu's head. "I'm going to sleep." Shortly after saying this, he fell asleep. Lai Fu lay meekly in Zhao Yao's arms. Motionless, it was clearly a nocturnal animal, and it should be out hunting for prey at this time, but at this moment, it was obediently keeping Zhao Yao company while he slept. The next morning, Zhao Yao was rudely awakened by Lai Fu pecking at him. Zhao Yao sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes with his hand, then hugged Lai Fu into his arms, messing up its beautiful feathers. Lai Fu pecked angrily at his head until his hair was in disarray, then it stopped. "Your Highness, are you awake?" Tong Shi's voice sounded from outside the door. "Awake. Then allow me to come in." Tong Shi entered respectfully, helping Zhao Yao get dressed. Once dressed, Zhao Yao suddenly remembered something and turned to Lai Fu. "Lai Fu, help me send a letter to my second uncle today." Hearing Zhao Yao's orders, Tong Shi couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, Lingnan is not a pigeon, but Lai Fu can deliver letters." Lai Fu arrogantly said, "How dare you have me deliver a letter for you?" Zhao Yao knew what Lai Fu wanted and asked directly, "What do you want, meat or pastries?" Lai Fu, satisfied that Zhao Yao was so sensible, replied, "I want pastries, 10 pieces." "Deal." Zhao Yao extended his right hand toward Lai Fu, and Lai Fu extended its wing to high-five him. "Deal. I'll write it now." Zhao Yao went to the desk and picked up a pen to write a simple letter. Lai Fu stood on the desk, looking at Zhao Yao's crooked writing with great disdain. "Your writing is so ugly, if the master saw it, he would definitely scold you." Zhao Yao completely didn't care. "Let him scold me if he wants." After saying this, he rolled up the letter he had just written and tied it to Lai Fu's leg. "Remember to bring back my second uncle's reply." "I'm not a fool." Lai Fu had helped Zhao Yao deliver letters more than once. If it weren't for Zhao Yao, Lai Fu wouldn't allow Zhao Yao's second uncle to touch it. Zhao Yao hugged Lai Fu, kissed its little head, and flattered it. Lai Fu is the smartest sea eagle in the world and also the most beautiful. Very pleased with Zhao Yao's flattering words, Lai Fu lifted one of its wings and gently patted Zhao Yao's little head. "I'm off." Zhao Yao waved at Lai Fu. "I'll have the 10 pieces of pastries ready for you, so you can eat them right when you fly back." Only after the Grand Master Lai Fu flew away did Tong Shi dare to speak. "Your Highness, is it really all right for you to have Lingnan deliver the letter? What's wrong with it?" Zhao Yao looked at Tong Shi confusedly. "Lai Fu has delivered letters for me more than once." "Your Highness, that's not what I mean. Lingnan is after all the Emperor's cherished pet," Tong Shi said. "Aren't you afraid that Lingnan will fly to Qingguang Hall and be discovered by the Emperor with second uncle's letter? Is that what you mean?" Zhao Yao laughed. "Lai Fu wouldn't do that. Lingnan listens to the Emperor a lot. What if it meets the Emperor on the way back and gets called away by him?" "That won't happen. With my letter tied to its leg, it won't fly to Father Emperor's side," Zhao Yao stated confidently. "But Lingnan is the Emperor's cherished pet. Compared to you, it should obey the Emperor more, shouldn't it?" "You're wrong. Lai Fu obeys me more." Tong Shi didn't understand why His Highness was so confident, but he reminded Zhao Yao again. "Your Highness, Lingnan is the Emperor's cherished pet." Zhao Yao saw that Tong Shi didn't believe him and couldn't be bothered to say any more. "Don't worry, Lai Fu won't make any mistakes." Liang Zhaoyi, seeing her son humming and skipping joyfully to the dining hall, asked curiously, "What good thing happened to make you so happy?" "Mother, I wrote a letter to my second uncle and had Lai Fu deliver it." Hearing this, Liang Zhaoyi said helplessly, "Yao Yao, Lingnan is not a pigeon." Tong Shi nodded repeatedly on the side, thinking to himself, "Even the lady says so. You could use other birds to send your letters." Lai Fu was just there. Sending with it is the fastest. Zhao Yao sat at the table and said, "Mother, please prepare 10 pieces of pastry for Lai Fu and leave them on my desk for when Lai Fu returns from delivering the letter." "All right." Seeing her son trust Lai Fu, Liang Zhaoyi said no more. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Yao went to comfort Qian He and Lai Kai. Last night when Lai Fu came, they had to stay aside and didn't dare approach Zhao Yao. Lai Fu was very domineering and possessive. Whenever it came to find Zhao Yao, it wouldn't allow other animals to approach him. After comforting Lai Kai, Zhao Yao headed to Windy Hall with Tong Shi. Seeing the person walking ahead was the 8th prince, Zhao Yao was very surprised that he ran. toward the eighth prince, calling out, "Eighth brother." The eighth prince heard Zhao Yao's call, stopped, and turned to look at him, "Tenth brother." Zhao Yao ran to the front of the eighth prince, carefully looked him up and down, and then asked, "Eighth brother, why did you come out if you're not fully recovered?" Seeing Zhao Yao looking at him with concern, a faint smile appeared in the eighth prince's eyes. He reached out to stroke Zhao Yao's little head, speaking warmly, "I'm almost recovered, so I should come study." "Eighth brother, if I were you, I would take a few more days of rest while I can. So you can skip studying for a few days, right?" Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly, "Yes." "Tenth brother, you really don't like studying, huh? It's a pity I'm not sick." Before he could finish, Zhao Yao's forehead was gently tapped, and then he heard his eighth brother say sternly, "Don't say such nonsense again. Being sick isn't a good thing." While talking, Zhao Yao and the eighth prince heard several little eunuchs, not far away, discussing what had happened during the morning court. "I heard that during the morning court, people from the Crown Prince's faction and people from Prince Dai's faction argued again. The argument was so intense that people near Qingguang Hall could hear it." "What was the argument about this time?" "This time, Prince Dai made such a great contribution that Marquis, Xianping, and others proposed to add beads to Prince Dai, and they want to count previous merits too, adding up to 8 beads." "What does it mean to add beads? And what does adding 8 beads represent?" "The Crown Prince only has 8 beads, so what do you think Prince Dai wants by adding 8 beads?" This. A few young eunuchs were chatting when they saw the 8th and 10th princes approaching. Startled, they quickly lowered their heads and paid their respects to the 2 princes before hastily departing. Zhao Yao looked at the 8th prince, puzzled and curious, and asked, "Eighth brother, what does adding beads mean that they were talking about just now? What does it mean for second brother to be add 8 beads?" Adding beads to a prince was a tradition of the previous dynasty. Princes were classified as 1-bead princes, 2-bead princes, 3-bead princes, and so on, with the highest being 7-bead princes. 8 beads were not for princes because only the crown prince had 8 beads, and 9 beads were for the emperor. The 8th prince had long heard about what happened in the morning court. Zhao Yao understood and nodded, saying, "So that's how it is." Speaking, he looked at the 8th prince with admiration. "Eighth brother, you're amazing. You even know this." The 8th prince gently tapped Zhao Yao's little head and smiled. "If you read more books, you'd know these things too." Zhao Yao rolled his eyes and said, "Eighth brother, can you not always turn the topic to reading or studying? You know I don't like it." Seeing Zhao Yao pouting in anger, the 8th prince reached out and poked his puffed-up cheek. "All right, I won't mention it anymore." Zhao Yao was not interested in the topic of adding beads, so he stopped asking about it, and instead switched the subject to the breakfast they had earlier. The 8th prince saw Zhao Yao brimming with excitement over the delicious food at breakfast, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. The 10th brother. Nothing seemed more important than good food, that he didn't care at all about such an important matter as Prince Dai being awarded 8 beads. The 10th brother was the most naive among them all. But he had a pure heart that they did not possess in the imperial palace. Possessing a pure heart is rare, but extremely dangerous in this palace. Whether you are a prince, an eunuch, or a palace maid, everyone has hidden depths. Without some wits, you can't survive in this ruthless place. Someone as simple as the 10th brother. Fortunately, Liang Zhaoyi wasn't favored much, and her family had no power, which meant he wouldn't be dragged into this power struggle. The 10th brother's simplicity wasn't entirely a bad thing, and he would protect them, ensuring they wouldn't get into trouble. As Xiao Yao spoke, he noticed his 8th brother was lost in thought again, and sighed deeply with helplessness in his heart. His 8th brother. The 2 brothers had just entered Winnie Hall when they heard the 9th prince recounting how Prince Dai achieved a major victory. He stood on a desk, animatedly and enthusiastically narrating. Zhao Yao curled his lips, saying with a tone of disdain, "Ninth brother is showing off again. It's not like he won the battle himself. Just look at him acting like it was his own victory." Second brother is the biological brother of 9th brother. For 9th brother, a victory for second brother is a victory for himself. I think 9th brother should become a storyteller." Zhao Yao unkindly ridiculed. "Even storytellers aren't as talkative as he is. Just ignore him." Zhao Yao grabbed the 8th prince's arm, looking at him with worried eyes, and said, "Eighth brother, you didn't come to study yesterday, and all day long today, 9th brother will keep going on about second brother's victory. If you ignore him, he'll be upset and won't leave you alone." For 8th brother coming to study today, it was a relief. At least 9th brother wouldn't just brag about Prince Dai's victory to him anymore. Thanks to 8th brother, he was free from it. The 8th prince gave Zhao Yao a reassuring look. "I know how to handle him." With that, the 2 entered the classroom together, and then greeted the other royal brothers, as Zhao Yao predicted. Upon seeing the 8th prince, The ninth prince couldn't stop himself from boasting. The eighth prince pretended to listen very earnestly while feigning a look of awe and surprise. The ninth prince was very pleased with the eighth prince's reaction and thus spoke with even more enthusiasm. Zhao Yao marveled at how good his eighth brother's acting was. Compared to him, his performance yesterday was too perfunctory. However, ninth brother didn't notice. Tenth brother. Seeing the fourth prince, Zhao Yao immediately beamed and greeted him. Fourth brother. Since the teacher isn't here yet, let me test you. The smile on Zhao Yao's face froze instantly, and he showed a pitiable look. Fourth brother. The fourth prince was unfazed and very coldly said, recite what the teacher taught yesterday for me. Zhao Yao's little face immediately turned into a bitter gourd expression, and he looked pleadingly at the fourth prince. Fourth brother, how about I don't recite? The fourth prince raised an eyebrow slightly. Can't recite it? Zhao Yao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, Fourth brother, you know I'm dumb. I can never remember when I try to memorize books. Did you understand what the teacher explained yesterday? Zhao Yao couldn't remember what the teacher explained yesterday because he didn't pay attention in class. No, then I'll explain it to you once, and if you still don't get it, I'll explain it again. Fourth brother, I'm so dumb. Even if you tell me many times, I won't understand. It's better if you don't teach me. He liked fourth brother a lot, but not this part of him. The fourth prince reached out and patted Zhao Yao's head, speaking gently. No problem. After I teach you a few more times, you'll understand. Zhao Yao tried to use this to get the fourth prince to give up on teaching his dumb little brother. But the fourth prince was persistent in teaching him. Well, then I'm troubling you, fourth brother. Before the teacher arrived, the fourth prince explained the previous day's content to Zhao Yao in detail. Meanwhile, the ninth prince sat directly on the eighth prince's desk, endlessly talking about how his second brother wisely and bravely defeated the rebels. Even when the teacher arrived, the ninth prince was still talking that if the teacher hadn't stopped him, he would have continued. Shortly after class began, the ninth prince interrupted the teacher to ask about the practice of adding beads to princes in the previous dynasty. Before coming to Winnie Hall, the ninth prince heard about the plan to add beads to his second brother. The teacher hadn't anticipated the ninth prince to ask about adding beads to princes and was initially taken aback, but soon began to explain what it meant. After the teacher finished explaining, the ninth prince asked, Teacher, my brother has achieved so many merits. How many beads do you think my brother can be awarded? The teacher was momentarily stunned by the question and then said, adding beads to princes was a rule of the previous dynasty. Our dynasty does not have this regulation. Moreover, Prince Dai is already a prince, a position of great honor. The ninth prince arrogantly retorted, Teacher, you're wrong. Our dynasty is just about to have princes with added beads. My brother is about to get them. The teacher was unaware of what happened in the morning court and was quite surprised upon hearing this from the ninth prince. Prince Dai is going to get beads? Yes, and it will be 8 beads. The ninth prince made an 8 gesture with his hands. My brother is going to be an 8-bead prince. 8 beads. The teacher's expression immediately darkened, and he said sternly, Ridiculous. How can Prince Dai receive 8 beads? The ninth prince was displeased by the teacher's words and stood up, angrily questioning, Why can't my brother be an 8-bead prince? The teacher stated firmly, Only the crown prince can have 8 beads. At most, a prince can have 7 beads. The third prince spoke up, Teacher, what ninth brother means is that Prince Dai is to become the crown prince. The fifth prince echoed the third prince's words. Ninth brother thinks that considering Prince Dai's achievements, he should be the crown prince. The sixth prince added, Wanting to be an 8-bead prince isn't just about becoming the crown prince. The seventh prince commented, The crown prince is still around, yet Prince Dai desires to be the crown prince. That's truly ambitious. The fourth and eighth princes remained silent. Zhao Yao thought if he had as foolish a brother as the ninth prince, he'd be furious. Although Prince Dai had always harbored intentions of becoming the crown prince and wasn't concealing it anymore, he wouldn't be foolish enough to openly declare his ambition. Now that the ninth prince was publicly declaring that Prince Dai wanted to be the crown prince, it wasn't helping his second brother, but instead undermining him. Realizing his mistake after hearing the third prince and others, the ninth prince hurriedly said, Third brother, stop slandering us that I said my brother would become an 8-bead prince, not the crown prince. The seventh prince rebutted, Didn't the teacher just say that only the crown prince can have 8 beads and that a prince's highest honor is 7 beads? So you're practically saying Prince Dai wants to be crown prince by suggesting he gets 8 beads. Zhao Jing, stop falsely accusing me and my brother. 8 beads are for the crown prince according to the rules of the previous dynasty, not our dynasties. The ninth prince's mind worked quickly, Father might make the 8 beads the highest honor for princes in our dynasty. Third, fifth, sixth brothers, and Zhao Jing, stop falsely accusing me and my brother. I know you're jealous of my brother's achievements. The third prince said, Ninth brother, it was you who mentioned becoming an 8-bead prince. But I didn't say my brother wanted to be the crown prince. You said that. The ninth prince sneered, I know you're jealous of my brother's continuous achievements, and you want to frame him. All the things you've just said, I'll tell father that you all want to harm my brother. Zhao Yao clicked his tongue inwardly, impressed by the ninth brother's quick thinking, turning the accusations back on the third prince and the others. The third prince and others were about to argue further when a teacher intervened, disinterested in witnessing the charade any longer. Quiet. Let's continue with the lesson. The ninth prince shot a provocative glance at the third prince and the others, and then kept quiet for the rest of the class. Meanwhile, in the court, ministers were heatedly debating whether to award beads to Prince Dai. The emperor sat high on his dragon rider, watching with interest as the ministers below argued until they were red in the face. The ministers who supported Prince Dai proposed to emulate the previous dynasty's system of adding pearls to the princes who had achieved great military success and suggested that Prince Dai be awarded at least 7 pearls. The ministers who supported the crown prince naturally opposed this proposal. They believed it was a system from a previous dynasty that shouldn't be used in our dynasty. They emphasized that the previous dynasty's pearl-adding system for princes caused chaos, and that the previous dynasty's rebellion was due to the competition between pearl-adorned princes and the crown prince. If the great Zhou reused this system, it would surely repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty. The ministers in support of Prince Dai felt that the crown prince's faction was being alarmist. Furthermore, the pearl-adding system was not the cause of the previous dynasty's turmoil. The real culprit was the previous dynasty's emperor, who was indulgent, tyrannical in amassing wealth, wantonly killing the innocent, and addicted to indulgence. The system of adding pearls to princes was not unique to the previous dynasty, but was inherited by it from earlier dynasties. The downfall of earlier dynasties was not due to the existence of this system, but due to the misrule of emperors. The Crown Prince's party, attributing previous dynasties' faults to the pearl-adding system, is genuinely ignorant. The ministers of the Crown Prince's party immediately retorted that in the previous dynasty, the pearl-adding system led to fraternal feuds among the princes, who were preoccupied with power struggles, turning the court into a mess. Ministers also focused solely on taking sides, ignoring state affairs and the people's livelihoods. The officials supporting Prince Dai's faction countered the arguments, accusing the Crown Prince's camp of blowing things out of proportion and claiming that Prince Dai had been fighting and risking his life for the great Zhou. The Crown Prince's camp had the audacity to slander Prince Dai, suggesting he wanted to cause fraternal feuds. Those supporting the third, fifth, and sixth princes fanned the flames from the sidelines, making the argument between Prince Dai's and the Crown Prince's factions increasingly fierce. Sun Ke, standing beside the emperor, saw the ministers quarreling like street shrews and couldn't bear to watch. He hesitated, then took a couple of steps forward and asked respectfully, "Your Majesty, should we stop the ministers?" The emperor rested his right hand on his face, with his elbow perched on the dragon throne's armrest, watching the ministers argue with relish. "It's so entertaining. Why stop them? Let them continue the argument." Sun Kuei dared not say more, retreated a few steps, and dutifully returned to his original position, interestedly watching the ministers quarrel. These literati argued differently, speaking without a single vulgar word, yet what they said was extremely unpleasant. Out of course, without some education, one truly couldn't understand a single sentence. The ministers were arguing fiercely, without their usual decorum and elegance. Sun Kuei even saw the ministers' saliva landing on each other's faces, with some directly flying into others' mouths. The Crown Prince, standing at the head of the team on the left, was dumbfounded as he watched all this. The emperor, watching for a while and seeing that the ministers were just rehashing the same arguments, lost interest. He stood up, walked a few steps forward, crossed his arms, bent slightly, and smiled at the ministers. "You all continue to argue. I'm leaving." The ministers, their faces red and necks thick with anger, heard this, and each fell silent, like hens suddenly choked. They hurriedly knelt down, pleading with the emperor for mercy. "Your Majesty, forgive us. We deserve to die." "Why stop arguing? Go on." The emperor's face still wore a warm and gentle smile. "I see you're arguing with great enthusiasm. Continue, don't mind me." The ministers kneeling below were pale with fear, their bodies trembling slightly. "We deserve to die. It's the first time I knew my beloved ministers were so skilled in arguing." The emperor leisurely walked to the floor below with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he said, "You've truly broadened my horizons just now. The more mildly the emperor spoke, the more afraid the ministers kneeling on the ground became. We deserve to die. We beg your majesty for punishment. Continue your argument from before. Report back to me once you reach a conclusion. The emperor smiled gently. I await your good news. With that, he turned and walked out of Qingwang Hall. Before leaving, the emperor instructed Sun Kuei to stay behind and monitor the ministers as they argued. Sun Kuei did not announce the end of the court session and remained in Qingwang Hall. After the emperor left, the ministers knelt on the ground for a long time without getting up. Sun Kuei had to remind the ministers, Gentlemen, His Majesty just said to continue the argument until a conclusion is reached. The ministers looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. Gentlemen, you can argue just like before. Sun Kuei stood slightly bowed, his face showing a respectful and appropriate smile, patiently waiting for the ministers to resume their argument. The crown prince, seeing the ministers' embarrassment, wished to help them out. He walked over to Sun Kuei and whispered, Mr. Sun, must they really continue arguing? Sun Kuei first saluted the crown prince and then respectfully said, Your Highness, you also heard His Majesty say to let the ministers continue the argument until a conclusion is reached. But this, Your Highness, it is an imperial decree. Sun Kuei responded reverently, Gentlemen, do you wish to defy the decree? The ministers who argued earlier certainly did not dare defy the decree, but they could only muster the courage to continue arguing. As they argued, they found their stride and became more and more intense. The ministers who did not argue previously dared not linger, hurriedly left. Marquis Xianping, however, walked out of Qingwang Hall unhurriedly. Duke Zhun, passing him, did not spare him a glance. But a minister beside Duke Zhun mocked Marquis Xianping, wishful thinking. What did you say? Marquis Xianping was not angry, but the minister following him was furious and prepared to catch up to argue. Yet Marquis Xianping held him back. Marquis, he was disrespectful to you. Marquis Xianping waved his hand and said, Don't mind it. Father, what does the emperor mean? The eldest son of Marquis Xianping, the princely heir of Marquis Xuanping's mansion, asked, Does the emperor agree or not? Marquis Xianping said calmly, The emperor will not agree so quickly. This matter needs to be ground out slowly. Marquis, as long as we keep proposing, the emperor will eventually agree. The minister said earlier, with Prince Dai's outstanding military achievements and the emperor's favor and use of him, he will surely bestow this honor upon Prince Dai. Hearing this, the princely heir of Marquis Xuanping's mansion was reassured. That's good. Adding pearls is originally what Prince Dai deserved. The minister from before lowered his voice and spoke disdainfully. The crown prince has never achieved any military accomplishments for the great Zhou. Why do they oppose? Marquis Xianping interrupted the minister's words. Enough, don't talk here. This is not the place for it. The minister and the princely heir didn't say anything further and hurriedly followed Marquis Xianping out of the palace. Walking behind Marquis Xuanping's group were several ministers, gathered around an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Prime Minister, what do you think about adding pearls to Prince Dai? Prime Minister, adding pearls should not be agreed to. Prime Minister, if Prince Dai gets pearls, his arrogance will surely grow more rampant. Prime Minister, the faction of Prince Dai is obviously trying to force the crown prince by adding pearls. Adding pearls is a conspiracy by Prince Dai's faction. They must not succeed. Compared to these anxious ministers, Prime Minister, seemed quite calm. Prime Minister, say something. The emperor has not agreed. Has he? The emperor has not agreed now, but that doesn't mean he won't agree later, especially considering he always favors Prince Dai. Rest assured, the emperor knows what he's doing. Prime Minister, smiled reassuringly at the ministers and then turned to leave. Prime Minister, Prime Minister, why isn't Prime Minister, worried at all? Since Prime Minister, isn't worried, it means this matter won't go as Marquis Xianping and his followers wish. Let's wait and see. Inside Qingwang Hall, some ministers were still arguing, their throats dry and burning, unable to continue, and asked Sun Kuei to plead with the emperor for them. Sun Kuei went to the imperial study and honestly reported the minister's argument to the emperor. After listening, the emperor dismissed it disdainfully. Let them get out. Sun Kuei returned to Qingwang Hall and conveyed the emperor's order to the ministers. After thanking the emperor for his grace, the ministers scrambled out of Qingwang Hall, not daring to delay for a moment, fearing they would be made to stay and argue again. From that day on, they dared not engage in arguments in court ever again. The matter of whether to give Prince Dai a pearl quickly spread to the capital. Many storytellers kept up with current events, recounting tales from the previous Dynasty about granting pearls to a prince. Some storytellers, who were in favor, embellished the tale of granting a pearl, praising Prince Dai's achievements and fervently supporting the awarding of the pearl to him. Other storytellers, of course, did not support granting the pearl to Prince Dai, blaming the downfall of the previous dynasty on granting pearls to princes. They also claimed that granting the pearl was a provocation to the crown prince, a covetous ambition towards the heir apparent. The common people listened with great interest. Some believed that Prince Dai's remarkable military achievements warranted the honor of the pearl. Others felt that, although Prince Dai had performed admirably, it was merely his duty and obligation as a prince. The debate over whether Prince Dai should be granted a pearl stirred up a dispute among the populace. Not only that, even the people within the palace were quietly discussing the matter. For a time, the matter caused quite a stir at In. The imperial study. Emperor Wu of Zhou was not surprised after hearing Sun Kuei's report. Your Majesty, it seems that most people support granting a pearl to Prince Dai. Sun Kuei continued his report. They all believe that Prince Dai's outstanding military achievements deserve the honor of a pearl. Emperor Wu of Zhou lifted his teacup, peeled back the tea lid, and gently rubbed the rim with it. And what else? They also say that the crown prince has not achieved any military accomplishments for Great Zhou. Emperor Wu of Zhou lowered his head to drink tea, accidentally swallowing tea leaves, which he spat out disdainfully. How boring. Sun Kuei did not understand the emperor's remark and asked perplexedly, Your Majesty, what's so boring? Do you think they are really arguing about the pearl? Emperor Wu of Zhou curled his lips in a sneer. Just the same old story with a different guise. Don't you find it boring? Sun Kuei, being a clever man, immediately understood the emperor's implication. Then, Your Majesty, should we stop these rumors? Emperor Wu of Zhou responded with a faint smile. No. I'd like to see how they continue to argue. Yes, Sun Kuei thought to himself. The ministers are racking their brains over whether to grant a pearl to Prince Dai, while His Majesty finds it all amusing. Seeing Emperor Wu of Zhou about to review memorials, Sun Kuei quietly retreated. Just as he stepped outside, he saw a young eunuch from last night hurrying toward him anxiously. The young eunuch first greeted Sun Kuei respectfully, then lamented, Mr. Sun, Lingnan has not returned. Ever since Lingnan flew out last night, it hadn't flown back. He thought Lingnan would return this morning, but it was still nowhere to be seen. Mr. Sun, what should we do? Lingnan will fly back once it's done playing outside. You don't need to worry. But if His Majesty wants to play with Lingnan and find it's not there, I'll never be able to escape blame. The young eunuch said with a nearly tearful expression, looking at Sun Kuei pitifully. Mr. Sun, please help me. I told you not to worry, so just don't worry. Sun Kuei reassured the young eunuch. His Majesty knows Lingnan flew away and won't blame you. Really? Really? Seeing the young eunuch's red eyes, Sun Kuei waved him off. Just wait patiently for Lingnan's return. Thank you, Mr. Sunday. After expressing his gratitude, the young eunuch returned to the side hall and waited at the door for the return of Lingnan. The Lingnan, whom the young eunuch was concerned about, was leisurely eating snacks in Kundi Hall. Liang Zhaoi not only prepared snacks for Lingnan, but also fresh meat, apples, and water. Lingnan was pleased with Liang Zhaoi's offerings, but did not let her touch it, nor did it let her remove the letter tied to its leg. Except for Emperor Wu of Zhou and Zhao Yao, Lingnan did not allow anyone else to touch it, not even Liang Zhaoi. After a satisfying meal, Lingnan perched on Zhao Yao's desk, basking in the sun and dozing while waiting for Zhao Yao to finish his study at noon. The princes at Winnie Hall were dismissed from their studies on time. Just as the teacher left, Zhao Yao hurried out like a gust of wind. Tong Shi, seeing his master rush out, quickly approached and, without needing Zhao Yao's orders, swept him up and ran out. By the time the fourth prince stepped out of Windy Hall, Zhao Yao's figure had long vanished. Your Highness, did something happen with the 10th prince? This servant saw him rushing out just now, asked Wei Mian, the fourth prince's personal eunuch. Nothing. The fourth prince chuckled inwardly, knowing the 10th prince wanted to avoid the 9th prince's continued boasting about their second brother's affairs. Let's go. The 8th and 9th princes followed behind the 4th prince. The 9th prince continued narrating his brother's illustrious deeds to the 8th prince, claiming that his brother should be granted a pearl. Only after stepping out of Winnie Hall did the 9th prince reluctantly release the 8th prince. The 8th prince secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now he understood why the 10th prince was so eager to escape Zhao Sun's boasts about Prince Dai's victories. Your Highness, the 10th prince asked me to tell you he went back first. Yu Hai said. He also said you've worked hard. The 8th prince smiled wryly, then asked Yu Hai, what's this business about granting a pearl to Prince Dai during the morning assembly? Lowering his voice, Yu Hai reported to the 8th prince. It was raised by ministers from Prince Dai's faction. claiming that Prince Dai's illustrious service deserved a pearl. But the Crown Prince's faction disagreed. Yu Hai recounted everything that happened during the morning assembly to the 8th Prince. The events of that morning's assembly had already spread through the palace, and Yu Hai could easily gather the information. Granting a pearl to a prince. The 8th Prince sneered. I wonder if it's the idea of Marquis Xianping or that mighty and valorous second brother of mine. Your Highness, do you think His Majesty will agree? Father's thoughts are unfathomable. Whether he agrees is uncertain, but at this point the 8th Prince smiled meaningfully. I do hope Father agrees. That way, when we come of age and become lords, maybe we can also be granted pearls. Meanwhile, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th princes were also discussing with their mothers about whether Prince Dai should be granted a pearl. These princes naturally hoped Emperor Wu of Zhou would agree to grant a pearl to Prince Dai. On one hand, Prince Dai receiving a pearl would intensify the rivalry with the Crown Prince, which would be advantageous for them. On the other hand, they could similarly receive a pearl when they matured. The matter of granting a pearl to Prince Dai, while detrimental to the Crown Prince, was beneficial to the other princes. In Cundy Hall, Zhao Yao did not discuss the matter of granting a pearl to Prince Dai with Liang Zhaoi. Upon arriving, he immediately went to find Lingnan and eagerly retrieved the letter from its leg. Zhao Yao's second uncle mentioned in the letter that his eldest uncle was doing fairly well in Qingzhou and had found an inn to potentially take over. Once the inn's matters were settled, he would write. The second uncle also mentioned another matter in the letter, that their grandfather was soon to be transferred to Guangling County in Yangzhou as a county magistrate. What did your second uncle write? Liang Zhaoi asked as she entered. The second uncle said the eldest uncle is doing well in Qingzhou. Zhao Yao handed the letter to Liang Zhaoi. Mother, take a look. Liang Zhaoi took the letter and, after reading it, slightly furrowed her brows. Father is being transferred to Yangzhou? The rebellion in Yangzhou hasn't been quelled. Why is grandfather being transferred there? Xiao Yao also found it odd. Was this transfer ordered by father or by grandfather superior? It's unlikely to be your father's directive, considering your grandfather is just a minor county magistrate, Liang Zhaoi speculated. It seems to be a routine transfer. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, officials of the same rank were transferred to take positions in each other's jurisdictions. With the rebels not yet subdued, there may be risk in grandfather going to Guangling County in Yangzhou at this time. Your great-grandfather has some business connections and friends in Yangzhou. They will assist your grandfather. Liang Zhaoi was not overly concerned about her father's safety. Moreover, the disturbances in Yangzhou should soon be over. Your grandfather will be fine. Yes, Yangzhou's troubles will soon end. Though for some reason, he had a feeling that Yangzhou's unrest wouldn't end quickly. In the dining hall of Cundy Hall, Liang Zhaoi and her son, along with Yumerin and her daughter, and Lady Pan sat together for lunch. I heard the ministers were arguing fiercely about adding pearls to the honors of Prince Dai, making the emperor quite angry. Even after the court session, he let them continue arguing. Lady Pan asked, what does it mean to add pearls? Yumerin was also unsure, so she turned to look at Liang Zhaoi. Liang Zhaoi explained to them, adding pearls is a rule from the previous dynasty, giving special honors to a prince who has made great contributions. The pearls range from 9 to 7, with 9 representing the emperor, 8 representing the crown prince, and 7 symbolizing the highest rank of a prince. Yumerin and Lady Pan had a look of realization, so that's what it means. But what's the use of Prince Dai getting pearls? Whether it's useful or not has nothing to do with us. Liang Zhaoi didn't want to discuss the matter. Besides, it wasn't a topic they could talk about. You shouldn't concern yourselves with it. Just enjoy your meal. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. Exactly, it has nothing to do with us, whether he gets pearls or not. The 5th princess chimed in. Exactly, Prince Dai getting pearls brings us no benefit. Yumerin frowned and said, I'm just afraid it might drag us down in the end. Being without power in the palace, they might end up as scapegoats, as such things had happened before. Liang Zhaoi reassured Yumerin, it won't happen. This matter doesn't concern us. Yumerin looked at Liang Zhaoi and then nodded slightly. Yes, it doesn't concern us. Second mother, Xiao Yao said, offering his chicken leg from his bowl to Yumerin, if you eat the chicken leg, you won't be afraid anymore. Second mother was easily frightened, especially by any disturbance in the palace, while Yumerin's bit of unease was dispelled by Zhao Yao's words. So she teased him. Second mother will really eat it then. Go ahead, Zhao Yao said generously. It's very delicious. Second mother doesn't like chicken legs, so Yao Yao can have it. Yumerin returned the chicken leg to Zhao Yao, then asked, Yao Yao, what did you learn at Winnie Hall this morning? Second mother, can we not talk about things that affect the appetite while eating? Yumerin was amused by Zhao Yao's comment and laughed. All right, second mother won't ask then. Next, Yu Meirin and the others discuss gardening, talking about what vegetables to plant this year. Soon it would be time to dig and plant vegetables. Lady Pan said, "It rained heavily yesterday. The soil in the vegetable patch should be loose now. Why don't we dig now? Otherwise, once it clears up, the soil will harden and be difficult to dig." Liang Zhaoyi nodded. "Then we'll start digging this afternoon." The concubines in the harem usually had nothing to do and were very idle. Without something to occupy their time, the deep palace life would be unbearably boring. Liang Zhaoyi and Yu Meirin, besides embroidery, reading, and painting, also liked to garden. Gardening not only occupied their time, but also provided food. They planted vegetables year-round and did quite well. They produced enough to feed everyone at Cunny Hall, with some left over to give to others to in the entire palace. Only they grew vegetables. For this, they were often mocked by others in the palace. However, they didn't mind hearing them talk about gardening. Xiao Yao couldn't help but think of the delicacies in his dream, like strawberries. Not only were strawberries delicious on their own, but they could also be made into many tasty things. However, he wondered where they could be obtained in the dream, besides strawberries. There were many things not found in Great Zhou, like potatoes and corn in the dream. Xiao Yao loved potatoes and corn. They were not only delicious, but also had high yields. The most important thing was that they were easy to grow, even in sandy soil. If they could get these things, many people could be fed. But where could they come from? Could it be across the sea? Qingzhou is by the sea, and there are foreigners there. Zhao Yao wondered if their countries had these things. Zhao Yao thought it over and decided to write a letter to his uncle, asking him to inquire about potatoes and corn in Qingzhou. Seeing her son eating while distracted, with oil stains all over his mouth, Liang Zhaoyi took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped his mouth personally. "What are you thinking about so intently?" "Thinking about delicious food." Yu Meirin and the others were amused by Zhao Yao's words and all laughed, asking him, "What delicious food are you thinking about, Yao Yao?" "Peaches that in a few months will be able to eat peaches." In the courtyard of Cunny Hall, there were a few peach trees that bore many peaches every year. The peaches were large, juicy, and very sweet. Zhao Yao always looked forward to eating peaches early every year. "You still have to wait more than 3 months, Yu Meirin laughed. "That's okay, I can wait," Zhao Yao said with a cheerful grin. "And besides, I still have dried peaches to eat." Every year, there were so many peaches that they couldn't finish eating them. So Liang Zhaoyi and Yu Meirin turned them into dried peaches. "Every year we make quite a lot of dried peaches, so if there are still many peaches this year, we should make something else." "All right," Zhao Yao suggested. "We could make peach jam." "Peach jam, that's a good idea, we'll try it then," they said. Liang Zhaoyi and Yu Meirin discussed how to make the peach jam. The atmosphere at lunch in Cunny Hall was joyful and harmonious. However, the atmosphere at lunch in the Eastern Palace was somewhat somber. The 8th prince, having finished his studies, went to the Eastern Palace to pay his respects to the Crown Prince. Now that he was well, it was only proper to pay respects to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was pleased to see the 8th prince recovered and invited him to stay for lunch. The events of the morning court session had left the Crown Prince with little appetite. "Big brother, are you feeling unwell?" the 8th prince asked with concern. "Or is it about second brother wanting pearls?" The Crown Prince, hearing this, put down his chopsticks. "So you've heard about Prince Dai wanting pearls?" 9th brother mentioned it, that he even asked the teacher about the significance of adding pearls to a prince, and said that second brother wanted 8 pearls. Before he could finish, he saw the Crown Prince's expression darken and heard him say, "Adding 8 pearls, does Prince Dai intend to become the Crown Prince?" 9th brother said second brother's military achievements are greater than any of the previous dynasty's pearl-honored princes, so he wants to surpass them and become an 8-pearl prince. The 8th prince reported to the Crown Prince. The teacher scolded 9th brother, saying that only the Crown Prince can have 8 pearls, and second brother, being just a prince, cannot have 8 pearls. Third brother and the others said the same. The Crown Prince smirked. "With a great victory in Liangzhou, Prince Dai can't wait to replace me. Big brother, on my way to the Eastern Palace, I heard the eunuchs in palace made saying that many ministers proposed the idea during the morning court session. Did father agree?" "Father said nothing," the Crown Prince replied, furrowing his brows. Although father hadn't spoken, he felt that father might agree to add pearls to Prince Dai, as father had always been fond of Prince Dai. "Big brother, you needn't worry. Even if second brother accomplishes more, father will never let him replace you." The 8th prince tried to comfort the Crown Prince. "You are father's appointed Crown Prince. Compared to me, father prefers Prince Dai." From a young age, the Crown Prince had been envious of Prince Dai because he always received the Emperor's praise, While the crown prince rarely did, in the crown prince's mind, the emperor favored Prince Dai more. I'm afraid father will eventually agree to add pearls to Prince Dai. When that happens, I'll be big brother. Even if father agrees to add pearls to Prince Dai, you needn't worry too much. The eighth prince continued to reassure him. At that point, third brother and the others will also want pearls if father adds pearls only to Prince Dai and not to third brother and the others. Do you think the Wang family and the Yuan family will agree? Of course not. Prince Dai adding pearls on his own is impossible. The eighth prince continued. When the princes come of age, they will all want pearls, reducing the importance of being a pearl-honored prince. Don't you think so, big brother? My concern isn't about that. It's about how many pearls father will give to Prince Dai. Will it be 7 pearls or 8 pearls? As the crown prince spoke, his expression turned very dour. If it's 7 pearls, Prince Dai will become the highest-ranking prince, equal to me if it's 8 pearls. Here, the crown prince let out a bitter smile. Then my time as crown prince is over. Big brother. Although father favors second brother, he won't let him surpass you. This time is different, with a great victory in Liangzhou. The crown prince, trailing off his sentence, changed the subject. Ninth brother wasn't bullying you, was he? No, he just kept boasting about second brother's achievements. Noticing that the crown prince did not want to discuss Prince Dai and the pearls, the eighth prince went along, telling the crown prince how ninth brother had been showing off all morning. 10th brother couldn't stand his bragging and ran out as soon as school was over, afraid 9th brother would catch up. The crown prince imagined the scene and couldn't help but smile. How is 10th brother doing in his studies? In recent days, the crown prince's thoughts had been entirely occupied with Prince Dai due to the Liangzhou victory, and he hadn't visited Winnie Hall to see his younger brothers. Normally, he would go to Winnie Hall regularly to check on his younger brothers and their studies. He didn't particularly like Prince Dai, but he was quite fond of his other younger brothers, especially the younger ones. Once, he saw the 8th prince being bullied by eunuchs and, in a rare moment of anger, had them beaten to death on the spot. The crown prince was usually mild-mannered, rarely punishing eunuchs or palace maids, much less executing them. Later, upon learning that the 8th prince had been bullied by eunuchs and palace maids, he took extra care of him. The palace people were opportunists, and seeing the 8th prince favored by the crown prince, they no longer dared to bully him. From then on, the 8th prince's previously miserable existence improved gradually. The 8th prince was particularly grateful to the crown prince and always stayed by his side, being the most considerate among the brothers. After lunch, Zhao Yao went to his secret place. His secret place was in the Cold Palace. This Cold Palace is to the west of Cunny Hall, not far from it, just a quarter of an hour's walk away. Lai Kai and Lai Fu followed Zhao Yao to the entrance of the secret place. Since this is the Cold Palace, it was desolate and bleak, with gusts of chilling wind. There was always a legend circulating in the palace, saying that the Cold Palace was haunted, and at midnight, one could hear the ghostly cries from within, which was extremely terrifying and caused no one to dare to approach the Cold Palace. The Cold Palace wasn't established during the Great Zhou Dynasty, but was left over from the previous dynasty. The current imperial palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty was also left from the previous dynasty. It's only been 2 generations since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty, and neither the former emperor nor the current emperor has ever banished any erring concubines to the Cold Palace, so the Cold Palace left from the previous dynasty remained vacant. Moreover, the Cold Palace hasn't been repaired. It's overgrown with weeds and in ruin, unsuitable for living. 1 year ago, Zhao Yao, while chasing a cat, ended up in the Cold Palace. He discovered that though this place was desolate, it was very private and quiet, and most importantly, no one dared to come here. He also discovered that the Cold Palace was a nest for stray cats and dogs inside and outside the palace. Thus, he decided to treat the Cold Palace as his secret treasured spot. Opening the door, a neat, clean, and strange courtyard appeared before his eyes. The courtyard had no weeds, having been tidied up long ago, yet contained many strange items, such as wooden stakes, wooden bridges, horizontal bars, parallel bars, slopes, circles, and so on. These items were based on what Zhao Yao saw in his dreams and were made by Tong Lu. Tong Lu knew carpentry and could make many things. Anything Zhao Yao drew, Tong Lu could create. Over these days, Tong Lu had been busy here making these things. Seeing Zhao Yao arrive, the cats and dogs in the courtyard cheerfully ran over to him. Zhao Yao squatted down, instantly surrounded by the cats and dogs. Zhao Yao hugged them warmly for a while, then fed them the food he brought. After the cats and dogs finished eating, Zhao Yao spoke a few words to the leaders of the cats and dogs. Zhao Yao had Tong Lu make these obstacles to train the cats and dogs in the dream. That was how they trained the dogs. Right in the dream, the dog had a loud name called Military Dog. He planned to train a team of his own military dogs and cats according to the training methods in his dream. This way, the cats and dogs could help him a lot in the future. The cat leader was called Lai Lu, a very beautiful, jet black cat without a speck of stray fur. The dog leader was called Lai Wang, also a jet black dog without any stray fur. Lai Lu and Lai Wang were chosen by Zhao Yao because they were the smartest and most understanding. They could basically understand what he said, unlike the other cats and dogs, who were a bit dim and couldn't fully comprehend him. Zhao Yao instructed Lai Lu and Lai Wang on how to train through those obstacles. Lai Wang understood instantly and followed Zhao Yao's instructions, but did not perform very well since it was their first training session. The other cats and dogs tilted their heads in bewilderment, watching their leaders climb over those strange things and then fall off them. Zhao Yao shared the training methods with Tong Lu, letting Tong Lu take over coaching and supervising the training of the cats and dogs. Those cats and dogs who performed well were rewarded and could eat big pieces of meat and bones. Hearing about the treats, the cats and dogs were instantly full of enthusiasm. Of course, those who didn't train well or refused to train were also punished, not being given meat and bones to eat. Zhao Yao planned to first train them to pass through these obstacles, then train their sense of smell and let them use it to find animals or people. Lai Wang and Lai Lu were very obedient to Zhao Yao and assured Zhao Yao that they could complete the training soon and would help their brothers train as well. Zhao Yao also trained for a while. While climbing the slope, he didn't manage to climb up. He planned to come back in the evening to train again. He needed to exercise his body well so he wouldn't be a weak prince unable to even trust a chicken, or even if he grew up peacefully in the palace. An accident might happen when he reached adulthood. Moreover, when he reached adulthood and had to go to his fiefdom, he might encounter some evil spirits or even go to war, as the world was not yet peaceful. In addition to exercising his body, he also needed to learn martial arts and archery well. These skills could save lives on the battlefield. Zhao Yao noticed that the afternoon archery lesson was about to start, so he stopped training with the cats and dogs. Before leaving, he asked Lai Wang, "Is the secret passage normal, without anything unusual?" Yao, don't worry, we are guarding the secret passage well. It hasn't been discovered." Lai Wang said, "Over at Pei Mansion, people are talking about ghosts and no one dares to go near there." Zhao Yao patted Lai Wang's head, praising, "Well done." Lai Wang wagged his tail happily and asked, Yao, when are you going out of the palace?" "I'll leave the palace once I have a break," Zhao Yao instructed. "For these few days, train here first. Once you're well trained, switch with the brothers guarding at Pei Mansion for them to come and train." Lai Wang wagged his tail, saying, Yao, don't worry, we'll train well." Zhao Yao smiled. "I'll come find you tonight. Take care, Yao." Zhao Yao returned to Cunny Hall with Tong Shi and changed into his archery outfit, heading to the martial arts arena. This afternoon, he refrained from reading but practiced archery. Archery and martial arts are compulsory courses for the princes of Great Zhou. Every prince must learn and learn well since the territory of Great Zhou was conquered little by little. Compared to reading in Wendy Hall, Zhao Yao preferred learning archery in the martial arts arena. Zhao Yao wasn't the last to arrive. The 7th prince and the 9th prince hadn't arrived yet. He obediently greeted each of the elder brothers who had arrived. "8th brother, you're not fully recovered. Is it okay for you to practice archery in the martial arts arena?" Zhao Yao was quite concerned about the 8th prince's health. "8th brother, you should take leave and go back to rest." Being cared for by Zhao Yao, the 8th prince felt a warmth in his heart and smiled slightly at Zhao Yao. "I'm fine. I've been lying in bed resting these few days, and my body is quite sore. It's perfect to exercise today." Zhao Yao asked, "8th brother, do you have the strength?" "Of course I do," the 8th prince said, then squeezed Zhao Yao's chubby little cheeks hard. "Do you see if I have strength?" "Ouch!" Zhao Yao knocked away the 8th prince's hand, rubbing the place where his 8th brother had pinched him, pouting in dissatisfaction. "8th brother, why do you pinch my face when you have strength?" "To let you feel my strength," said the 8th prince, before lifting Zhao Yao's small face and rubbing it hard again. The 4th prince, seeing Zhao Yao's cute little face being deformed by the 8th prince, reached out to pull Zhao Yao over to him. "8th brother, that's enough." The 8th prince obediently responded, "Yes, 4th brother." He turned his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Zhao Yao tugged at the 4th prince's sleeve. "4th brother, 8th brother was just playing with me." The 4th prince saw Zhao Yao's face, reddened from the rubbing, and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt, really doesn't," he replied. The 8th brother was just playing. He knew his limits. The 4th prince lightly nodded and said nothing more. The sound of arguing between the 7th and 9th princes came from a distance. The 9th prince mocked the 7th prince's poor archery, and the 7th prince retorted that the 9th prince wasn't good at reading. Their quarrel grew fiercer, but they did not come to blows. Zhao Yao had always wanted to see them fight, but they wouldn't. Fight. Only using words and not fists. What kind of men were they? The third prince, seeing the ninth prince, teased. Ninth brother, you said Prince Dai wanted to add an eighth bead this morning. Looks like your dream will be disappointed. The fifth prince laughed. I heard father was very angry and let the ministers continue arguing after court. The sixth prince said, Ninth brother, you said your brother wants to add an eighth bead. Among the civil and military ministers, this is considered treason. Sixth brother, would you dare say that to me in front of father? The ninth prince was not afraid of the sixth prince and retorted unceremoniously. Sixth brother, father hasn't convicted my brother of treason, yet you are you so formidable? Does father know? This wasn't said by me, but by the ministers. The sixth prince hurriedly waved his hand. Ninth brother, don't slander me. Then sixth brother, tell me which minister said it, that I'll go tell father, or let's go to father now and report it. The ninth prince sneered at the sixth prince. Sixth brother, do you dare? The sixth prince's face instantly turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. You dare disturb father, but I do not. Compared to the favored ninth prince, the sixth prince appeared not so favored. The ninth prince taunted. I knew you wouldn't dare, sixth brother. You. The sixth prince indeed didn't dare, chiefly because he feared the emperor. The princes revered the emperor, taking pride in having him as a father, but they also greatly feared him. The emperor was not very lenient toward his princes. When it was time to punish with a beating, he did not hold back. All the princes, including the crown prince, had been beaten by the emperor. The emperor, when angered, would punish immediately. The sixth prince was the one among the princes who had been beaten the most frequently and was frightened of the emperor. Zhao Yao saw that the sixth prince no longer argued with the ninth prince and secretly despised him. Sixth brother was truly pathetic, always losing to ninth brother in quarrels. However, the ninth brother was lucky to benefit from the second brother's favor and had been quite favored by the emperor recently. It seemed that the ninth brother would be complacent for a while. But then, during this time, his ears might not find peace, just as the ninth prince and the seventh prince were arguing. A burly, rugged-looking man approached. Seeing him, the ninth prince and the others immediately fell silent, not daring to argue further. The man was named Qin Su, a general of the martial guard. In earlier years, he followed the emperor in battles across the land, earning numerous military achievements. Later, after injuring his left foot and becoming lame, he could no longer fight in battles and was assigned by the emperor to teach the princes archery. Qin Su's archery was the most exquisite among all the military officers, although he was lame. The princes dared not underestimate or belittle him. The third prince led by example and saluted Qin Su, for Qin Su was their teacher. Qin Su nodded slightly, then looked at the seventh prince and the ninth prince and said expressionlessly, Your Highness's seventh and ninth princes appear to be in good spirits. Today, let your Highness's seventh and ninth princes shoot first. The seventh prince felt that Qin Su was subtly insulting him. His complexion turned somewhat unsightly, but he dared not act up in front of Qin Su and could only obey. Yes, teacher. The ninth prince was eager for the two of them to start first. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and grinned maliciously. Teacher, I have a suggestion. Upon hearing the ninth prince's words, the seventh prince knew what the ninth prince was planning and immediately frowned. Qin Su asked, What suggestion? The ninth prince, smiling slyly, said, I want to compete with seventh brother, and whoever loses will be punished. Just as expected, with a displeased face, the seventh prince said, I disagree. Seventh brother, are you scared and don't dare to compete with me? The ninth prince crossed his arms with undisguised disdain on his face. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly, seventh brother. The seventh prince ignored the ninth prince's provocations, took the bow and arrow handed by the eunuch, stood in front of the target, and began to practice. Qin Su glanced at the ninth prince. Your Highness, ninth prince, it's time for you to practice. The ninth prince, feeling disgruntled that his plan didn't work, pursed his lips in displeasure and continued to taunt the seventh prince. Seventh brother, as the empress's son, you're really such a coward. The seventh prince, though angry, was determined not to fall for the provocation and compete in archery with the ninth prince. He understood that doing so would only bring him humiliation. Seeing the seventh prince ignore him, the ninth prince said no more, took up his bow, and started practicing as well. The seventh prince shot 3 arrows, 1 missed the target, and 2 barely hit the target's edge. Meanwhile, standing beside him, the ninth prince shot 1 arrow into the bullseye and 2 into the 8th ring. The ninth prince gave the seventh prince a sidelong glance, full of mockery, truly useless. Your Highness, seventh prince. Qin Su's expression was stern and serious. That was poor. Being criticized in public, the seventh prince's face flushed with shame and anger. Seventh brother, how can you have the face to be the emperor's son like this? Qin Su sternly said to the seventh prince, Your Highness, seventh prince, diligence can make up for lack. Ha ha ha. The ninth prince laughed heartily, his laughter filled with ridicule. The seventh prince was furious inside, feeling that Qin Su was deliberately embarrassing him. Yet he dared not say anything and could only grit his teeth and say, I understand. Your Highness's third, fourth, fifth, sixth, eighth, and 10th princes, it's your turn. Yes, teacher. Zhao Yao stood together with the eighth prince. He asked the eighth prince worriedly, Eighth brother, are you really okay? The eighth prince smiled reassuringly at Zhao Yao. I can do it. Then he drew his bow and shot an arrow, which hit the bullseye precisely with a thud. Can you be at ease now? Zhao Yao gave the eighth prince a thumbs up. Impressive. Finishing, he shot an arrow as well, hitting the bullseye. In terms of studies, Zhao Yao appeared to be quite dull, but in horse riding and archery, he no longer pretended to be stupid. As a prince, he couldn't be dull in every aspect, as such a prince would be looked down upon. The emperor valued the prince's skills in riding and archery, so Zhao Yao decided to perform slightly better in that area. His skills in riding and archery were not the best among the princes. Being the best would draw too much attention, which he didn't want. Although not the best, he could still rank in the top three. Zhao Yao's skills in riding and archery were inferior to the ninth prince and eighth prince, but better than the other princes. Qin Su corrected the prince's stances one by one. The princes, after being corrected, shot arrows that hit the bullseye. Under Qin Su's guidance, the seventh prince could hit the bullseye, but when on his own, he could barely avoid missing the target. The ninth prince intentionally humiliated the seventh prince by shooting his arrow into the seventh prince's bullseye, angering the seventh prince to the point he wished he could shoot the ninth prince with an arrow. Just as Zhao Yao and the others were diligently practicing archery, the crown prince suddenly appeared in the martial arts arena. He had come to check on his brothers. Qin Su maintained a stern face toward the other princes with no expression, but toward the crown prince, he was amiable, which the seventh prince found most unacceptable. The crown prince first inquired about Qin Su's condition with concern. Qin Su's lame foot would ache whenever it was rainy weather. Qin Su was flattered by the crown prince's concern and quickly assured that he was fine. The crown prince then asked about his brother's riding and archery lessons with care. Qin Su answered truthfully. Upon learning of the seventh prince's poor skills in riding and archery, the crown prince first comforted the seventh prince and then personally taught him how to shoot arrows. The crown prince appeared gentle and frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him, easily leading others to believe he had no strength to even kill a chicken and couldn't possibly excel in riding and archery. Contrary to these appearances, his skills were actually quite decent, though not as good as Prince Dai's. Among the princes, only the crown prince and Prince Dai received personal guidance in riding and archery from the emperor. When the crown prince was young, the emperor had not yet ascended to the throne. Whenever he could, the emperor would personally teach the crown prince. Point one could say that the crown prince's skills in riding and archery were taught hand in hand by the emperor. The seventh prince didn't like being taught by the crown prince but had no choice but to accept it. Crown prince brother, since seventh brother dares not compete with me, how about you take his place and compete with me? The ninth prince, believing his skills to be superior to the crown prince, sought to embarrass him. It would also let us brothers witness your archery skills, crown prince brother. The crown prince did not favor Prince Dai nor the ninth prince, as their arrogance was truly too much. Ninth brother, do you want to compete with me in archery? Yes, I wonder if crown prince brother dares to. Qin Su was very dissatisfied with the ninth prince's attitude and tone towards the crown prince, sternly reprimanding. Ninth prince, mind your tone and attitude. The crown prince waved his hand, smiling gently. It's fine. Looking at the ninth prince, he said, Ninth brother, if you lose, you shouldn't cry. The ninth prince lifted his chin arrogantly. I won't cry, and I won't lose. His confidence stemmed from the fact that his riding and archery were taught by Prince Dai. Then I'll play along with you all. Qin Su respectfully handed the bow and arrows to the crown prince. Your Highness crown prince, please use these. The crown prince smiled slightly, then directly drew out 3 arrows and placed them on the string. In an instant, the 3 arrows sliced through the air, sharply hitting the bullseye. Seeing this, the ninth prince widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhao Yao wasn't surprised at all by this scene. The crown prince was the emperor's first son, and the emperor no doubt taught him many things in his youth, certainly including riding and archery. Ninth brother thought the crown prince wasn't skilled in riding and archery and sought to humiliate him through archery. He was truly too naive. The crown prince smiled and said, "I haven't shot arrows in a while. I'm a bit rusty." Qin Su remarked, "Your Highness, you are too modest." Smiling slightly, he continued, "Your Highness, your archery was personally taught by the emperor back then." Upon hearing Qin Su's words, the crown prince suddenly recalled his childhood, his face unconsciously revealing a reminiscent smile. "Indeed, when I was 4, father began teaching me archery. When he was young, father quite favored him, personally teaching him how to read, shoot arrows, and ride horses. Yet as father became busier, he no longer had the time to teach him. While Prince Dai had also been instructed by father in his youth, the number of times he was taught was not as frequent as for him in childhood. Prince Dai was no match for him. But now Prince Dai. Thinking of this, the crown prince's face unknowingly turned cold. As the eldest brother, the crown prince naturally couldn't really compete in archery with the ninth prince. He kindly patted the ninth prince and advised him to practice archery diligently and not be arrogant. Finally, he told the ninth prince to respect his brothers. After all, the seventh prince was his elder brother. The ninth prince angrily shook off the crown prince's hand and turned back to his own target. Qin Su, seeing the ninth prince's disrespect, frowned in dissatisfaction and was about to reprimand him when the crown prince shook his head, signaling him to desist. After that, the crown prince patiently and meticulously instructed his younger brothers in archery. The third prince and others thanked the crown prince. Compared to the crown prince, they were more apprehensive of Prince Dai. Towards the crown prince, they maintained a surface level of respect. The eighth prince had always been personally taught horseback archery by the crown prince, and he had learned quite well. Among the princes, his archery skills were considered excellent. Eighth brother, you've just recovered. It's not advisable to practice too much. Let's stop here for today. Among all the younger brothers, the crown prince was most concerned and fond of the eighth prince. During the eighth prince's illness, the crown prince often visited him and sent people to deliver things to him. "Yes, big brother." The eighth prince obediently handed his bow and arrow to Yu Hai standing beside him. The crown prince walked over to Zhao Yao and first asked Zhao Yao to shoot 2 arrows for him to see. Zhao Yao shot those 2 arrows quite well. One hit the bullseye, and the other hit the 8th ring. 10th brother's archery is not bad, praised the crown prince. Standing nearby, the 8th prince said, 10th brother's archery has always been good. Zhao Yao lifted his chin proudly and said to the crown prince, "Big brother, I'm really good at archery." Seeing Zhao Yao's smug expression, the crown prince chuckled lightly and gently tapped the right corner of Zhao Yao's mouth. "Our 10th brother is really amazing." Xiao Yao laughed with great satisfaction. 10th brother, being good at archery isn't enough. The crown prince squatted down, making eye contact with Zhao Yao. "You also need to be good at studying." At the mention of studying, Zhao Yao's smile instantly froze, and he pouted, saying, "Big brother, don't mention studying, then you're my good brother." The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. "Do you really dislike studying that much?" "I'm not smart at studying," Zhao Yao said with a wrinkled face. "I prefer riding horses and archery to studying." Being not smart at studying is okay, but you can't dislike it. The crown prince gently touched Zhao Yao's small head. "If there's something you don't understand in your studies, you can come to big brother." Zhao Yao cried out in his heart, "Please, not another one teaching me to study. Spare me." "No, big brother, you're so busy usually, I won't disturb you." Zhao didn't want to get too close to the crown prince because it was too dangerous. "Fourth brother usually teaches me, and so does 8th brother." "Then you should learn well from 4th brother and 8th brother." Zhao Yao said obediently, "I will." The crown prince did not stay long at the martial arts arena. After instructing his brothers in archery, he left. As soon as the crown prince left, the 9th prince mocked. "He really knows how to put on an act. Who even cares about his archery guidance?" The 7th prince sneered. "Just now, who was it that foolishly wanted to compete in archery with Big Brother, and after seeing how skilled Big Brother is, played dead? You?" The 9th prince's face turned red with anger as he stubbornly defended himself. "I'm still a child. If the crown prince had the ability, he would compete with my brother. My brother would definitely win. Competing with me is no big deal." 9th brother, you were the one who proposed competing in archery with the crown prince, wasn't it? Not the other way around? The 6th prince finally found an opportunity to retort to the 9th prince. The crown prince won, and you didn't dare to say a word. Fortunately, the crown prince didn't mind. 9th brother, if you can't take losing, don't compete, continued the 7th prince sarcastically. Losing and then not admitting it, truly spineless. Zhao Jing. The ninth prince glared maliciously at the seventh prince, who was undaunted and continued mocking him. Spineless, coward. With a bang, the seventh prince was knocked to the ground by the ninth prince. The ninth prince sat on top of the seventh prince and swung his fist at the seventh prince's face. The seventh prince was momentarily stunned, but then fought back. The two of them ended up wrestling with each other. Zhao Yao and the others were shocked by this scene and momentarily forgot to step in and stop the fight. The fourth prince was the first to recover and stepped forward to pull the ninth prince away. The ninth prince, being stout and strong, forcefully broke free from the fourth prince and continued to hit the seventh prince in a head-to-head fight. The seventh prince was certainly no match for the ninth prince. He tugged at the ninth prince's hair. Zhao Yao watched, mouth agape, as the seventh prince and the ninth prince pulled at each other's hair, thinking what kind of development this was. However, speaking of which, ninth brother and seventh brother finally fought. Unfortunately, seventh brother was no match for ninth brother. Seventh brother was really too weak, unable even to fight. Just pulling at ninth brother's hair was useless. Hit the face. It'd be best to beat ninth brother until he's black and blue. That way, for a period at least, he wouldn't show up, making the world a much quieter place. The ninth prince gave a miserable cry as the seventh prince had scratched his face. Zhao Jing, I'll kill you. Qin Su returned to the martial arts arena just in time to hear the ninth prince's words, then saw the ninth prince charging at the seventh prince, as if he wanted to swallow him alive. He hurriedly stepped forward to pull the ninth prince away. The ninth prince was still cursing at the seventh prince, kicking his legs towards him. Qin Su sternly reprimanded the ninth prince, but the ninth prince insulted him, questioning his authority to control him. The ninth prince, having been driven mad by the seventh prince, momentarily forgot Qin Su's position. Without a word, Qin Su grabbed the ninth prince and headed for Qingyuan Hall. That, of course, the seventh prince and Zhao Yao were to follow. While being carried away by Qin Su, the ninth prince was still cursing, panicking when he realized they were heading to Qingyuan Hall. Qin Su, let me down. He struggled mightily, but it was futile as he was like a mouse caught by a cat. Following behind, the seventh prince's face was marred with bruises from the ninth prince's punches. However, his complexion was a bit pale at the moment. Zhao Yao and the eighth prince walked at the back. Eighth brother, will we get dragged into this and get scolded? They had just been watching the scene, forgetting to flee. What a miscalculation. The eighth prince consoled Zhao Yao. We didn't fight, father shouldn't scold us. That might not be certain. Father always likes to scold us together, Xiao Yao said with a heavy heart. I have a feeling we'll be scolded. Then let it be scolding. As long as we're not beaten, it's fine. Eighth brother, between being scolded and beaten, I'm afraid father will punish me with copying books. Zhao Yao hoped in his heart that when they arrived at Qingyuan Hall, they wouldn't be implicated by the ninth prince and the seventh prince. Qin Su arrived with the ninth prince just at the right moment. The emperor had just finished his official duties and was stepping out of Qingyuan Hall, preparing to take a stroll through the imperial garden. Upon seeing Qin Su carrying the ninth prince over, the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the emperor, the ninth prince immediately tucked his tail, lowered his small head, looking thoroughly frightened. Qin Su set down the ninth prince and saluted the emperor. The emperor, seeing the wounds on the faces of the ninth and seventh princes, immediately understood what had happened. Qin Su reported what he saw to the emperor. The ninth prince, unwilling to back down, retorted, "It was Zhao Jing who called me spineless and a coward, so I hit him." Before he could finish, the emperor kicked him to the ground. Out of course, the emperor controlled his strength and didn't use much force. Father, though it wasn't overly forceful, it still hurt a bit. The ninth prince was frightened, his previously arrogant face now filled with terror. Father, it was ninth brother who spoke ill of big brother, so I scolded him. The seventh prince's words were also cut short by a kick, sending him to the ground. Fourth brother, what happened? The emperor directly asked the fourth prince. The fourth prince recounted the events from start to finish to the emperor. Father, it's my fault for not restraining seventh and ninth brothers. The third prince and others, showing their cleverness, followed in asking for punishment after hearing the fourth prince's admission. Zhao Yao and the eighth prince also pleaded for forgiveness, but meanwhile tried to lower their presence. Lao Qin, it seems you've been too lenient with these rascal pups, allowing them enough energy to brawl. I am guilty, your majesty, please forgive me. Lao Qin, you're not at fault. The ones at fault are those two. The emperor looked at the kneeling seventh and ninth princes. Since they have so much energy, Lao Qin, give them thorough training. Your majesty, treat them like new recruits, drill them until they don't have the strength for fighting. The seventh and ninth princes, upon hearing this, turned ghostly pale. Father. The emperor waved his hand, signaling Qin Su to take the 7th and 9th princes away. Seeing the 7th and 9th princes leave dejectedly with Qin Su, Zhao Yao quietly sighed in relief, grateful for having avoided misfortune. Just when he thought they could leave, the emperor called out to them. You few. Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Recently, several provinces have seen rebels emerging, so the emperor has been busy with state affairs and seldom visits the harem or pays attention to his sons. Since he encountered them today, he thought he'd take the chance to check on them. The emperor took his sons to the imperial garden. He started his concern from the 3rd prince. Although he said concern, it was more like a scholar's examination. Zhao Yao, sitting at the end, lowered his small head, his little face full of despair. He knew it would turn out this way. He regretted watching the drama and shouldn't have watched the 7th and 9th brothers fight. Seriously, couldn't they fight in a place where only the 2 of them were present, instead of dragging them all in? The 8th prince noticed Zhao Yao's despondency, gently tapped his arm, and whispered, 10th brother, are you okay? Zhao Yao lifted his head, his face full of bitterness, and said to the 8th prince, no, I'm really not okay. The 8th prince knew what Zhao Yao was anxious and uneasy about, so he comfortingly smiled at him. It'll be okay. Zhao Yao could only respond with a dry smile to the 8th prince. The 3rd prince did well with his schoolwork, passing the emperor's test. The 4th prince, even more so. The 5th prince's work was also fine, while the 6th prince's was a bit weaker, but still passed the test. When it was the 8th prince's turn, the emperor's demeanor immediately changed, his expression colder than before. The emperor disliked this son of his. Back then, after getting drunk, the mother of the 8th prince took the chance to climb onto the dragon bed. The mother thought that by bearing the emperor's child, she could rise to greatness. But unfortunately, the emperor despised this kind of woman the most. Even though the mother of the 8th prince gave birth to him, the emperor never elevated her status to a concubine. The so-called love me, love my dog, conversely also meant hate me, hate my dog, as the emperor's dislike for the 8th prince's mother extended to the son as well. The 8th prince had long been accustomed to the emperor's cold demeanor. He feigned a frightened look and awkwardly answered the emperor's questions. Seeing the 8th prince so timid, the emperor disliked him even more. After asking a few questions, he dismissed the 8th prince with a wave of his hand. When the 8th prince returned to his seat, he was a bit pale, and Zhao Yao gave him a slight smile. The 8th prince returned a weak smile. Little 10th, come here. Zhao Yao's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up, walking with heavy steps to the emperor. The emperor saw his young son looking as though he were marching to war and couldn't help but chuckle. What? Are you so afraid of seeing me? No. At this moment, he really didn't want to see his father. Come here. The emperor beckoned Zhao Yao closer. With resignation, Zhao Yao approached the emperor, and just as he expected, his face was pinched. The emperor, as if finding an amusing toy, pinched and twisted his little son's chubby cheeks. Zhao Yao's little carved jade-like face was all distorted by the emperor's kneading. The emperor cupped his son's chin, teasingly commanding, smile for me. Zhao Yao, little 10th, smile for me. Zhao Yao was speechless for a while, then asked, will you give me money? If he was to sell a smile, he should at least get paid. The emperor didn't expect Zhao Yao to say such a thing, and was momentarily stunned. Collecting himself, he asked with a smile, how much do you want? Zhao Yao raised one finger. A penny. A string of coins. As a prince, his smile should be worth at least a string of coins, otherwise it wouldn't match his status. Smile nicely, and I'll give you a string of coins. The emperor poked Zhao Yao's cheek. Come, smile for me. Hearing he would really get 10 strings of coins, Zhao Yao immediately smiled, showing a cute dimple on his left cheek. Seeing the dimple on his little son's left cheek, the emperor paused slightly, then reached out to poke at it. Father, please stop poking. Zhao Yao was dissatisfied with the emperor poking his dimple. If you keep poking, it'll get bigger. Zhao Yao's words caught the emperor off guard, and a look of nostalgia swept across his face. When he was a child, he loved to poke his elder brother's dimple on his left cheek, and his elder brother once told him it'd get bigger if he kept poking. If you're gonna poke the right side. Maybe you'll poke out a dimple. Zhao Yao was always unhappy about having just one dimple. In his view, he should have two. Symmetry was important. When he had nothing else to do, he would poke the right side of his mouth, hoping to make a dimple appear. The emperor poked Zhao Yao's right cheek. Little 10th, I heard from the tutor that you're not doing well with your studies. Zhao Yao's heart tightened, and he braced himself to say, your son is foolish. The emperor continued poking Zhao Yao's right cheek, disdainfully adding, how could I have such a foolish son? Your son is dumb. I'm exceedingly wise. All my sons are born intelligent. But not you. the emperor noted with some frustration. You really don't resemble me at all. Zhao Yao criticized in his heart, which is really an injustice to you. Father, why don't you put me back? Let mother bear me again. Maybe then I'd turn out smart. Zhao Yao's remark took the emperor by surprise as well, causing him to laugh heartily. He reached out to flick his son's forehead, teasingly. Even if you were reborn, you wouldn't become smart with such stupidity. Your son wishes to be bright, but every time he reads, he just wants to sleep. Zhao Yao almost pleaded with sadness. And you're complaining about it. The emperor pinched his son's face, then released him to stand properly. If you can't answer well, I'll punish you. Father, you don't need to test me. You can just punish me directly, Zhao Yao admitted candidly. Let me test you first. Then go ahead. Following, the emperor asked questions, with Zhao Yao answering each time. He could only get half of them right. The emperor flicked Zhao Yao's forehead with a finger. You really are silly. Zhao Yao pouted. I told you to just punish me directly, but you had to test me. Ow. His complaint was interrupted as his face was pinched again. You think that's reasonable? Your son doesn't dare. The Analects is so simple, yet you can't recite it. The emperor remarked, pulling Zhao Yao's plump cheek, smiling, so you'll write the Analects 100 times. What? Zhao Yao exclaimed. Write it 100 times, and you should be able to memorize it. If you can't remember it after 100 times, then write it 200 times, the emperor said with a soft pat on his son's cheek, the words dripping with cruel resolve. Father, you might as well kill me, he groaned, astounded at being asked to copy the Analects 100 times. Wasn't that asking for his life? Ouch! His forehead was sharply flicked again. Behave and write it 100 times, I'll be checking. Father, I'm just beginning to read. There are many characters I can't even write. If you have me write it 100 times, I'll be finishing it who knows when, Zhao Yao argued with slight exasperation. Not bad. You can even use who knows when, the emperor commented. I'll give you a month that if you have someone else write it for you, I'll make you write it 500 times. Zhao Yao, who was just planning to ask the 8th prince to help him write it, froze. Despair overwhelmed him as he whimpered. It's too cruel. Isn't your conscience hurting after dealing with me this way, father? Nope, the emperor responded, tapping his son's head. Go on. Father, can we make a deal? Zhao Yao tried to flatter the emperor with a smile. I won't ask for the one string of coins from before. Could you just lessen the punishment? Let me write it 50 times, okay? I never said I'd give you a string of coins, the emperor retorted disdainfully. The smile you made earlier was ugly beyond belief. I wasn't satisfied. Zhao Yao was taken aback by the emperor's shamelessness. Father, how can you go back on your word? One more word, and it'll be 200 copies. Zhao Yao, hearing this, quickly shut his mouth, though his little face was full of indignation. Off you go. Zhao Yao returned to his seat in anger. Inside, he cursed. He knew the shameless bastard of father wouldn't let him off easily, making him copy the Analect 100 times. It's as if they wanted his hands to fall off. Really too much. The emperor had been out for a while, and it was time to return to reviewing memorials. That's all the concern he could afford for his sons, given the plethora of state affairs. The 3rd prince and the others wanted to talk to the emperor a bit longer, but they didn't dare to keep him, so they had to bid him farewell reluctantly. After the emperor left, Zhao Yao couldn't help but cry out, What, 100 copies of the Analects? The 8th prince raised his hand and gently patted Zhao Yao's shoulder. Don't cry, 10th brother. The 4th prince also comforted Zhao Yao. 10th brother, father is doing this for your own good. This is for my own good. Zhao Yao was stunned. Can I not have his kind of good? The 4th prince lowered his face and softly admonished. 10th brother, careful what you say. The 3rd prince and the others gloatingly said. 10th brother, you better copy it well. Zhao Yao, it's all the fault of 7th and 9th brother. If they hadn't fought, he wouldn't have been punished to copy books. 10th brother, do you want to copy the books in my place? The 8th prince asked. 8th brother, I'm not going to copy books now. I'm going to the martial arts arena. I want to see 7th and 9th brother being punished. Only by witnessing 7th and 9th brother being punished could he reduce his anger and resentment. 8th brother, are you going? Then I'll accompany you. The 8th prince also wanted to see how Qin Su would train the 7th and 9th princes. Zhao Yao and the 8th prince returned to the martial arts arena and saw the 7th and 9th princes swinging their spears. Beside them, a soldier was counting 563. Your Highnesses, your speed has slowed down. Please speed up. The 7th and 9th princes were exhausted, sweating heavily, their faces pale, gasping for breath, a look of more inhaling than exhaling. Your Highnesses, your spear-swinging posture is incorrect. Please redo it. The 7th and 9th princes wanted to reprimand the soldier, but they were too tired to say a word. Zhao Yao felt much better seeing the 7th and 9th princes being tormented. Humph, serves you right for fighting. The 8th prince laughed. Can we go back now? We can. As soon as he thought about copying the Analects 100 times, Zhao Yao's mood plummeted again. Let's go. The 8th prince took Zhao Yao's desperate-looking face and went back to his Xingda palace. I'll help you copy. Really? Zhao Yao's eyes sparkled as he asked. I'll mimic your handwriting to help you copy, so father won't notice. The 8th prince said, although father said he would check personally, he's so busy it's impossible for him to check page by page. But if father finds out, 8th brother, you'll be punished. Father already didn't like 8th brother, and if he learned 8th brother was helping him copy, father would have an excuse to punish 8th brother. No worries, father won't find out. The 8th prince was confident in his imitation skills. You copy a passage now, and I'll mimic your handwriting. Zhao Yao hesitated for a moment. Then, 8th brother, I won't stand on ceremony. What's with the courtesy between us? With the 8 princes' help, Zhao Yao felt much more relaxed and first copied down the study chapter honestly. The 8th prince mimicked the sample he had written and produced handwriting that looked exactly like Zhao Yao's, leaving Zhao Yao dumbfounded. 8th brother, you're amazing. Who knew 8th brother had such a skill? It's not that I'm amazing, it's that your current handwriting is easy to imitate. The 8th prince looked at the crooked handwriting Zhao Yao had just done, unable to look directly. 10th brother, your handwriting needs practice. 8th brother, I know my handwriting is ugly. You could just say it. Zhao Yao shrugged and said, I only recently learned to write, and being able to write completely is not easy, so don't expect it to look good. You still have to practice your handwriting regularly, the 8th prince said. Keep copying. Zhao Yao copied at the 8th prince's place until the hour of Shun before returning to Kundi Hall. As soon as he got home, he complained to Liang Jiaoyi and the others. Father only bullies me. As the least favored son, being bullied by his father frequently was too tough for him. With the comfort of Liang Jiaoyi and Yumerin, Zhao Yao's wounded heart felt a bit better, and with the sweet treats fed by the 5th princess, he became lively again. With some time before dinner, Zhao Yao took Tong, she to the secret base to iron the secret base. The cats and dogs were diligently practicing. When they saw Zhao Yao, they wagged their tails happily and surrounded him. Lai Lu and Lai Wang couldn't wait to report their training results to Zhao Yao. After hearing them, Zhao Yao praised them fiercely and rewarded them with meat and bones for the night. Zhao Yao sat in the middle of the cats and dogs, petting them while talking to them. Yao Yao, why don't you train us? Lai Qian came with its group of brothers, questioning Zhao Yao. Aren't we sparrows, your good brothers? Of course, you're all my good friends. Then why don't you train us? Lai Qian flew to Zhao Yao's shoulder, pecking discontentedly at Zhao Yao's cheek. You can fly and deliver messages. There's no need for further training. Zhao Yao said, suddenly thinking of his grandfather being reassigned to Yangzhou's Guangling County, and asked Lai Qian, do you have brothers in Yangzhou? Yangzhou. Lai Qian shook its fluffy little head and said, no, all my brothers are from the capital. Then do you know any birds from Yangzhou? Yao Yao. Yangzhou is in the south, far from the capital. Why are you asking about bird from Yangzhou? My grandfather was reassigned to Yangzhou's Guangling County. There's still unrest in Yangzhou, and I'm worried about my grandfather. I want to know about the situation there, so I'm asking if you have a friend from Yangzhou. There's unrest with the rebels in Yangzhou that hasn't been quelled yet, and his grandfather being transferred there now was truly worrying. I don't have a friend from Yangzhou, but I can ask around for you. Lai Qian, can you fly to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao asked. Of course, we sparrows can go anywhere, Lai Qian said, puffing up its little chest proudly. Hearing this, Zhao Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Lai Qian, can you fly to Yangzhou then? Certainly. At this, Lai Qian suddenly stopped and asked in surprise. Yao Yao, you want me to go to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to ask you to go to Yangzhou to check on my grandfather and also to gather information about the situation there. Lai Qian was at a loss. Yao Yao, I've never been to Yangzhou. That's true. Zhao Yao wore a troubled expression. What should I do then? Yao Yao, I'll ask around first to see if any bird has ever been to Yangzhou. Lai Qian said, if not, I'll personally lead a group of brothers to fly to Yangzhou. Zhao Yao happily said, thank you, Lai Qian. He then kissed Lai Qian on its little head forcefully. Lai Qian, you're the best. Lai Qian affectionately rubbed against Zhao Yao's cheek. Zhao Yao stayed at the secret base for a while before returning to Kundi Hall. Before leaving, he instructed Lai Lu and the others to stop training and rest well for the night. Back at Kundi Hall, Zhao Yao had dinner with Liang Jiaoyi and the others. After dinner, Zhao Yao went to the study to continue copying the Analects while Liang Jiaoyi sat beside him reading a book. After copying the Analects for a while, Zhao Yao put down his brush, picked up a quill beside him, and began drawing on a blank sheet of Xian paper. Seeing her son drawing something unfamiliar, Liang Zhaoyi curiously asked, "Yao, what are you drawing?" "Mother, this is a strawberry, a very tasty fruit." Zhao Yao pointed to the strawberry he just drew and explained it to Liang Zhaoyi in detail. After listening, Liang Zhaoyi realized that the strawberry was something from Xiao Yao's dream. "Strawberries seem to be foreign fruits. I'll draw it and send it to my uncle, so he can inquire with the foreigners in Qingzhou and maybe find it." "That's a good idea," Liang Zhaoyi said, seeing Xiao Yao draw another unfamiliar object that looked a bit like an egg. "What is this?" "Potato. This is an amazing thing that IT can serve as a meal or a dish." Zhao Yao explained the potato to Liang Zhaoyi in great detail. Shocked by the explanation, Liang Zhaoyi quickly asked, "Can potatoes really satisfy hunger?" "Yes, in the dream. Zhao Yao really liked eating them." "Can they really yield a lot?" Liang Zhaoyi asked, astounded. "Can they grow in sandy soil?" "Yes, but it's also a foreign object, so I'm not sure if we can find it," Zhao Yao said. "I'll draw it down first for my uncle to give to the foreigners to search for." Liang Zhaoyi, her heart in turmoil, said with a solemn face, "This potato must be found. If it's really as Yao described, finding this potato could feed the people." "What else?" "There's also corn, sweet potatoes, pumpkins." Zhao Yao drew all the foreign items from his dream, preparing to send them to his uncle in Qingzhou to let the foreigners there look for them. "These foreign things are probably not easy to find and may take a long time to locate. That'd be why asking his uncle to search now. Maybe by the time he grows up, they will have been found, and he can take them to his own fief." This morning at court assembly, although the ministers did not quarrel like yesterday, they still argued over whether to promote Prince Dai. However, today was somewhat different from yesterday. Yesterday at the morning court assembly, the ministers supporting Prince Dai's promotion were only those from his faction. But today, many more ministers supported his promotion. To be precise, except for those from the Crown Prince's faction who opposed it. Everyone else approved Prince Dai's promotion. The promotion of Prince Dai was not beneficial for the Crown Prince, but for other princes, it was a good thing. The promotion of a prince not only elevates his status, but also increases his entourage's specifications, such as more fiefs and guards. Today at the court, almost everyone was in favor of promoting Prince Dai. The emperor was not surprised by such development. The emperor allowed the ministers to argue, yet remained silent on agreeing or disagreeing with Prince Dai's promotion. Today, as the ministers did not quarrel as they did yesterday, the emperor found it rather boring and left abruptly. Seeing this, Sun Kuei quickly called, "Court adjourned." After the ministers respectfully saw the emperor off, they surrounded Prime Minister He. "Prime Minister He, what do you think the emperor means?" "Prime Minister He, regarding the matter of Prince Dai's promotion, please state your position." "Prime Minister He, do you support Prince Dai's promotion or not?" "Prime Minister He, now that all ministers at court support Prince Dai's promotion, what is your opinion?" "Prime Minister He." Prime Minister He, unable to leave, had no choice but to say, "Gentlemen, the matter of promoting Prince Dai is not something I can influence." "Prime Minister He, as the Prime Minister, your opinion is very important. The Emperor has always valued you and listens to your advice. If you support Prince Dai's promotion, the Emperor will surely agree." Prime Minister He waved his hand and smiled. Whether or not Prince Dai is promoted, the Emperor has it clear in his mind. "In your opinion, does the Emperor agree or not agree?" Prime Minister He confidently smiled and said, "I dare not speculate on the Emperor's will." After speaking, he turned and walked away. Prime Minister He, despite being in his 50s or 60s, Prime Minister He was in good health and walked quickly. Soon his figure was out of sight. Prime Minister He hurried onto the carriage parked at the palace gate and urged the driver to leave quickly. Upon returning home, he ordered the gate shut and repeatedly instructed that no one be admitted. Over the past 2 days, due to the matter of Prince Dai's promotion, many visited him, greatly troubling him. When the ministers could not get any information from Prime Minister He, they turned their attention to another person, Grandmaster Liu. Confronted by inquiries from the ministers, Grandmaster Liu, with a cold face, impatiently stated he did not know and asked not to be bothered. As both Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were tight-lipped, providing no information, the ministers turned their attention to the Emperor's trusted confidants. The confidants were not the eunuchs by the Emperor's side, but were military officers who accompanied the Emperor in battles, Song Dikang and Shun Hu. Song Dikang and Shun were not only the Emperor's favorite generals, but also had a familial connection to him. However, these two men were solely loyal to the Emperor and did not support any prince. Inquiring about Prince Dai's promotion from them was indeed a misguided notion. Many ministers, knowing they would not get useful information from Song Dikang and Shun Hu, still wanted to try. The two were also much troubled, ensuring their households kept the doors shut and admitted no one in Marquis Schwanping's mansion. Important ministers supporting Prince Dai gathered to continue discussing how to get the emperor to agree to Prince Dai's promotion. Marquis, at today's morning court, except for the Crown Prince's faction opposing Prince Dai's promotion, everyone else supported it, yet the emperor still hasn't taken a stance that is the emperor in agreement or not. The emperor has always favored Prince Dai and used him heavily. This time, Prince Dai has made significant contributions by pacifying Liang Zhou. So logically speaking, our suggestion to promote him should align with the emperor's intentions. Why then? Is the emperor delaying his approval? I believe the emperor does want to agree to Prince Dai's promotion, but he's taking the crown prince into consideration, therefore hesitating to agree immediately. I think too that the emperor is putting on a bit of a show. In a few days, he will definitely agree to promote Prince Dai. Perhaps when Prince Dai triumphantly returns to the capital, the emperor will bestow the promotion. Marquis, we must keep a watchful eye on Duke Zhen. Marquis Xianping slightly furrowed his brows and said, the matter of Prince Dai's promotion cannot be delayed until he returns to the capital. It must be settled before he comes back. Marquis, are you suggesting? Meanwhile, at Duke Zhen's mansion, important ministers supporting the crown prince also gathered to discuss opposing Prince Dai's promotion. Duke, now that all the ministers at court support Prince Dai's promotion, what could be done? Once the emperor agrees to the promotion, Prince Dai will surely surpass the crown prince. Prince Dai has always been illustrious in battle. If promoted, his arrogance will only grow, further disregarding the crown prince. Duke, this matter must be resolved before Prince Dai returns to the capital. Otherwise, once he's back, there will be no room for negotiation. The emperor's unclear attitude is not beneficial for us. The emperor is usually decisive and ruthless, yet in this matter of Prince Dai's promotion, he remains silent. I suspect the emperor also intends to promote Prince Dai. Could the emperor be waiting for Prince Dai's return to bestow the promotion that day? It's not impossible. Duke, we must ensure the emperor gives up the notion of promoting Prince Dai before he returns to the capital. Compared to the anxious and worried ministers, Duke Zhen appeared very calm and composed. I will never allow Prince Dai's promotion. Duke, do you have a solution? In the East Palace, the Grand Tutor was giving a lecture to the Crown Prince, who clearly seemed a bit distracted. The Grand Tutor, aware of what had transpired during the morning court, understood why the Crown Prince was distracted. Your Highness. The Crown Prince did not hear the Grand Tutor call him. Only after being called several times did the Crown Prince return to his senses. The Crown Prince, with an apologetic face, hurriedly stood and apologized to the Grand Tutor. Sir, I apologize for my distraction. The Grand Tutor gestured for the Crown Prince to sit down and kindly said, Your Highness, especially at this time, you mustn't lose your composure. What do you mean, sir? Your Highness, always remember your identity. The Grand Tutor spoke to the Crown Prince with a profound look. You are the Crown Prince of Great Zhou. No matter what happens, your identity will not change. The Crown Prince did not quite grasp the Grand Tutor's words, appearing puzzled. Sir, I naturally remember my identity. Since that's the case, Your Highness needn't worry. The Grand Tutor reiterated, especially now, Your Highness must remain steady. The Crown Prince nodded understandingly, yet unsurely. I'll follow your guidance, sir. The Grand Tutor smiled kindly. Then let us continue. Yes, sir. The Crown Prince dared not get distracted again and attentively listened to the Grand Tutor's explanation. In the imperial study of Qingguang Hall, the emperor threw down the memorials he was holding. The sound startled Sun Kuei, who was waiting on the side. Your Majesty, what's the matter? Sun Kuei hurriedly picked up the memorial dropped on the ground by the emperor. The emperor, with a stern face, cursed, a bunch of useless people. When Sun Kuei picked up the memorial, he inadvertently saw its contents, revealing it concerned the rebels in Yangzhou. Your Majesty, please calm down. Angering yourself is not worth it. He quickly signaled to a eunuch standing nearby, who promptly brought over a cup of hot tea. Sun Kuei took the tea from the eunuch and respectfully offered it to the emperor. Your Majesty, have a sip of tea to cool off. The emperor took the tea and drank it in large gulps without concern for manners. After finishing, his anger lessened somewhat, although his expression remained grim. Your Majesty, if you're dissatisfied with the affairs in Yangzhou, appointing someone else to handle it could be a solution, rather than vexing yourself. Summon Lu Tungwen, Song Dikang, and Shun Hu. The affairs in Yangzhou cannot be delayed any longer. Further delay could lead to change. Yesterday, the 7th and 9th princes were punished. They were forced to crawl on the ground, exhausted, before Qin Su let them go. Today, they originally didn't want to come to Wendy Hall to study, but feared displeasing the emperor. so they dared not skip and trudged over. Utterly exhausted that yesterday's punishment was so severe that the two of them didn't even have the strength to speak, much less bicker. 4 days, the ninth prince hadn't stopped bragging about Prince Dai's great victory in Liangzhou. Today, he was too tired to say a word, bringing an overdue silence that Zhao Yao and the others appreciated. After the noon study session, the eunuchs next to the seventh and ninth princes carried them out of Windy Hall. They were so weary they couldn't even muster the strength to walk or write, let alone speak. Zhao Yao didn't rush off after finishing his studies today. Instead, waited for the seventh and ninth princes to leave before departing. Seeing how terribly they were punished, Zhao Yao felt much less resentful about his 100 times copying of the Analects. The eighth prince noticed Xiao Yao's glee and couldn't resist teasing him. So happy. Zhao Yao placed his hands on his hips, grinning widely as he said, "Of course I'm happy. I feel much more balanced now." "You, eighth brother, don't you think today's especially peaceful?" Zhao Yao exaggeratedly expressed. "Doesn't the air feel particularly fresh today?" The eighth prince lightly tapped Zhao Yao's head. "Your stomach isn't hungry. Aren't you eager to go back for lunch?" "Eighth brother, come have lunch with me." "No, I need to go see the crown prince brother." The eighth prince patted Zhao Yao's shoulder, smiling. "You go ahead and have lunch." "All right then, I'll go have lunch first." Zhao Yao waved to the eighth prince and then left Winnie Hall with Tong Shi. The fourth prince walked beside the eighth prince, suddenly stopping, looking down on him. The fourth prince was much taller than the eighth prince, towering over his shoulders. The eighth prince didn't like this overbearing gaze the fourth prince had. He frowned slightly with discontent, but didn't show it on his face. "Fourth brother, do you have something to say?" The fourth prince looked deeply at the eighth prince, his tone indifferent and filled with warning. "Tenth brother is innocent. You shouldn't get too close to him." The eighth prince squinted slightly upon hearing this, pretending not to understand. "Fourth brother, what do you mean?" The fourth prince replied, "You'll bring danger to him." With that, he turned and left Windy Hall. The eighth prince stood there, watching the departing fourth prince with cold eyes. Yu Hai approached the eighth prince, gazing at the fourth princes retreating back together. "Your Highness, what does fourth highness mean?" The eighth prince spoke solemnly. "He's warning me. You've never interfered with the fourth prince. Why is he warning you?" Yu Hai asked, puzzled. "Moreover, your good relationship with tenth highness, how could it bring danger to him?" The eighth prince replied as he walked. "Because I'm close to the crown prince." "Is there something wrong with being close to the crown prince, your highness?" Suddenly realizing something, Yu Hai remarked, "Does the fourth prince want to compete for that position too?" The eighth prince sneered. "Besides the tenth brother, who doesn't want that position? But on what grounds does the fourth prince have to warn you?" Yu Hai said indignantly, "Does he think you're easy to bully?" "He doesn't want me to implicate the tenth brother," the eighth prince replied coldly. "Even though I dislike Zhao Shi's pretense, he's truly concerned about the tenth brother. So, will you really heed the fourth highness's words and keep a distance from the tenth highness in the future?" The eighth prince sneered. "Why should I listen to Zhao Shi?" "Exactly," was the fourth highness to decide. To the Eastern Palace. On the way to the Eastern Palace, Yu Hai gave the eighth prince a detailed report on the events of the early morning court assembly. After listening, the eighth prince smiled ambiguously. "So it is. Your Highness, the crown prince is not in a good mood. Are you sure you want to visit the Eastern Palace?" "It's precisely times like these that I must visit," the eighth prince declared. "Besides, the crown prince won't take it out on me." As soon as the eighth prince reached the entrance of the Eastern Palace, a teacup flew towards him, nearly hitting his head. Luckily, he dodged in time, and it shattered at his feet. He looked over and saw the crown prince looking furious. Realizing at once, he stepped forward and respectfully greeted. "Greetings, your highness, the crown prince." Seeing that it was the eighth prince, the crown prince quickly hid his anger. "Eighth brother, you're here." "Brother, is this about the second brother?" hesitated the eighth prince. This morning at court, the ministers all support bestowing additional pearls on Prince Dai. Could the Marquis Xianping have also bribed the Wang and Yuan families? The crown prince said coldly. The Marquis Xianping isn't that capable. So the Wang and Yuan families want a share of the profits. Hence the agreement to add pearls to the second brother. The crown prince nodded slightly. The third brother will come of age next year and be in theft as a prince. The Wang family supports adding pearls to Prince Dai, hoping that the third brother will also receive pearls when he is in theft next year. Brother, having the third and fifth brothers in theft with additional pearls isn't necessarily a bad thing. The eighth prince analyzed for the crown prince. The Wang, Yuan, and Sun families, while slightly inferior to the 100-year-old CF family, are more established than the Marquis Xuanping's mansion. Additional pearl for the third brother pose a threat to the second brother. The Wang, Yuan, and Sun families indeed have more power than Marquis Schwamping's mansion, but even if the third brother receives additional pearls in the future, they still wouldn't match Prince Dai. The Crown Prince noted, even combined, the third brother and the others don't match Prince Dai. That's true. The proposal to add pearls cannot be allowed to pass. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. The Crown Prince sighed heavily. Father, brother, I have an idea, I just don't know if it's feasible. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up at this, asking eagerly, what idea? The eighth prince moved closer, whispering into the Crown Prince's ear. After listening, the Crown Prince's expression was somewhat complex. Brother, do you think it will work? The eighth prince asked cautiously. It should be useful. The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. If I'm truly out of options, I'll use your method. Brother, I've always felt father cares for you. It's just you're the eldest son and the Crown Prince. So father holds you to higher standards. The eighth prince consoled the Crown Prince. Moreover, father and your mother, the Empress, have a deep bond. Out of respect for the late Empress, father wouldn't let the second brother replace you. This comment truly hit home for the Crown Prince. It was music to his ears. It would be great if it were really like that. The Crown Prince's demeanor softened considerably. Are you hungry? Let's go eat. The eighth prince chuckled a little awkwardly and then curiously asked, what's good to eat today? Today we have your favorite dishes, stewed goose web feet and duck tongues. The Crown Prince often had meals with the eighth prince in the Eastern Palace, so he remembered what the eighth prince liked and disliked. That's great. The eighth prince suddenly inquired, brother, is there any extra of that dish? I'd like to take some for the 10th brother. The Crown Prince was a bit surprised. For 10th brother? Yes, 10th brother loves this dish to ate tea the last banquet. He secretly ate a lot. It's considerate of you to remember. The Crown Prince was comforted to see the 8th Prince's concern for their youngest brother. Take some for 10th brother to enjoy. Then I'll thank you on behalf of 10th brother. No need for thanks. The Crown Prince, recalling yesterday's events after he left the martial arts arena, asked with concern, Father punished 10th brother to copy the Analects 100 times. He must be crying impatiently. Brother, you saw right through it. The 8th Prince recounted in vivid detail how Zhao Yao reacted to learning about his punishment, making the Crown Prince laugh heartily. That 10th brother. The Crown Prince shook his head with a helpless smile. He may not be bright in his studies, but he's quite clever in everything else, especially when it comes to food. The brothers talked and laughed as they walked to the dining hall. With this distraction, the Crown Prince was in a much better mood, and his appetite naturally improved. In Cunny Hall, while having lunch, Zhao Yao sneezed unexpectedly, startling Yumarin and the others. Fearing he'd caught a chill that a few months ago, Zhao Yao caught a cold that led to a fever, keeping him bedridden in for over a month, which frightened Liang Jiaoyi and the others greatly, hence their anxiety over his sneeze. Liang Jiaoyi, possessing some knowledge of pulse reading, checked her son's pulse and was relieved to find it normal. Zhao Yao rubbed his itchy nose, saying that someone must be speaking ill of him behind his back. He guessed it must be 9th brother. Among all his royal brothers, only 9th brother enjoyed speaking ill of him. After lunch, Zhao Yao and Tong Shi went to their secret base. Upon arriving, Lai Lu and Lai Wang rushed over to him. Yao Yao, something's wrong. There's trouble at Pei Mansion. Zhao Yao's heart tightened, and he asked with a frown, what's happening at Pei Mansion? Lai Wang said, last night, someone was lurking around Pei Mansion. Zhao Yao asked, how many people? Did they enter Pei Mansion? Quite a few, but they didn't enter Pei Mansion, Lai Wang replied. They were probably scared off by our man. Pei Mansion has long become an abandoned residence, and the Pei family was wiped out ages ago. Why would anyone still be interested in Pei Mansion? Pei Mansion was once the home of Noble Consort Pei, a prominent family during the previous dynasty of Emperor Xiao back then. When Noble Consort Pei was favored in the 6 palaces, the Pei family flourished. Later, after the noble consort was imprisoned in the Cold Palace, the Pei family was executed entirely with no survivors. Their secret base was initially the Cold Palace where noble consort Pei had resided. While exploring the Cold Palace, Zhao Yao and his companions discovered a hidden passage which ended at Pei Mansion. Thanks to this secret passage, Zhao Yao could leave the palace, something otherwise impossible given his status. Could there be a treasure in the Pei Mansion? As far as he knew, after the incident with the Pei family in the previous dynasty, the Pei Mansion became a forbidden zone. Not to mention approaching the Pei Mansion, even a mention of the words Pei Mansion was avoided. There had always been a legend in the capital that the Pei Mansion was haunted. Years ago, the Pei family was wrongfully convicted, their entire clan executed, rivers of blood flowing. After their deaths, the Pei Mansion was filled with a heavy resentment, and it was said that, at midnight, The sounds of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard from the mansion, which was terrifying and frightening. During the previous dynasty, some people attempted to live in the Pei Mansion, but the malevolent aura was so overpowering that anyone who moved in met with successive accidents. Even high monks' rituals were of no use. Since then, no one dared to approach the Pei Mansion again to the beginning of Great Zhou. The former emperor saw the desolation of the Pei Mansion and felt it was a shame, intending to have it restored and then give it as a reward to his subordinates. But during the restoration, someone fell from the roof and died on the spot, which reignited the eerie legends about the Pei Mansion in the capital, causing the former emperor to abandon the idea of repairing the mansion and let it remain in ruins. Lai Wang, have you heard about any treasures in the Pei Mansion? Lai Wang and the others were stray dogs before and lived in the Pei Mansion. The Pei Mansion might be a sinister place for humans, but for stray cats and dogs, it was a good place. I haven't heard of any, Lai Wang said. We didn't find any treasure in the Pei Mansion. No treasure? Then why would anyone approach the Pei Mansion? Zhao Yao mused, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful expression. The Pei Mansion is a haunted and sinister place. No one dares to approach it by day, let alone at night. Xiao Yao, don't worry. We'll look after the Pei Mansion for you, and we won't let anyone sneak in. You all must be careful not to get hurt by those people. Zhao Yao was not worried about those people entering the Pei Mansion, nor about them discovering the passage that led to the Cold Palace. This passageway was very secretive and not easily found by the average person. He discovered it back then thanks to Lai Fu and the others. Having finished speaking, Zhao Yao took Lai Wang and the others for training. Lai Wang and the others were much more adept at training today and could quickly climb over slopes. Zhao Yao trained at the secret base for a while, not waiting for Lai Qian, but instead, Lai Shi and the others arrived. Lai Shi and the others were magpies and often came to the palace to find Zhao Yao. Lai Shi, have any of you magpies been to Yangzhou? Zhao Yao asked. Or do any of you know magpies from Yangzhou? Lai Shi replied, I have a sister who flew up from the south, but I'm not sure if it's Yangzhou. Zhao Yao said with excitement, that could very well be Yangzhou. Is your sister still in the capital? Lai Shi said, she should still be in the capital. Yao Yao, do you have some business with her? Zhao Yao quickly replied, yes, I want to inquire about Yangzhou. Lai Shi, can you bring her to meet me? But Yao Yao, you'll have to wait a few days. Lai Shi said, I need to find her first. All right, I'll wait for you. Zhao Yao felt his luck was quite good, finally getting to meet a bird from Yangzhou. After chatting warmly with Lai Shi for a while, Zhao Yao left the cold palace and returned to Cunny Hall. Liang Zhaoyi was sitting by the window reading, and upon seeing Zhao Yao come back, she gave him a tender smile and then asked with care, how's the training going for Lai Wang and the others? Pretty well, Zhao Yao replied, then noticed the book in Liang Zhaoyi's hand, titled The 4 Seasons of the Year. Liang Zhaoyi noticed her son's gaze fixed on her book with a thoughtful expression and asked, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with the book your mother has? Zhao Yao, drawing back his thoughts from the book in Liang Zhaoyi's hand, asked his mother, Mother, are there any secrets in the Pei family? Liang Zhaoyi was taken aback by her son's question, putting down the book, and inquired with curiosity, why do you ask this? Lai Wang and the others said there were several people wandering near the Pei Mansion last night. The Pei Mansion is the most haunted place in the capital, and no one dares come near it usually. Now that someone is approaching it, isn't it odd? Zhao Yao continued. I asked Lai Wang and the others, and there's no treasure in the Pei Mansion, so it must be a secret. Mother, you've read so many books from Noble Consort Pei. Have you found any secrets? The book Liang Zhaoyi was reading earlier, The 4 Seasons of the Year, was left behind by Noble Consort Pei. When Noble Consort Pei was consigned to the Cold Palace, she took many books with her. After her death, her books were left in the Cold Palace. Zhao Yao was on a quest in the Cold Palace when he first found this stack of books. Liang Zhaoyi had a passion for reading, and Zhao Yao brought all the books from the Cold Palace to her. Noble Consort Pei was a renowned, talented woman in the previous dynasty. Her books were all excellent, many being rare editions. After pondering seriously, Liang Zhaoyi shook her head and said, I haven't found any secrets. That's peculiar. Liang Zhaoyi thought for a moment and said, I'll take a careful look through the books Noble Consort Pei left behind to see if there are any clues. Mother, never mind. Zhao Yao said, whether there's a secret in the Pei Mansion is none of our business. If there's a secret and we find out, it might not be good and could even be dangerous. The Pei family wasn't executed simply because of jealousy over Noble Consort Pei's favor. There should be other reasons. Maybe it involves secrets from the previous dynasty, which isn't a good thing that it's best not to delve deeply. Liang Zhaoyi felt that Zhao Yao's words made a lot of sense and nodded. Let's just leave it be. Mother, it's getting late. I should head to the stables. This afternoon, Practicing horse riding was his favorite class. Change your clothes first, Liang Zhaoyi reminded. Be careful while riding. Don't get thrown. Mother, how could I get thrown? Xiao Yao said boastfully. I'm a horse riding expert. Yes, yes, you're a horse riding expert, Liang Zhaoyi said with a chuckle. Experts should also be mindful. Don't get carried away while riding. I will be careful. Zhao Yao waved to Liang Zhaoyi. Mother, I'm going to change clothes. Go on. Zhao Yao returned to his room and changed into riding attire. Then, he set off to the stables with Tong X in the northern courtyard of the imperial palace. There's an area for horse riding. Usually, the imperial army practices equestrian skills there. Occasionally, the emperor would also come here to ride. On the way to the stables, they ran into the 8th prince. The 8th prince had been waiting for Zhao Yao along the way. Upon seeing him, he handed over the food parcel with pickled goose web and duck letter to him. Today, there was a dish of pickled goose web and duck letter for lunch at the Eastern Palace. I specially asked it from the Crown Prince for you. And it's still warm, so eat it while it's hot. 8th brother, you specifically asked for this for me. Isn't it your favorite dish? Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's my favorite. Thank you, 8th brother. He gratefully said, 8th brother, you're the best. Seeing Zhao Yao's joyful expression, a slight smile appeared in the 8th prince's eyes. Make sure the 4th brother doesn't see you eating it, or he'll nag at you. 8th brother, I understand. Zhao Yao said, eagerly taking out a piece to eat. How is it? Do you like it? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously while saying, it's delicious, so delicious. Eat slowly, don't choke. 8th brother, do you have a delicious meal at the Eastern Palace every day for lunch? The Crown Prince is frugal, and not every meal is sumptuous. Still, every dish at the Eastern Palace is incredibly tasty. As the 8th prince finished speaking, he noticed Xiao Yao looking at him with envious eyes. 8th brother, you get to eat delicious food every day. You're so lucky. He also wanted to go to the Eastern Palace to grab a meal. I don't go to the Eastern Palace just for the food. 8th brother, you're silly. Since there's delicious food at the Eastern Palace, you must eat a lot. Xiao Yao pouted. It'd be a waste not to eat. The 8th prince reached out and tapped Xiao Yao's forehead, saying helplessly yet with affection, you're only thinking about food. Not catering to one's appetite is heaven and earth's folly. Xiao Yao righteously stated. The 8th prince was amused by Xiao Yao's words. What kind of logic is that? It's the truth. After all, food is the primary need of people, Xiao Yao said with a nod. Isn't life just about eating? All right, keep eating then. 8th brother, do you want some? Xiao Yao took out another piece, extending it to the 8th prince. I've already eaten, you enjoy. At hearing this, Xiao Yao wasn't shy and continued to eat heartily. Watching Xiao Yao eat with such gusto, the 8th prince found himself a little tempted. Every time he watched his 10th brother eat, it seemed particularly appetizing. At the same time, he felt incredibly satisfied, as if nothing was as important as eating, and nothing felt as fulfilling as eating. Soon they were nearing the stables. Xiao Yao put away the pickled goose web and duck letter, handing them to Tong, she to keep, planning to eat them after class. When Xiao Yao and the others reached the stables, the 3rd and 4th princes had already arrived at that moment. The 3rd prince and the others were gathered around a splendid horse. The horse was fiery red all over, without a single blemish, and ran like a blaze of fire. Earning it the name Li Huit was the emperor's beloved horse. Previously, it had accompanied the emperor on many battlefields, saving him from danger countless times. Its temperament was very fiery. Apart from the emperor, Li Huit did not allow anyone to ride it or even let anyone get close to or touch it. The 3rd prince and others stood far away, not daring to approach Li Huit, or it would rudely snort at them and might even kick them. Li Huit arrogantly raised its head, looking disdainfully at the 3rd prince, the 5th prince, and the others. Li Huit, can I touch you? The 3rd prince said, carefully extending his hand to try to touch Li Huit. Li Huit turned away and gave the 3rd prince an indifferent look. 3rd brother, Li Huit doesn't want you to touch it, the 5th prince said gleefully. The 3rd prince wasn't upset by this, and he turned to the 5th prince and said, then 5th brother, why don't you give it a try and see if Li Huit lets you touch it? The 5th prince immediately smiled at Li Huit, his tone ingratiating. Li Huit, can I touch you? Li Huit sneezed directly at the 5th prince, giving him a look that seemed to say, don't touch me, get as far away as possible. The 3rd prince laughed immediately. 5th brother, Li Huit won't let you touch it either. The 5th prince shrugged and said, if it doesn't want to be touched, then it doesn't. The 6th prince chimed in from the side. Li Huit only lets father touch it. 3rd brother, 5th brother, you should give up. I remember 2nd brother once wanted to ride Li Huit and even asked father for this favor. Father agreed. But Lai Hua just wouldn't let second brother ride it, said the third prince. Second brother got on Lai Hua, but was thrown off immediately. Second brother wanted to tame Lai Hua, but Lai Hua ignored him. The fifth prince laughed with a hint of ambiguity. The ninth prince had just arrived at the riding grounds and heard the third and fifth princes talking about his brother. Naturally, he wasn't happy and immediately snapped back. At least my brother managed to get on Lai Hua, whereas third brother and fifth brother, you can't even touch its hair. Oh, ninth brother, you seem spirited. Are you not in pain anymore? The third prince taunted unceremoniously. It seems General Qin was easy on you after all. The ninth prince's face immediately darkened, and he glared fiercely at the third prince. Ninth brother, do you still have the strength to ride a horse? The fifth prince pretended to be concerned. Looking at you, I'm afraid you'll fall apart when riding later. Fifth brother, you're wrong. Ninth brother is the mighty and formidable second brother's sibling. How could he not ride? The third prince said with a smile. Ninth brother, isn't that right? The ninth prince snorted coldly. No need for third brother and fifth brother to worry. Meanwhile, the third prince and ninth prince were bickering. Over there, Zhao Yao and the eighth prince were feeding their horses. Zhao Yao's horse was a black stallion, but its four legs were white, making it very beautiful. Zhao Yao named it Heiyu. Heiyu was a mare, gentle in temperament, and very fond of Zhao Yao, her young master. Whenever she saw Zhao Yao, she was very affectionate, frequently nuzzling and licking Zhao Yao's face, much to Lai Hua's jealousy. Lai Hua was friends with Lingnan, and through Lingnan, knew about Zhao Yao, and also knew Zhao Yao could understand their speech. It saw Zhao Yao and Lingnan were friends, but never saw Zhao Yao come to play with it, which made it very angry. Did it think it was unworthy of being his friend? Everyone who saw it wanted to please and get close to it, but Zhao Yao, seeing it, kept his distance. Why was that? Lai Hua made a rather discontented sound to attract Zhao Yao's attention, but Zhao Yao didn't give it a single glance. Heiyu glanced at the disgruntled Lai Hua and whispered to Zhao Yao. Yao Yao, why don't you go see Master Lai Hua? Lai Hua was the most noble horse in the imperial palace stables. Naturally the king. All the horses in the stable respected and submitted to it. Its father's horse, not to be provoked. Of course, Zhao Yao also wanted to get close to Lai Hua. After all, Lai Hua was the best war horse in the Great Zhou. I'm afraid father will spank me. Second brother once desired Lai Hua, hoping father would grant him Lai Hua. Father said as long as second brother could tame Lai Hua, he would give it to him, but second brother failed to tame it. Aside from father, Lai Hua doesn't give face to anyone that if he approached Lai Hua and Lai Hua got close to him and even let him ride, wouldn't he then be more impressive than second brother? This kind of thing must not happen. He didn't want to steal the limelight, so he deliberately kept his distance from Lai Hua. Yao Yao, Master Lai Hua seems to like you very much. Zhao Yao grinned and said, I'm so adorable. Who wouldn't like me? Yao Yao, do you want to go to Yangzhou? I haven't thought about going to Yangzhou. Lai Qian said you want to find a bird that's been to Yangzhou. You mean that I'm not thinking about going to Yangzhou, but I want to know about Yangzhou's affairs. Yao Yao, Master Lai Hua has been to Yangzhou before, and His Majesty once fought battles there. He knows about Yangzhou. You can ask it. Master Lai Hua, I try my best to help you. Stop glaring at me, I'm scared inside. Master Lai Hua has accompanied His Majesty to many places before, it knows a lot, you can ask it, it will surely tell you. Lai Hua has been to Yangzhou before, but it hasn't been there recently. Zhao Yao shook his head and said, I want to know about Yangzhou's current affairs. Lai Hua doesn't know about that. The eighth prince saw Zhao Yao muttering non-stop to his horse and walked over with a smile. 10th brother, what are you talking about with Heiyu? 8th brother, I'm bonding with Heiyu, so it will carry me well and not throw me off, Zhao Yao said. Heiyu just promised me. Then let's mount up. Okay. Zhao Yao led Heiyu out of the stable. When he was about to mount, Heiyu bent its legs slightly to help Zhao Yao climb onto its back. The 8th prince, seeing Zhao Yao was mounted, also got on his horse. 10th brother, ride beside me, don't go too fast. This way, if anything happened to 10th brother, he could save him in time. 8th brother, I'm fine, Zhao Yao said as he let Heiyu start running. The 8th prince quickly chased after him. The 4th prince, seeing this, also followed along. The 3rd prince found simple riding practice a bit dull, so he suggested a race with stakes. The 5th prince and the 6th prince readily agreed. 7th brother, 9th brother, will you join us? The 7th prince said yes. He looked challengingly at the 9th prince. 9th brother, do you dare to compete? In archery, the 7th prince wasn't as good as the 9th prince, but in riding skills, the 7th prince was not inferior to the 9th prince. The 9th prince said disdainfully, whoever doesn't dare is a coward. He rolled his eyes, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Zhao Jing, if you lose, you have to bark like a dog. How about it? The 7th prince's face turned very ugly upon hearing this. glaring angrily at the ninth prince. Fine, if you lose, you have to bark twice like a dog. How about that? Fine. The ninth prince felt certain of his victory. It's a deal then. Whoever loses barks like a dog. If you lose and back out, don't blame me for being rude. I'm afraid you'll back out and not bark like a dog. I won't lose. Just wait to bark like a dog, the ninth prince said as he mounted his horse. Come on, let's race. You're definitely going to bark like a dog. The seventh prince also mounted his horse. Race on. Seventh brother, ninth brother, aren't you joining us? The third prince had yet to finish speaking when the seventh prince and ninth prince had already started competing. Third brother, forget about those two. Let's have our own race. All right, then the three of us will race, the third prince said. Fifth brother, if I win, give me that eunuch of yours who paints so well. Third brother, you've had your eye on my eunuch all along. Your eunuch paints very well and suits me. The third prince smiled and said, you know I love painting. Third brother, if I win, what are you going to give me as a prize? Name your request. Third brother, you're straightforward, then let's settle on that. The fifth prince turned to the sixth prince. Sixth brother, what prize do you want? The sixth prince laughed. Third brother, fifth brother, you both know I love money, that if I win, just give me money. The sixth prince's greatest passion was wealth. All right, then money it is. The third prince slapped his palm with a whip. Let's start as well. The seventh prince and ninth prince were in their race, neither giving way. The eighth prince saw the seventh and ninth princes had started competing again. He quickly led Zhao Yao to practice riding in a corner so as not to get in their way. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. The fourth prince also joined them in the corner, practicing alongside Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao rode between the fourth and eighth princes. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt the atmosphere between fourth brother and eighth brother was a bit subtle. Could it be they had a quarrel? Impossible. Though fourth brother always appeared cold, he never quarreled with others than as for eighth brother. It was even less likely he would quarrel with fourth brother. What was going on between fourth brother and eighth brother? In the racecourse, the seventh prince and the ninth prince were neck and neck, their horses on the verge of colliding down on another side. The third prince, fifth prince, and sixth prince were competing. Suddenly, the ninth prince's horse went berserk, whinnying and raising its front hooves, trying to throw the ninth prince off its back. The ninth prince held the reins tightly, preventing himself from being thrown off. The horse beneath him became more forceful, even lifting its hooves to kick at the horse beneath the seventh prince. The seventh prince's horse became startled and agitated, sprinting forward madly and crashing into the third prince's horse. The third prince's horse then crashed into the horses of the fifth prince and sixth prince in a short time. The horses beneath the five men started fighting, creating a scene of chaos and danger that left the nearby eunuchs and soldiers stunned. The five of them, including the seventh and ninth princes, gripped the reins tightly and hugged the horses' necks to avoid being thrown off. Their faces were pale, their expressions frightened, and they kept calling out, "Save me! Fourth brother, what do we do? If third brother and the others get hurt, won't we be implicated again?" It was the fourth prince's first time encountering such a situation, and he didn't know what to do. The eighth prince frowned and said, "It's too dangerous, it's better not to go." If they went, not only would they be unable to help, but they might also find themselves endangered in the middle of the race course. The horses beneath the ninth prince and the others grew even more frenzied. The eunuchs and soldiers who tried to hold them were brutally kicked. Two people even coughed up blood from being kicked. Zhao Yao noticed that something was wrong with the horse under the ninth prince, as if it had been provoked. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become so agitated. If this continued, someone could die. His mind raced, and he came up with a good idea. "Tenth brother, where are you going?" The eighth prince saw Xiao Yao riding Heiyu away from the corner, making his heart skip a beat, and hurriedly chased after him. The fourth prince, also frightened, quickly followed. Zhao Yao wasn't going to help the ninth prince and the others. Instead, he headed to the stable. He jumped off Heiyu and walked up to Lai Hua. "Lai Hua, quickly go stop them. If this continues, third brother and the others will at least be injured if not dead." Lai Hua looked down arrogantly at Zhao Yao, unmoved. Zhao Yao coaxed, "If you can stop them, I'll give you something delicious to eat." Lai Hua haughtily responded, "Is it a deal?" "It's a deal," Zhao Yao said, and then untied Lai Hua's reins. Lai Hua ran out of the stable and rushed to the side of the ninth prince and the others. He raised its hooves and kicked the horse under the ninth prince, then roared at it. Instantly, the horse beneath the ninth prince became docile. Lai Hua did the same to the horses under the third, fifth, sixth, and seventh princes, and they all became obedient. Zhao Yao shouted, "Hurry and help third brother and the others down." The nearby eunuchs and soldiers came to their senses and quickly helped the third prince and others dismount. The third prince and others were terrified out of their wits, and their legs were weak, nearly collapsing to the ground as they dismounted. The fourth prince came over first to check if the third prince and the others were injured or bleeding, seeing that only the palms of their hands were skinned and no other injuries. He was greatly relieved and instructed the eunuchs around the third prince to escort his highnesses back to the palace. Zhao Yao and the fourth prince didn't leave the racecourse in a hurry. The fourth prince ordered the racecourse eunuchs to investigate the ninth prince's horse to see if it had been drugged or tampered with. This matter was quite serious. So the fourth prince and others had to go to Qingyuan Hall. The eunuchs and soldiers guarding the racecourse also had to go to Qingyuan Hall to confess their guilt. Though the ninth prince and the others weren't injured, something did happen, and they had to be held accountable that as Xiao Yao was leaving, his back collar was caught by Lai Hua. Lai Hua's large eyes stared intently at Zhao Yao, as if saying, "Don't forget what you just said." Zhao Yao understood and quickly said, "I will bring you something delicious in a while." Hearing this, Lai Hua released Zhao Yao and gently nudged his face with dignity. Zhao Yao couldn't resist and reached out to stroke Lai Hua's face. "Do you like apples? I could bring apples for you to eat." Lai Hua snorted softly, barely like it. "All right, I'll bring apples for you to eat." Zhao Yao gently patted Lai Hua's face. "I have to go to Qingyuan Hall now. See you later." Lai Hua couldn't resist either and licked Zhao Yao's face with its tongue, then shyly turned away, not looking at Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao ran towards the fourth prince and the eighth prince. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, let's go." The fourth and eighth princes had just seen the intimate scene between Zhao Yao and Lai Hua. Although they were somewhat shocked, they didn't say anything. They always knew that the 10th brother was well-liked by animals, and the animals were very close to the 10th brother. Lai Hua being friendly with the 10th brother was unexpected but understandable. "Fourth brother, eighth brother, if something happens to third brother, will we be in trouble too?" Zhao Yao suddenly remembered that he still had to copy the Analects 100 times, and his face fell into a look of despair. "Father won't punish me to copy the Analects 100 times again, right?" The eighth prince quickly comforted. "This time it has nothing to do with us. Father shouldn't punish us." The fourth prince saw Zhao Yao looking at him for help and nodded at him. "Father shouldn't punish you." Hearing the assurances from the fourth and eighth princes, Zhao Yao was instantly relieved. He sighed with relief, patted his small chest, and said, "That's good." If he got punished again to write the Analects 100 times, his little hands would be completely ruined. In Qingyuan Hall, in the imperial study, the fourth prince reported the events leading up to the ninth prince's incident in detail to the emperor. After listening, the emperor called on Sun Kuei with a somber expression to investigate why the ninth prince's horse went berserk. As for the racecourse eunuchs and soldiers, they naturally would be punished, with everyone receiving 50 strokes. The emperor looked at Zhao Yao and asked, "Little Ten, how did you think of getting Lai Hua to stop the mad horses?" "Because Lai Hua is the best, and all the horses in the stable listen to it." "You were smart this time." The emperor rarely praised Zhao Yao. "Well done." Zhao Yao, who thought he would be scolded, was pleasantly surprised to receive the emperor's praise, feeling very flattered. Seeing his youngest son stunned, "Silly look," the emperor said with disdain. "All right, it's settled. You can go rest now." "Wait a minute." Zhao Yao suddenly realized something and looked at the emperor expectantly. "Father, did you just praise me?" This question made the emperor raise his eyebrows slightly. "I praised you." Why did this silly son look so incredulous after receiving praise? Zhao Yao's heart was moved, and he thought of a good idea. "Father, can I make a deal with you?" The emperor was surprised. "What do you want to negotiate with me?" What scheme was this silly son plotting again? "Father, can I only copy the Analects 50 times?" Zhao Yao looked at the emperor with pleading and clear eyes. The emperor didn't expect Zhao Yao to make this negotiation. He was both surprised and amused at his son's hopeful gaze. He replied with unyielding words, "No, you can't." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao wrinkled his small face immediately. The emperor was very satisfied with his son's dejected look, smiling as he said, 100 copies of the Analects, not a word less." How could this silly son think to barter over such a matter? Zhao Yao dared not speak his anger and could only nod in frustration. "Your son understands." "Ah, that old rascal father did it on purpose." The emperor waved to Zhao Yao and the others, "Go rest." The fourth prince quickly bowed. "Your son takes his leave." The eighth prince and Zhao Yao followed suit, bowing, and left the imperial study with the fourth prince. "Your Majesty, the 10th Highness was about to cry just now. Why didn't you grant his request?" Sun Kuei felt a twinge of pity watching. "Why should I agree?" The emperor thought of his son's disheartened face and chuckled. "Don't you find Little Ten's silly reactions amusing?" Hearing this mischievous remark, Sun Kuei felt deep sympathy for Zhao Yao. this moment. The young eunuch sent to investigate the incident of the ninth prince's horse madness entered, reporting to the emperor, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince's horse was drugged." Upon hearing this, the emperor was not surprised at all. "Continue the investigation." "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch respectfully exited after speaking. Sun Kuei's first thought was that the seventh prince had someone drug the ninth prince's horse. The seventh prince never got along with the ninth prince, and considering their previous arguments and competitions, the seventh prince had enough motive to drug the ninth prince's horse. Why did His Majesty look so calm? Doesn't he worry about the ninth prince at all? The emperor continued reviewing memorials, seemingly unconcerned about the incident. With the ninth prince's horse going mad. After a short while, noble Princess Consort Rong requested an audience outside the imperial study. The emperor was not surprised at all by noble Princess Consort Rong's arrival. Upon seeing the emperor, noble Princess Consort Rong tearfully recounted how the ninth prince was frightened, crying that someone was trying to kill him, and urged the emperor to investigate thoroughly. The implication in her words was that Empress Xia and the seventh prince had poisoned the ninth prince's horse. Just as noble Princess Consort Rong was lamenting, Empress Xia also arrived. Empress Xia came to the imperial study to inform the emperor that the matter with the ninth prince's horse being poisoned had nothing to do with the seventh prince. Princess Consort Shu, Princess Consort Da, and Princess Consort Liang also came to the imperial study, pleading with the emperor to stand up for their sons. The emperor said he had already sent someone to investigate this matter thoroughly and asked Empress Xia and the others to return. Seeing the emperor was still busy, Empress Xia and noble Princess Consort Rong discreetly left the imperial study so as not to delay the emperor's official matters. Yes, soon as they left the imperial study, noble Princess Consort Rong mocked Empress Xia coldly. "Empress, I never expected you to use such despicable means." Empress Xia, with a cold demeanor, replied, "Noble Princess Consort Rong, watch your words." Noble Princess Consort Rong disregarded Empress Xia entirely, saying, "Empress, as the legitimate daughter of the Xia family, doing such vicious and despicable things really opened my eyes. It seems the Xia family's upbringing is just like that." "Outrageous!" Empress Xia reprimanded angrily. Unafraid of Empress Xia's fury, noble Princess Consort Rong said coldly, "Empress, I will not let this matter rest." Empress Xia watched noble Princess Consort Rong's departing figure with a grim expression. Princess Consort Shu said, "It's pitiful that my son got innocently caught up and frightened, that I hope His Majesty can quickly find the mastermind behind this. Someone dared to poison a prince. They really have guts," Princess Consort said. "I hope His Majesty can quickly find the mastermind, or who knows what might happen. Someone who dares to poison the ninth prince's horse today might dare to directly poison the prince's tomorrow." Princess Consort Liang, who detests such sinister people the most, said with a dark look, "Once His Majesty finds the mastermind, there must be severe punishment, no leniency." Empress Xia cast a cold glance at Princess Consort Da and the other two, then, supported by a palace maid, left. Princess Consort Shu approached Princess Consort Da, looking at Empress Xia's departing back, and asked Princess Consort Da, "Do you think the Empress did it?" Princess Consort Da said, "The Empress isn't that stupid, but the seventh prince? That's uncertain." Princess Consort Shu was surprised. "You think the seventh prince did it?" "The seventh prince doesn't get along with the ninth prince and was humiliated by him before. It's not impossible he acted out of anger to harm the ninth prince." Princess Consort Da continued, "Of course, this matter might not be simple." Princess Consort Liang said, "Regardless of who did it, this matter is too vicious. Fortunately, Xiao Lu and the others are all right." Princess Consort remarked, "The mastermind will surely be found out by His Majesty. We shouldn't worry." Princess Consort Shu thought of the tension between noble Princess Consort Rong and Empress Xia and smiled meaningfully. No matter who did it, noble Princess Consort Rong will surely believe it's the Empress's doing. Princess Consort understood what Princess Consort Shu meant and smiled. Didn't noble Princess Consort Rong just say she won't let it go? Let's watch the drama unfold. In Cundy Hall, Liang Zhaoyi felt relieved to see her son safe and sound. Having heard about the incident at the horse stable, Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin were very worried about Zhao Yao, fearing he was also in trouble. Now that they saw him unscathed, their hearts were at ease. Zhao Yao recounted the horse stable incident to Liang Zhaoyi and the others. "Luckily, eighth brother took me to practice riding in the corner, or I would have been in trouble too." "How did the ninth prince's horse go mad?" Yumarin asked. "It was likely poisoned," Zhao Yao said. "Father has already sent someone to investigate." "Poison?" Yumarin was surprised. Who would dare to poison the ninth prince's horse? Pan Chiron speculated. Could it be the seventh prince? Liang Zhaoyi looked at her son and asked, "Was only the ninth prince's horse poisoned?" Zhao Yao nodded and said, "Yes, only ninth brother's horse was poisoned. Could it be the empress and the seventh prince?" Liang Zhaoyi shook her head slightly. "Whether it was the empress and the seventh prince is none of our concern." Yu Meiren and Pan Chiron understood Liang Zhaoyi's meaning, nodding in agreement and dropping the subject. "Mother Consort, I need to send some apples to Lai Hua." "Go ahead." Zhao Yao brought some apples to the horse stable to thank Lai Hua for its help earlier. Lai Hua thoroughly enjoyed the feeding. After finishing the apples, it remarked disdainfully, "Not sweet enough." "These are the best apples from Kundi Hall," Zhao Yao said. "Lai Qian and the others like them." Lai Hua haughtily said, "Not as good as the ones I regularly eat." As the emperor's beloved horse, it was accustomed to the best, be it grains or apples. They were always fresh. "If you're dissatisfied, I won't bring you apples in the future." "I wasn't complaining," Lai Hua quickly said. "Make sure you bring me apples often." "All right." Zhao Yao thought of the ninth prince's horse and asked Lai Hua, "Who poisoned my ninth brother's horse?" Lai Hua said, "An eunuch." "An eunuch, do you know who is it?" Zhao Yao asked again. "A small eunuch in charge of feeding the horses." "Do you know who ordered him?" "I don't know." Lai Hua added, "I've never seen that person at the horse stable." "What about the small eunuch in charge of feeding the horses?" "He's been taken away." "Your food wasn't poisoned, right?" Lai Hua glanced sidelong at Zhao Yao and said, "Who would dare poison my food? Are they tired of living?" "True. No one would dare poison your food." Though a horse, Lai Hua held a very high status, and the staff at the stable treated it like an ancestor. If anything happened to it, those at the stable would be in deep trouble. "You're friends with Lingnan, right?" Lai Hua suddenly asked. "Yes, why?" "I'm friends with Lingnan too. So, you want to be good friends with me?" "For Lingnan's sake, I'll reluctantly be your good friend." Lai Hua and Lingnan had been at the emperor's side for many years. They both had saved the emperor on the battlefield before. "All right, from today on, you're my good friend. Since you're my good friend now, you must visit me often from now on." Lai Hua said, "I'll reluctantly let you ride me." Seeing Lai Hua's "you should be grateful" expression, Zhao Yao chuckled. "I don't dare to ride you." "I'll let you ride. Even if you let me, I wouldn't dare to ride you." Lai Hua was a bit displeased. "Why?" "Because you're father's horse, and nobody dares to ride you besides him." Although Zhao Yao wanted to ride Lai Hua. After all, it was a renowned war horse. He said, "Second brother wanted to ride you before, and was thrown off. If I succeed in riding you, wouldn't that mean I'm better than him?" "I can't be better than second brother." Lai Hua snorted lightly. "Not just anyone can ride me. Don't be ungrateful. I'll ride you secretly, without anyone else knowing." Zhao Yao thought for a moment and added, "By the way, I'll have to secretly visit you in the future too." "Why is that?" "Why must visiting it be sneaky? Can't it be seen by others?" "Because I don't want anyone to notice our closeness." Zhao Yao suddenly remembered what Yu had said earlier and changed the topic, asking Lai Hua, "You said you've been to Yangzhou. Is that true?" "I used to travel to many places with the emperor, of course. I've been to Yangzhou." Lai Hua boasted slightly. "The emperor fought battles in Yangzhou before." "What do you want to know about Yangzhou?" "What's the situation with the rebels in Yangzhou?" "When I accompanied the emperor to Yangzhou to fight, there were many rebels. They were remnants of the previous dynasty. But the emperor soon drove them out." Talking about the pacification of that year, Lai Hua became quite eloquent, and there was a strong sense of pride in its tone. Zhao Yao didn't interrupt Lai Hua, listening patiently. "You and father drove out the remnants of the previous dynasty from Yangzhou. So how come there are rebels again now?" "Back then, a remnant of the previous dynasty escaped, and the emperor didn't pursue." Zhao Yao became contemplative. Could the one causing trouble in Yangzhou now be the remnant that escaped back then? "Do you want to know anything else?" "Do you know the current situation with the rebels in Yangzhou?" "Yangzhou had been peaceful for years, but suddenly saw many rebels emerge late last year." "I don't know." "Do you know anyone from Yangzhou?" "I used to, but not anymore." "Then never mind." It seems as like he thought. Lai Hua did not know the current situation in Yangzhou. He could only wait for Lai Shi's friend's return. "I'm leaving now. I'll visit you when I have time. Keep your word and remember to come play with me." "I will." Zhao Yao rubbed his face against Lai Hua's face as he said, "I'm leaving." Lai Hua greatly enjoyed the affection, and it licked Zhao Yao's small face with its tongue. "Your Highness, you are amazing," Tong, she said, amazed at how friendly Lai Hua was with Zhao Yao. "Even the emperor's horse likes you." Indeed, His Highness was always liked by animals. Whether birds in the sky, running creatures on land, or swimming ones in the water, they were all friendly with His Highness. In the evening, the mastermind behind the poisoning of the ninth prince's horse was uncovered. It was neither Empress Xia nor the seventh prince, but someone else. Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin had just finished supper and were chatting over tea when She came in to report the matter to them. Pan Chiron exclaimed in surprise. It's actually not the Empress and the seventh prince. Yumarin said. The Empress and the seventh prince wouldn't be so foolish. Pan Chiron further inquired. The mastermind is an eunuch of the director of the palace administration. Where would an eunuch get the courage to harm a prince? Who is the real mastermind behind this? Yumarin looked at Tong Shi and asked, Yes, who exactly is the real mastermind? With a respectful demeanor, Tong Shi said, Your Highnesses, the information I gathered is this. The Emperor has just ordered the execution of Eunuch Sun, the director of the palace administration, and his accomplices, without dealing with anyone else. Pan Chiron and Yumarin both appeared shocked, then looked at Liang Zhaoyi doubtfully. Sister, what's going on? Without anyone's orders, even if given 100 lives. An eunuch of the director of the palace administration wouldn't dare to harm the ninth prince. There must be someone behind Eunuch Sun. Liang Zhaoyi was not surprised and said calmly, This incident ends here. Pan Chiron was astonished. Ends here? Is the emperor not going to investigate the real mastermind? Plotting against a prince is a serious crime, but it's strange that the emperor isn't thoroughly investigating the real mastermind. Yumarin asked, full of confusion, Sister, why isn't the emperor thoroughly investigating the real mastermind? There's only one possibility, Liang Zhaoyi said meaningfully. The true mastermind's identity is not simple. Hearing this, Yumarin and Pan Chiron were both shocked, exclaiming in unison, Not simple, could it be? Before they finished speaking, Liang Zhaoyi interrupted them. It is not for us to speculate who it might be. Noting the warning tone in Liang Zhaoyi's voice, Yumarin and Pan Chiron nodded quickly. Sister is right. Liang Zhaoyi changed the subject to gardening, successfully diverting the attention of Yumarin and Pan Chiron in the study. Xiao Yao was copying out the Analects. The fifth princess was sitting beside him, helping him read so that he could copy more quickly. After reporting the matter of the ninth prince's poison horse to Liang Zhaoyi and the others, She came to the study to inform Xiao Yao. Father only executed a few eunuchs of the director of the palace administration, and no one else? No. Shocked, Xiao Yao thought for a moment and then appeared enlightened. So it seems that this matter ends here. After speaking, he waved his hand for She to withdraw, and he continued to copy the Analects. The fifth princess didn't understand and hurriedly asked Xiao Yao, Yao, what did you mean by saying this matter ends here just now? Xiao Yao continued copying as he spoke. It means father does not wish to investigate further into this matter. Why? The fifth princess was full of confusion. Poisoning ninth brother's horse is no small matter. It's an attempt on a prince's life. Why wouldn't father investigate further? Doesn't he usually care deeply for ninth brother? Because this matter is not simple, Xiao Yao continued. The true mastermind behind this is not simple, but it's unclear whether it's someone from the crown prince's group or from the likes of third brother's people. How is it not simple? The fifth princess curiously asked, Father is the emperor. Isn't he able to deal with anyone? Why wouldn't he deal with this person? Xiao Yao looked up at the fifth princess helplessly. Fifth sister, it's not that father cannot deal with a real mastermind, but rather wants to let the person go. After hearing Xiao Yao's words, the fifth princess became even more bewildered. Why does father want to let this person go when they try to harm ninth brother? Because this person is very important. More important than ninth brother? Since ninth brother wasn't harmed, it's another matter altogether, Xiao Yao said. The fifth princess said, half understanding. So from what you're saying, this person is more important than ninth brother. Fifth sister, there's a saying about how a single hair can affect the whole body. Do you know it? I know. This person is that single hair, you understand? The fifth princess first nodded, then shook her head. I don't understand. If you don't understand, so be it. In any case, this matter doesn't concern us, so there's no need for you to worry. Xiao Yao thought his explanation was clear, but fifth sister still didn't get it, calling her foolish. Yao explained clearly. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Xiao Yao tapped the Analects. Fifth sister, continue reading. If you won't say, then don't say it. I wasn't eager to know anyway. The fifth princess said angrily, then picked up the Analects and continued reading to Xiao Yao. They read until Su time, 7 to 9 p.m., and then Xiao Yao allowed the fifth princess to go rest. Before leaving, the fifth princess still wanted to know why the person who framed the ninth prince couldn't be dealt with, but Xiao Yao did not tell her. The fifth princess went back to ask Yumarin, who also did not know why Yumarin told the fifth princess not to concern herself with the matter, lest she bring trouble upon herself. Hearing this, the fifth princess was too frightened to ask any more. The fact that the emperor only dealt with a few eunuchs of the director of the palace administration greatly dissatisfied the two of them in Zhao Yang Palace and Yongxin Palace. In Zhao Yang Palace, Empress Xie angrily smashed a teacup. Why doesn't the emperor continue to investigate further? Empress Xie's face was grim. Is the emperor shielding the crown prince? The seventh prince said, Father has always doted on Zhao Sun, right? Zhao Sun was almost killed this time, yet father isn't pursuing the real culprit. He let out a cold laugh. It seems in father's heart, Zhao Sun doesn't measure up to the crown prince. What is Zhao Sun compared to? Empress Xie echoed in resentment. The emperor blatantly shields the crown prince's people and favors the crown prince. Mother, this matter has nothing to do with us, so we don't have to be this angry, the seventh prince comforted Empress Xie. The one who should truly be angry is noble Princess Consort Rome. She certainly won't let this go easily. Recalling noble Princess Consort Rome's previous disrespect towards her, Empress Xie's eyes turned icy, and she gritted her teeth. That beat noble Princess Consort Rome. Mother, let noble Princess Consort Rome revel for a while. Let her and the crown prince fight it out first. The seventh prince sneered. With her temperament, she absolutely won't let this matter slide. Likewise, Prince Dai won't let it rest either. Now let's just wait and see them fight. Hearing this, Empress Xie nodded slightly. Prince Dai will be back soon. Let them fight. Mother, we can add fuel to this fire to make this matter. Although the seventh prince didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. Empress Xie understood and nodded approvingly. Let's do as you say. Mother, regarding the matter of bestowing the pearl to Prince Dai, father hasn't made a decision for a long time. Does father not want to bestow the pearl upon Prince Dai? The argument over this matter had been ongoing for days, yet father hadn't agreed, which was very strange. Father, isn't he the fondest of Prince Dai and even wants him to replace the crown prince? Granting the pearl elevates Prince Dai's dignity. Logically, father would agree immediately, but he hasn't. What is he thinking? It's because of your grandfather. Empress Xie was infuriated at the thought of her father supporting the crown prince instead of her son. The crown prince has the backing of the Xie family. The emperor is wary of the Xie family, so he won't immediately agree to bestow the pearl to Prince Dai. I'm the legitimate one, yet grandfather supports a crown prince born of a concubine that I can't comprehend his thinking. The seventh prince felt equally indignant. In what way am I inferior to the crown prince? This issue was a thorn in Empress Xie's heart. If I hadn't been too young back then, what right did that Xie one have to marry the emperor? What qualifies her son to be crown prince? Back when the late emperor cooperated with the Xie family for an imperial marriage with a daughter of the Xie family, Empress Xie was too young to marry. The Xie family thus married the emperor to Xiao Wan, a girl of similar age from a different branch. You are the rightful heir of both the Zhao family and the Xie family, and it is you who should be the crown prince, not the son born of a concubine like Xiao Wan. Every time she thought about her son, a legitimate offspring of the Xie's family, being below the son of a concubine like Xiao Wan, Empress Xie felt humiliated. Mother, being legitimate is of no use when my grandfather doesn't support me. Once the crown prince loses to Prince Dai, your grandfather and the others will turn to support you. Empress Xie, stifled by her feelings but seeing no solution, said, We have no choice but to be patient and wait. I do hope Prince Dai returns soon. Once Prince Dai is back in the capital, his conflict with the crown prince will intensify. The Prince Dai, who was on the minds of the seventh prince and others, was on the way back to the capital, still 100 miles away from the capital city, this time. He was leading the army to camp in the wilderness. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the capital. Fu Zhong, holding the newly received letter, entered the main tent and handed it to Prince Dai. Prince Dai took the letter, opened it, and immediately frowned, his face turning very grim. Seeing Prince Dai's darkened expression, Fu Zhong asked with concern, Your Highness, has something happened in the capital? Ninth brother's horse was poisoned and almost had an accident. What? Ninth prince's horse was poisoned. Fu Zhong asked, Who poisoned it? Mother Consort said Father Emperor dealt with several eunuchs from the office of the inspector of the imperial household. Prince Dai smirked coldly. Where would eunuchs from the office of the inspector get the guts to harm the ninth brother? Fu Zhong was very clever and immediately thought of who it was. It was the crown prince's people. If it wasn't the crown prince's people, Father Emperor wouldn't have stopped there. Prince Dai placed the letter over the candle flame. Father Emperor, in order to protect the crown prince, doesn't intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. And what about ninth prince then? Fu Zhong said with indignation for the ninth prince. Ninth prince almost got into trouble. Doesn't the emperor care? Ninth brother wasn't harmed. Just because ninth prince wasn't harmed The emperor won't investigate the true culprit? Fu Zhong said indignantly. Ninth prince is the emperor's own son. How can the emperor treat ninth prince like this? Prince Dai tightened his brows, and with a serious expression, he said nothing. Your Highness, we must return to the capital quickly, or else noble consort and ninth prince will continue to be bullied. Fu Zhong said, as long as you return to the capital, no one will dare to bully the noble consort and ninth prince. Something's off about this matter. Prince Dai said thoughtfully, there should be more to this matter than meets the eye. Your Highness, do you mean the person behind the plot against the ninth prince isn't the crown prince? Fu Zhong asked, if it's not the crown prince's men, then whose men is it? This matter is not as simple as it appears. Prince Dai speculated, even if Father Emperor wants to protect the crown prince, he will punish the crown prince's people. It wouldn't just end like that. There must be something we don't know. Your Highness, who could the emperor protect like this? Fu Zhong said, besides the crown prince, who else can it be? In Prince Dai's mind, many people flashed by, but none of these people were worth his father putting so much effort into. We can only discover the true nature of this matter when I return. Your Highness, do you think this matter is targeting you? It's likely targeting both me and the crown prince. Prince Dai said, they want to pit me against the crown prince. You and the crown prince are already at odds. Who? Fu Zhong immediately thought of who. Could it be the Wang family, the Yuan family, and the Sun family? It's not impossible. Prince Dai tapped his fingers lightly on the table and contemplated, the matter with ninth brother is not urgent. Right now, the issue about my title is more pressing that in a few days, we will reach the capital. Before returning, my title issue must be settled. Your Highness, you have always been deeply favored by the emperor. In normal times, whatever you ask of the emperor, he will give you. But this time regarding the title issue, he has been hesitant. Could the emperor be? Fu Zhong didn't dare to finish his sentence. Duke Zhen and the CF family are obstacles. Prince Dai thought for a moment and said, I will personally write a letter to Father Emperor, expressing that I have no intention of gaining a title. Your Highness, are you planning to retreat to advance? Exactly. Prince Dai ordered grind the ink. Yes, Your Highness. Prince Dai wrote a letter to the emperor, expressing in sincere terms that he had no intention of claiming the title, and that leading the army was his duty, requiring no special reward. He also wrote a letter to noble Princess Consort Rome, telling her to be patient and wait for his return to the capital. Fu Zhong took the 2 letters written by Prince Dai and had someone immediately send them back to the capital. Father Emperor, what are you thinking? You have always said I am most like you. You obviously want me to inherit your legacy, so why haven't you deposed the crown prince yet? You clearly know that granting me the title this time would give me more leverage to compete with the crown prince, so why haven't you agreed? Even though Duke Zhen and the CF family are obstacles with your ability, there's no need to fear the CF family. What are you really thinking? This title issue was proposed by Prince Dai, and it was Prince Dai who had Marquis Xianping and others propose it to the emperor. Prince Dai was dissatisfied with just being a prince that he considered his significant military achievements for the Great Zhou, and the prince status was no longer befitting him. Only the title of crown prince was suitable, but since he couldn't become the crown prince at the moment, being titled the title prince was barely fitting for him that he wanted to first become a titled prince and then the crown prince. Once he became a titled prince, he could naturally become the crown prince in the future. Moreover, he wanted all ministers and the people of the world to know about his achievements over the years. He also wanted everyone to know that the crown prince had not made any military contributions to the Great Zhou. This way, when he replaced the crown prince in the future, the people would think it was deserved. In fact, Prince Dai had long wanted to become a titled prince, but could never find the opportunity. The great victory in Liangzhou was the perfect chance. If he missed this rare opportunity, who knows how long he'd have to wait to propose the title again. Therefore, it was imperative to succeed in gaining the title this time, that if the title couldn't be settled before returning to the capital, the matter would be half lost. Hopefully, Father Emperor will agree to the title after seeing his letter. Prince Dai himself was anxious for the title, and Marquis Xianping and noble Princess Consort Rome were even more anxious than he was. These days, Marquis Xianping constantly had ministers supporting Prince Dai, pressing the emperor, and they also united ministers supporting the third prince and others, forcing the emperor to agree to the title for Prince Dai. In Qingguang Hall, in the imperial study, the emperor was drinking tea with Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and Song Dikang. Prime Minister He, do you think I should grant Prince Dai the title? Prime Minister He put down his teacup, stood up, and saluted the emperor. Your Majesty, giving a prince a title is a rule of the previous dynasty, not of our dynasty. The emperor looked at Grandmaster Liu. Lao Lu, what do you think? Grandmaster Lu stood up and said, whatever your majesty decides is good. What about you, Mr. Song? Your majesty, I also believe that granting a prince a title is a rule of the previous dynasty and has nothing to do with our dynasty. Our dynasty doesn't need to follow the rules of the previous dynasty. Song Dikang was much more straightforward than Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu. Besides, Prince Dai has received a lot of rewards. There's no need to make any more titles. Also, the things from the previous dynasty aren't auspicious. It's better for our dynasty not to use them. Mr. Song, you're straightforward. The emperor said, looking at Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu disdainfully. Unlike those two schemers. Song Dikang said, Your Majesty, I've always been honest and upright. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu glared at Song Dikang, but Song Dikang pretended not to see. Prime Minister He, Lao Lu, you two have become more and more cunning over these years, always playing tricks with me. Prime Minister, he said, Your Majesty, regarding whether or not to grant Prince Dai the title, you had already made a decision in your heart, hadn't you? When did I make a decision? The emperor looked innocent. I have no ideas, which is why I'm asking for your opinions. You should give me a definite answer like Mr. Song. Prime Minister He, having followed the emperor for many years, understood the emperor's thoughts somewhat. He knew the emperor was deliberately saying this. Since Your Majesty has said so, I will speak frankly that I believe the title should not be granted to Prince Dai. Today, if he didn't give a concrete answer, the emperor wouldn't let him go. Seeing Prime Minister He speak out, Grandmaster Lu could only speak out as well. Your Majesty, I also believe the title should not be granted to Prince Dai. Why didn't you two just say so earlier? The emperor said, You two are really wishy-washy. Being called wishy-washy, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu could only plead guilty. We are guilty. Please punish us, Your Majesty. Don't be wishy-washy like that in the future. Yes, Your Majesty. Since you all feel that the title should not be granted to Prince Dai, then what reward should I give him when he returns to the capital, given his significant achievements? Your Majesty, the rewards should be as usual. There's no need to specially reward Prince Dai. Song Dikang said, Also, Prince Dai simply can't compare with Your Majesty back then. Your Majesty achieved far more than Prince Dai, and yet we never saw you ask for titles. Prince Dai is nowhere near that. Yet he won a title. Your Majesty, Mr. Song is right. There's no need to specially reward Prince Dai. Proceed, as usual. Prime Minister, he said, giving the title to a prince cannot be opened. Grandmaster Lu sharply said, Your Majesty, if we give Prince Dai another special reward, it will only make his ambitions grow greater. Prime Minister He, surprised by Grandmaster Lu's directness, glanced at him unexpectedly. Duke Zhun and Marquis Xianping learned that the emperor had summoned Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Lu, and General Song alone, and they speculated in their hearts that it must be about Prince Dai's conferment of pearls at this time. In the Eastern Palace, Duke Zhun was speaking with the Crown Prince. While they were talking, the chief eunuch Lv Song, who was close to the Crown Prince, walked in and respectfully reported to the Crown Prince and Duke Zhun. Your Highness, Duke, Prime Minister He and the others have not yet come out of the imperial study. The Crown Prince exclaimed in surprise. It's almost noon. Why haven't they come out yet? After the morning court session, the emperor had called Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu and the others to the imperial study at it was almost noon, and the emperor had not let them out. What could the emperor and the three of them be discussing all morning? Duke Jin asked, Were you able to find out why the emperor summoned Prime Minister He and the others? Lv Song bowed his waist and said with his head lowered, Duke, the people in Qinghuang Hall are very tight-lipped. We can't find out any news at all. Duke Zhen was also aware that it was very difficult to get information about the emperor from the people in Qinghuang Hall. Were there any sounds of dispute in the imperial study? Lv Song replied, No. From what the people in Qinghuang Hall say, the emperor and the three of them were chatting happily, with laughter constantly coming from the imperial study. The crown prince was stunned. Laughter constantly? It seems the emperor is in a good mood. Duke Zhen looked at Lv Song and instructed, Go and probe again. Yes, Duke. Grandfather, could it be that father meeting Prime Minister He and the others wasn't for the conferment of pearls on Prince Dai? Duke Zhen stroked his beard and said, The matter of Prince Dai's conferment of pearls has been a point of contention for days now. And with Prince Dai soon to return to court, there needs to be a conclusion to this. The emperor's summons today was definitely about Prince Dai's conferment of pearls. The Crown Prince asked again, Do you think Prime Minister He and the others will agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai? Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Lu, and General Song, I don't think they will agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai, Duke Zhen said with a smile. In the past few days, Marquis Xianping has been sending people to visit Prime Minister He and the others, hoping to get their agreement on Prince Dai's conferment of pearls. But Prime Minister He and the others have kept their doors tightly shut, seeing no one. Prime Minister He and the others have always stayed out of the struggle between me and Prince Dai. The Crown Prince had always tried to win over Prime Minister He and the others. If only they supported him, he wouldn't have to worry about Prince Dai. Unfortunately, he had not succeeded. Duke Jin said, Prime Minister He and the others don't involve themselves in the struggle between you and Prince Dai, but secretly they do support you. Support me? The Crown Prince exclaimed in surprise. When did Prime Minister He and the others ever support me? In the court, Prime Minister He and the others never showed any signs of supporting him, nor did they express any inclination towards him. You are the Crown Prince, the nation's heir. Prime Minister He and the others would not support the conferment on Prince Dai. In recent days, there have been heated arguments in court over whether or not to confer pearls on Prince Dai. The faction supporting Prince Dai presented an unstoppable momentum, leaving many of the Crown Prince's supporters anxious and uneasy, but Duke Jun remained very calm throughout, because he knew that even if the Emperor agreed to confer pearls on Prince Dai, Prime Minister He and the others would never agree. Prime Minister He and the others understand the harm that would come to the court if Prince Dai were conferred pearls. While Prince Dai has indeed rendered significant military service on the battlefield over the years, no amount of military merit can allow him to surpass you. Not only are you the Emperor's eldest son, but you are also the legitimate son, while Prince Dai is a concubine's son. Back then, it was Prime Minister He and the others who recommended the Emperor to appoint you as the Crown Prince. In a way, you were chosen by them as the Crown Prince, as long as you don't commit a grave sin. Prime Minister He and the others will never agree to Prince Dai replacing you. Upon hearing Duke Jun's words, the Crown Prince felt a lot more at ease. That's why you told me to do nothing. Duke Jun nodded slightly. Yes, at this time doing nothing is the best course of action. But, grandfather, father has always favored and heavily relied on Prince Dai, and his great victory in Liangzhou this time is more significant than any previous achievement. Father cannot possibly reward him with nothing. He's already received all the rewards he deserves over the years. Even the size of his fiefdom grows year by year, and there's nothing left for father to reward him with except for the conferment of pearls. For the past few years, Liangzhou had been restless, with rebels from the previous dynasty continually harassing Liangzhou. Before Prince Dai went there, other generals had gone to suppress the unrest and had achieved victories, driving the rebels from Liangzhou. However, peace lasted only a few days before the rebels returned in force. Liangzhou's unique geography, with its treacherous and winding terrain, numerous mountains, and forests, allowed the rebels to flee into the mountains after each defeat that it was truly challenging to completely eliminate them. They could only be beaten when they emerged. Over the years, the rebels in Liangzhou had been playing a cat-and-mouse game with the imperial troops, frustrating the court greatly, but unable to completely eradicate them. The rebels had long been hiding and not developed much strength. However, unexpectedly, last year, their forces suddenly expanded considerably, swelling to 200,000 or 300,000 troops. Initially, in the eyes of the court, the rebels in Liangzhou were nothing more than a band of rogues. Although they were detestable, they weren't sufficient to become a significant threat to the court. But when the rebels in Liangzhou grew into an army of 200,000 to 300,000 strong, they became a substantial threat to the court. Neither the emperor nor the ministers would allow the rebels in Liangzhou to grow any stronger, nor would they allow them to take control of Liangzhou. Liangzhou is located right next to Yong State, which means it's on the doorstep of the capital. That if Liangzhou were to fall under rebel control, it would be like having a knife at the capital's throat. More importantly, Liangzhou is rich in resources, whether it's food, minerals, or horses, all are plentiful there. Losing Liangzhou would be a devastating blow to the court, so the emperor sent Prince Dai to suppress the rebellion in Liangzhou. Before Prince Dai departed, the emperor gave him strict orders to thoroughly eradicate the rebels in Liangzhou. Prince Dai did not disappoint the emperor. As soon as he arrived in Liangzhou, he first gave the rebels a powerful shock. In the ensuing months, Prince Dai clashed repeatedly with the rebels, defeating them repeatedly and preventing them from regrouping. The rebels did not expect that although Prince Dai was young, his combat abilities were extremely formidable, outmatching previous generals sent to suppress unrest in Liangzhou. They were completely no match for Prince Dai. This great victory in Liangzhou was a complete and decisive victory, uprooting the rebels who had long been hiding in Liangzhou, not leaving a single one behind. Prince Dai's complete resolution of the rebel problem in Liangzhou removed this significant threat to the court, making his achievement significant. Prince Dai's accumulating achievements are substantial, and his arrogance is growing, almost overshadowing you that if pearls are conferred upon him, it will only make Prince Dai more arrogant and pleased with himself, which would ultimately lead to problems in the court and disrupt peace across the land, something Prime Minister He and the others don't want to see, Duke Xin said with certainty. Prime Minister He and the others will never agree to confer pearls on Prince Dai. I'm just worried about father. The crown prince smiled bitterly, recalling the favoritism and trust the emperor had shown Prince Dai over the years. Grandfather, you know that whatever Prince Dai has wanted in recent years, father has given him. Father has always said that Prince Dai resembles him the most, and it's feared that in father's heart, he might already wish to replace me with Prince Dai. Even if the emperor thinks so, he wouldn't dare to act on it. Duke Zhun reassured the crown prince. You're the crown prince appointed personally by the emperor. As long as you don't commit a crime of high treason, the emperor wouldn't dare to depose you. Besides, Prime Minister He and the others wouldn't agree. You shouldn't worry about the pearl conferment on Prince Dai. Grandfather, once Prince Dai returns to the capital, our situation will become dangerous. The crown prince squinted slightly, a cold intent flashing in his eyes. Duke Zhun understood the crown prince's implication. He waved his hand disapprovingly. Prince Dai has accomplished great things this time, and he absolutely cannot come to any harm on his way back to the capital. If anything happens to him, you'd be the first suspect, and your reputation would be ruined. I really don't want Prince Dai to return to the capital. Once Prince Dai returns to the capital, his position as crown prince will become awkward. Prince Dai's return to the capital is not necessarily a bad thing, Duke Zhun said meaningfully. Let him suppress you. Let him be arrogant. The crown prince was taken aback by these words and asked in surprise, Let Prince Dai suppress me? Grandfather, haven't I been suppressed enough by Prince Dai over the years? Strategic retreat can yield unexpected outcomes. Duke Zhun said quietly to the crown prince. The crown prince was initially dumbstruck as he listened. As soon as he comprehended, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding, then joyfully said, Grandfather, your strategy is indeed brilliant. Let's just wait for Prince Dai to return to the capital. The day for Prince Dai's return to the capital is getting closer, and the atmosphere in the capital is becoming increasingly subtle, with an undercurrent surging in the court. However, none of this concerns Xiao Yao. Today, he is in a very good mood that on his way to Windy Hall, his little face is always adorned with a happy smile, and his little mouth is constantly humming a cheerful tune. Two tigers, running fast, one without ears, one without a tail. Your Highness, why are you so happy today? Tong Shi, seeing Zhao Yao's joyous demeanor, is quite puzzled. Don't you usually hate going to Windy Hall the most? Tong Shi, have you forgotten what day it is tomorrow? Tomorrow? Tong Shi carefully thinks for a moment, then reveals a look of sudden realization. Tomorrow is your Highness's day off. No wonder your Highness is so happy. That's right, tomorrow is my day off. Zhao Yao walks with his hands crossed behind his head. I've been eagerly waiting for my day off, and finally it's here. Tong Shi leans close to Zhao Yao's ear and softly asks, Your Highness, are we leaving the palace tomorrow? We're not leaving the palace tomorrow. Ah, not leaving the palace? Tong Shi shows a look of disbelief. Haven't you always been waiting for your day off just to leave the palace? We're leaving the palace tonight. As Zhao Yao says this, a cat-like expression of greed appears on his little face. Tonight we're going to second uncle's house for some good food. Tong Shi's eyes light up. Your Highness, what delicious food are we having tonight? I've already sent a letter to second uncle, asking him to make hot pot. Second uncle's hot pot is a masterpiece. Just thinking about it makes Zhao Yao drool. Tong Shi gulps with greed as well. Second Lord's dishes are the best. Tonight we are in for a treat. What food are you thinking of that's making you drool? Suddenly, the eighth prince appears and says, Zhao Yao touches his mouth but finds no drool, so he glares at the eighth prince. Eighth brother, I'm not drooling. The eighth prince gently pinches Zhao Yao's little mouth and teases, drooling all over the place. No way. Zhao Yao refuses to admit it. What delicious thing are you thinking about? Spicy and steaming hot pot. Originally, there was no hot pot in the Great Zhou Dynasty, but the Xiao Yao and dreams loved eating hot pot and often ate so. They introduced the hot pot Xiao Yao ate. Hot pot, indeed, is a tasty thing that I think I'll have hot pot tonight too. The eighth prince invites. Would you like to join me? Eighth brother, I won't be eating hot pot with you tonight. Zhao Yao mysteriously says, I have plans tonight. The eighth prince asks with interest, what do you have planned? After school tonight, I'm going to get a good night's sleep and catch up on the sleep I've missed from studying lately. Zhao Yao lightly shakes his finger as he speaks. I also want to sleep well tomorrow. At this, the 8th prince remembers that Zhao Yao is off duty tomorrow. You're planning to sleep for a whole day and night, huh? Zhao Yao nods vigorously. Yes, I've been getting up early every day lately to study. I haven't had a lazy morning that I need to catch up on my sleep. Most importantly, children need to sleep more to grow tall. I'm sorry, 8th brother. I'm not intentionally lying to you, but I can't let you know about my sneaking out of the palace, so I have to lie. Sleeping more helps you grow taller. Where did you hear such a fallacy? This is not a fallacy, it's a truth. Zhao Yao pouts. Anyway, I need to sleep more to grow tall. 8th brother, please don't come looking for me tomorrow. Don't disturb my sleep. Don't hinder my growth. The 8th prince, amused, says, well, I'm not off tomorrow, so I won't interfere with your great endeavor to grow taller. Oh, right? You aren't off tomorrow either. Zhao Yao and the 8th prince's rest days aren't on the same day. The princes take turns having days off. He's the last among all the princes to have a resting day because he was the last to start school. Before his rest day, the 8th prince and the others have already had theirs. Looking at Zhao Yao's smug expression, the 8th prince pinches his little face. What's got you so pleased? I've already had my day off. True, but just thinking about how I have a day off tomorrow while you're studying in Winnie Hall makes me happy. While I was on a break, you were studying too. Whatever, as long as I'm off tomorrow and you're studying. The 8th prince, helpless yet doting, says, you. As the two enter Windy Hall, they hear the 9th prince speaking loudly, saying that Prince Dai will arrive in the capital in 2 days. It seems that he is not the only one happy today. The 9th brother is as well. 8th brother, is 2nd brother really coming back? The 8th prince lightly nods. Yes, he'll be back in 2 days. It's going to be lively then. Zhao Yao suddenly thinks of something and shows an expectant expression. With 2nd brother's return, father will surely hold a celebration feast for him, and we'll get to eat some good food. With Prince Dai's return to the capital, everyone is focused on what rewards he will receive and the actions he will take next, while Zhao Yao is focused on eating good food. The 8th prince laughs as he says, father will certainly hold a celebration feast for 2nd brother's return. At the celebration feast, we'll be able to eat beef. Zhao Yao licks his lips and says, it's been so long since I've had beef, I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. The Great Zhou Dynasty has a rule against killing cows casually and eating beef. Even in the palace, beef is not readily available and is only served at significant banquets. Not being able to eat beef casually is a tradition not specifically set by the Great Zhou Dynasty. It has existed since the previous dynasty and even the one before that. Since the previous dynasty, each ruler valued agriculture greatly, and cows were essential tools for plowing fields, so killing them was not allowed. The previous dynasty's king was cruel and extravagant, leading to chaos across the land, suffering, and death. The people could not farm properly because they were fleeing for their lives, and many fields became desolate. People also killed many oxen just to fill their bellies, drastically reducing their numbers. When the Great Zhou Dynasty was newly established, the late emperor ordered officials to count the oxen across regions, finding the numbers to be woefully low. Thus, the late emperor decreed that oxen could not be killed nor their meat casually eaten. Although the number of oxen has increased significantly over the years, it is still not enough to ensure each household has one. Thus, beef remains a rarity. Only oxen that die from accidents or illness can be eaten. Otherwise, they cannot be consumed under normal circumstances. Zhao Yao loves eating beef, but he can't usually get it and can only have it at important banquets, making him eagerly anticipate such events and enjoy festivals. Is beef really that delicious? The 8th prince is not picky about food to him. What matters most is filling his belly, not the taste to him. Meat is all the same. Yes, it's very delicious, especially when you put beef in a hot pot. Seeing the 8th prince unable to comprehend, Zhao Yao looks at him with a curious expression. 8th brother, I've always suspected there might be something wrong with your taste buds. Why can't you tell the difference between tasty and not tasty? I'm not picky about food. The reason the 8th prince isn't picky is that he often went hungry as a child. So for him, having a full stomach is more important than eating tasty food. You're just a little glutton. If people don't live for food, heaven and earth will obliterate them. Zhao Yao boasts, my dream in life is to taste all the delicious food in the world. You sure have ambition. 8th brother, don't underestimate my dream. Let me tell you, food is very important. Zhao Yao then enthusiastically tells the 8th prince about the importance of food. The 8th prince listens in bewilderment. After hearing it all, he looks at Zhao Yao in amazement, then laughs helplessly. 10th brother, if you put as much thought into studying as you do into eating, father wouldn't punish you by making you write the Analects. Eighth brother, you can't compare studying to food. Zhao Yao says seriously, I was born for food. When I grow up and leave the palace, I'll travel around and eat delicious food everywhere. You've got a long way to go until you grow up. The eighth prince pats Zhao Yao's shoulder. Be patient and wait. Sigh, if only I were like third brother. I'd be able to leave the palace next year. Zhao Yao says with a face full of envy. The eighth prince pinches Zhao Yao's face again. Rather than growing up, you should focus on studying first. Upon hearing the word study, Zhao Yao's little face falls instantly, and he says heavily, Eighth brother, my good mood vanished because of you. The eighth prince shakes his head, amused and exasperated. The two walk into the classroom, and the ninth prince runs up to them excitedly. My brother is coming back the day after tomorrow. Second brother is finally coming back. That's really great. Xiao Yao genuinely hopes for Prince Dai's return because it means he can eat beef. If Prince Dai knew that in Xiao Yao's eyes, he's equated with beef, one wonders how he would feel. Because tomorrow is a rest day, Xiao Yao was in a good mood throughout his classes today. In the afternoon, after practicing the zither and finishing his lessons, he rushed out of Winnie Hall like the wind, eager to return to Cunny Hall. Mother, I'll be back after dinner tomorrow, Xiao Yao said while packing his things. Mother, is there anything you'd like me to buy for you? Mother doesn't need anything, but whatever you want, just buy it, said Liang Zhaoyi with a stern face, reminding Zhao Yao. Don't eat too much. Be careful not to upset your stomach, understand? She worried that once her son left the palace, he would eat constantly and end up with a stomach ache. This had happened before. After all, understood. Do you really understand? Liang Zhaoyi, doubting his assurance, poked his forehead and said, If you upset your stomach again, you won't be allowed out of the palace for the next 3 months. What? This punishment was very serious for Zhao Yao. So he quickly raised his hand and swore, Mother, I swear I won't upset my stomach. All right, this time out of the palace. He would take it easy and not overeat. It better be so. Liang Zhaoyi reminded him again. Be safe. Zhao Yao patted his chest and promised Liang Zhaoyi. Don't worry, Mother, I'll be careful. He added, I've told my eighth brother that I'll be sleeping all day tomorrow, so he won't come looking for me. Mother, you should tell the second mother and others that I need to catch up on sleep, so they shouldn't come looking for me either. The matter of the secret passage out of the cold palace was something that Liang Zhaoyi and Zhao Yao hadn't told Yu Meirin and the others. IT wasn't that they didn't trust them, but the secret passage in the cold palace was such a secret that the fewer who knew, the better. Liang Zhaoyi nodded and said, all right. Zhao Yao slung his satchel over his shoulder. Mother, I'm leaving. Be careful. This wasn't his first time leaving the palace through the secret passage in the cold palace, and Liang Zhaoyi wasn't worried about him encountering trouble. Zhao Yao told Lai Wang and the others to look after the place, and then headed to the cold palace with Tong Shi. Lai Lu and the others were waiting for Xiao Yao, and when they saw him, they wagged their tails happily. Yao Yao, we'll go with you out of the palace. Zhao Yao petted Lai Lu's head and said with a smile, Keep training and don't slack off. I'll check when I return. Lai Lu said, somewhat disappointed, all right, we'll train hard. Once you're done training, it'll be Lai Man's turn. Lai Man currently guards the Pei Mansion. There are many cats and dogs in the Pei Mansion. They take turns with Lai Lu and the others at the Cold Palace. I'll bring you treats when I return. Hearing about treats, Lai Lu and the others' eyes lit up. We want meat, Big Bones. No problem. Zhao Yao stood up and instructed Tong Lu to take good care of and supervise Lai Lu and the others. After giving his instructions, Zhao Yao headed to the secret passage with Tong Shi. The entrance to the secret passage was under Noble Consort Pei's bed. Before entering the entrance, they had to move some things. With a click, the entrance to the secret passage opened, and Zhao Yao and Tong Shi jumped in. The secret passage was pitch dark, so Zhao Yao took a fire striker out of his satchel, lit a candle, and was met with a rugged path ahead. This secret passage was narrow, allowing passage for only one person. Zhao Yao guessed that this passage was initially dug for Noble Consort Pei. Although she escaped the cold palace through it, she ultimately couldn't escape her fate. Fortunately, Zhao Yao and Tong Shi weren't too big, so they could fit through the passage. Tong Shi led the way with the candle, and Zhao Yao followed behind. The passage was long, and it took them nearly an hour to walk through it. The exit of the passage was in an unobtrusive woodshed in the Pei Mansion. Zhao Yao tapped on the wall of the passage exit. After a moment, the door at the exit slowly opened, and Zhao Yao and Tong Shi walked out of the passage. Before entering the passage, Zhao Yao and Tong Shi had changed their clothes, putting on tattered clothes. They also deliberately messed up their hair and smeared their faces with dirt to look like beggars. Zhao Yao and his companion did this deliberately to avoid attracting attention, as no one would pay attention to beggars. Lineman and the others had been waiting for Zhao Yao at the passage exit and joyfully pounced on him when they saw him come out. Zhao Yao sat on the ground, surrounded by the cats and dogs guarding the Pei mansion. Yao Yao, you finally came. We've missed you so much. Lineman said while licking Zhao Yao's face with his tongue. I've missed you too. Zhao Yao kissed Lineman and the others. I have to study, so there's no time to visit you on regular days that I can only come during rest days. Yao Yao, you've worked hard studying. By the way, has anyone been lurking near the Pei mansion lately? A few days ago, someone did come in. Came in? Zhao Yao asked in surprise. How many people came in, and what did they do here? 4 people came in. They turned over every room as if they were looking for something, Lineman said, but they didn't find anything, and they haven't come back or lingered around since. Looking for something? Zhao Yao asked, puzzled. What were they looking for? They kept saying that thing, but never mentioned what exactly it was. Lineman said, it seemed pretty important from their behavior. An important thing? Zhao Yao wondered. Is there something important in the Pei mansion? No, there's nothing special in the Pei mansion. If there were truly anything important in the Pei mansion, Lineman and the others would surely know. Then what could they be looking for? I don't know. Lineman tilted his head and said, they wore black clothes and masks when they broke in, as if they were up to no good. Strange, very strange. Zhao Yao instructed Lineman and the others. Keep an eye on the Pei mansion that if those strange people come again, let me know right away. Okay. Just as Lineman finished talking, he remembered something and added, by the way, Yao Yao, those people have left the capital. Left the capital? That night, after they left the Pei mansion, I secretly followed them. They stayed at the Peace Inn in the west of the city and left the next morning. Did they say where they were going? No, but they looked sinister, definitely not kind people. Lineman was a smart dog that understood humans. Over the years, it had roamed the capital and encountered all sorts of people, having honed keen observation skills. Looks like I'll have to visit the Peace Inn tomorrow to get some information. Zhao Yao decided to find out who these people were and if there was any danger. She noticed it was dark outside and reminded Zhao Yao, Your Highness, it's getting dark. We should go, or second uncle will be worried. Lineman, you're coming with us. Zhao Yao stood up and patted his clothes, promising the other cats and dogs he would send them some treats later. Lineman wagged his tail happily and followed Zhao Yao as they left the Pei mansion. That he ran ahead, scanned the surroundings, and after confirming there was no one around, returned to inform Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao and his companions left the Pei mansion and dashed into the nearest alley. Emerging from the alley, they were met with a lively scene outside. The sudden appearance of 2 beggars and a dog didn't earn even a glance from passers-by. Zhao Yao smelled the fragrance from a street food stall and his stomach growled in hunger. He couldn't help but swallow. The food stall owner saw the beggar, Zhao Yao, staring intently at his stall and waved him off disdainfully. Scram, scram, scram. Zhao Yao, pretending to be frightened, immediately took off running. He then led Tong Shi and Lineman through several twists and turns until they reached a dark alley at the alley entrance. A young man stood, craning his neck and looking around. When the young man saw 2 beggars approaching with a big yellow dog, his face lit up with joy, and he hurried over. Second uncle, I'm here. Zhao Yao exclaimed happily as he ran towards the young man. Liang Run quickly stepped forward and embraced Zhao Yao. I've missed you so much, second uncle. I've missed you too, second uncle. Zhao Yao rubbed his face against Liang Run's. Let second uncle have a good look. Liang Run examined Zhao Yao closely and noticed that his adorable nephew's face had gotten thinner. You've lost weight. Studying must be tough. That's right. Studying is exhausting. Gurgle, gurgle. Zhao Yao's stomach growled before he finished speaking, hungry as he was. Hungry? Are we? Second uncle will take you home for dinner, Liang Run said, carrying Zhao Yao as they walked home. I made hot pot and all your favorite dishes for you. Second uncle is the best, Zhao Yao said sweetly. How has your mother been lately? Liang Zhaoyi is Liang Run's sister, and he had always been close to her since childhood. When she entered the palace, he cried for a long time. Mother is doing well. She's eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Hasn't been bullied, has she? Not at all. Liang Run was skeptical. Really not. Really, Zhao Yao said earnestly. Mother is very clever. There's no way people could bully her, nor would she let anyone bully me. Indeed, his mother was the smartest of the concubines in the palace. Liang Run had always been worried that his sister was being bullied in the palace and wasn't living well. He was also concerned that Liang Zhaoyi might be killed in the palace. After all, the harem is a place where people are devoured without leaving bones. Even if he worried more, it was useless because the Liang family had no power or influence and couldn't help Liang Zhaoyi or protect his sister. After Liang Zhaoyi entered the palace, she completely lost contact with the family, which made Liang Run even more worried about her safety. He always felt that Liang Zhaoyi had been killed 2 or 3 years after losing contact with Liang Zhaoyi. The Liang family far away in Yangzhou finally received news of her. They learned that Liang Zhaoyi had given birth to a prince for the emperor and was conferred the title of Zhaoyi, which made the Liang family both happy and uneasy. The joy was that Liang Zhaoyi was still alive and had successfully given birth to a prince. The unease was that Liang Zhaoyi was unsupported in the palace, and having given birth to a prince, could this make her situation even more dangerous? After careful consideration, Liang Run decided to go to the capital. Even if he couldn't help Liang Zhaoyi, it was good to get some news about her. He originally planned to become an official and be a support for his sister. But the Great Zhou dynasty did not allow the purchase of official positions there. Family didn't know any high-ranking officials who could recommend him to be an official, so he had to give up the decision to become an official. He also hoped to rely on his father. After all, his father was the only official in their family, but his father was just a small county magistrate and hadn't been promoted for over 10 or 20 years. The reason his father, this county magistrate, had never been promoted was that his position was bought. More than 20 years ago, when the Great Zhou dynasty wasn't established yet, it was still the previous dynasty. In the previous dynasty, it was possible to buy and sell official positions. The Liang family had money and bought Mr. Liang a county magistrate role. That Mr. Liang did a decent job, so when the Great Zhou dynasty was established, they didn't remove his position as a county magistrate. When the Great Zhou dynasty was first established, it abolished many things from the previous dynasty, including the buying and selling of official positions. During the period of Emperor Xiao of the previous dynasty, official positions were sold at fixed prices, and anyone with money could become an official. The court and bureaucratic world were in chaos. Those officials who bought their positions frantically amassed wealth and exploited the people, making them suffer terribly. This was a lesson learned from the previous dynasty, which the Great Zhou dynasty must not repeat. To recommend officials to the court. Typically, in-office officials would make the recommendations. Of course, the position of the recommending official couldn't be too low. The Great Zhou dynasty stipulated that only officials at the 5th rank or above were qualified to recommend talent. Another special case was that contemporary great scholars or highly respected individuals could also recommend talent. Even with the recommendation of an official or a great scholar, it required multiple levels of scrutiny. During the review process, not only was the ability of the recommended person examined, but also their character and, most importantly, whether they had committed any illegal or immoral acts. If reviewing officials were bribed and allowed the recommended person to pass scrutiny, and it was later found that there were issues with the recommended person, the officials who initially reviewed them would face severe punishment. The Liang family had previously considered giving money to the Yangzhou prefecture magistrate and asking him to recommend Liang Run to become an official, but this was bribery and would be a severe crime if discovered. Moreover, if they did this, it might endanger Liang Zhaoyi and the palace. Liang Run and his family thought it over carefully and decided not to bribe the Yangzhou prefecture magistrate. Since he couldn't become an official, he could only continue doing business. After much deliberation, Liang Run decided to come to the capital to do business. Why doing business in the capital? He could both get news about Liang Zhaoyi and also send silver to her. Liang Run felt that his sister had no influence in the palace and needed silver to pave the way to live well. Back when Liang Zhaoyi went to the capital, Mr. Liang sent her a lot of money to use in the palace. The Liang family had some fame in Yangzhou, but upon reaching the capital, they were nothing. If business was not done carefully, there could be trouble or even danger to life. Considering the many officials in the capital who could not be offended, Liang Run felt that his business couldn't be too large, as growing too big would attract attention and envy. If too small, it wouldn't make enough money to help Liang Zhaoyi in the palace. He thought carefully and decided to do a moderately sized business, but he planned to do their family's old business, herbs, but he wasn't familiar with the pathways for acquiring herbs in the capital. Furthermore, many people were in the herbal business, and they had many connections, which he couldn't compete against. While he was conflicted about what business to do, Zhao Yao approached him. Zhao Yao originally wanted Liang Run to start a restaurant business, bringing out the delicious food from Zhao Yao's dream, which would definitely sell massively, but doing so would be too conspicuous. Zhao Yao discussed with Liang Zhaoyi and decided to have Liang Run engage in inconspicuous business. This unnoticed business not only could make money but also collect information. That was selling vegetables, like Liang Zhaoyi. Liang Run had loved growing herbs, vegetables, and flowers since childhood, and he was pretty good at it. Zhao Yao told Liang Run to buy some land on the outskirts of the capital, specifically for growing vegetables. Initially, he set up a stall in the capital's vegetable market to sell vegetables. then started delivering vegetables door to door. Liang Run also had a good business mind, and within a year or two, his door-to-door vegetable delivery business was doing quite well. Currently, many officials and wealthy merchants in the capital have their vegetables delivered by Liang Run. Through delivering vegetables, Liang Run collected a lot of information in the capital. Most of this information was very useful. At this time, Zhao Yao was enjoying a hearty hot pot meal. Seeing his nephew eating happily, Liang Run's appetite also improved quite a bit. The uncle and nephew were enjoying the hot pot while chatting about recent events. Ever since the news of Prince Dai's great victory in Liangzhou reached the capital, stories of his past military achievements have been spreading like wildfire. Now, when Prince Dai is mentioned, people call him a great hero. This must be the handiwork of Marquis Xianping, that he wants to let the people of the capital know about the various achievements of my second brother, so that the people think that the peace in Great Zhou now is brought by Prince Dai. Zhao Yao's small mouth was flushed red from eating. Marquis Xianping is doing this to build momentum for my second brother. Now the people think they should award Prince Dai with pearls and believe it's deserved, said Liang Run. Actually, bestowing pearls on Prince Dai is also a good thing for you. When you grow up and become a prince, you will definitely be awarded pearls as well. Zhao Yao waved his hand and said, I'm not interested in whether or not I receive pearls. To be more accurate, he was indifferent. When he grew up, who knew what the situation would be like? Besides, he wasn't interested in that position. Receiving or not receiving pearls was of no use to him. I've heard that getting pearls means your fiefdom will expand and your salary will increase. Aren't you interested? Second uncle, I am not favored, and when I grow up and become a prince, father is most likely to grant Qingzhou to me. Qingzhou was the smallest among all the states, geographically unimportant, and most importantly, Qingzhou was currently very poor and frequently plagued by pirates. By the way, earlier you mentioned that eldest uncle was acquiring a restaurant. Has he acquired it yet? Yes, he's acquired it, but it's a small restaurant. Liang Run cooked some meat, picked it up, and put it into Zhao Yao's bowl. Your eldest uncle is currently renovating the restaurant, which will take some time. Zhao Yao's eldest uncle was called Liang Yu. Before going to Qingzhou, he first went to the capital to see Xiao Yao and the others. Zhao Yao gave him many things like modern food from dreams Xiao Yao had eaten and blueprints for restaurant renovations. With these things, Liang Yu's restaurant was sure to make money. In the latter half of the year, the restaurant is sure to open, Liang Run continued. Your eldest uncle, besides being busy with restaurant matters, also specifically went to visit local officials and wealthy gentry in Qingzhou. Seeing Liang Run suddenly furrow his brows, Zhao Yao put down his chopsticks and asked, Are the officials and wealthy gentry in Qingzhou difficult to deal with? Liang Run lightly nodded. Although Qingzhou is small, the forces there are very complex, making it quite difficult to penetrate them. Money makes the mare go, Zhao Yao said. As long as there's enough money, you can break into their circles. You're right. This nephew was as smart as his sister. Unfortunately, the Liang family had no influence. Not only could they not help him fight for that position, but they might also hold him back, causing his sister and him to not dare fight for it. With the intelligence of his sister and Yao Yao, not fighting for that position really was a pity. By the way, second uncle, how is the situation in Yangzhou? A few days ago, Lai Shi brought his friend to the palace to find Zhao Yao. His friend told Zhao Yao that there were many people in Yangzhou, and these people were fighting and killing each other. However, he didn't know the specific details about these people. He only knew that there was a war in Yangzhou. Zhao Yao wanted to know the specific situation in Yangzhou, so he asked Lai Shi and his friend to make a trip to Yangzhou to gather information for him. Upon learning that Lai Shi and his group were going to Yangzhou, Lai Qian insisted on going as well to help Zhao Yao gather information. Once they arrive in Yangzhou and collect the news, Lai Qian will fly back to the capital at the earliest opportunity to inform Zhao Yao. Yangzhou is hundreds of miles away from the capital, and it will take Lai Qian and Lai Shi some time to fly there. Zhao Yao is still unaware of the current situation in Yangzhou. Liang Run thought Zhao Yao was asking about Mr. Liang. So he said, Your grandfather is doing well. No one is giving him trouble. The Liang family still has some reputation in the Yangzhou region, being one of the wealthy gentry. Besides, his role as county magistrate has been satisfactory, maintaining good relations with some officials in Yangzhou. He was transferred to Guangling County as county magistrate, and no one has given him a hard time. Your grandfather and grandmother have always wanted to see you, but unfortunately, your grandfather cannot come to the capital. I also want to see my grandfather and grandmother, Xiao Yao said. If grandfather can't come to the capital, then grandmother cannot eat tea that time. My mother and I will secretly sneak out to meet her. Your grandmother wants to come to the capital too, but she suffers from severe seasickness and can't travel by boat to the capital, Liang Run explained. She also can't endure long periods in a carriage. It makes her uncomfortable. Ah, seasickness and car sickness. Then grandmother can't travel far? That's right. Your grandmother is afraid of long trips as well, Zhao Yao said with a look of disappointment. It seems for now, I won't have the chance to meet my grandfather and grandmother. Alas, the capital is really too far from Yangzhou. Second uncle, earlier I asked about the situation in Yangzhou. Not about grandfather, but about what's happening in Yangzhou City. Liang Run, upon hearing this, showed an astonished expression. Why are you asking this? Is something happening in Yangzhou? Could it be rebels? Zhao Yao nodded and said, it is related to the rebels. What about the rebels? Liang Run knew that there was fighting in Yangzhou, and it was against the rebels. Didn't the emperor send the CF family to suppress the rebellion? Your grandfather said that although there's fighting in Yangzhou, the interior of Yangzhou City is still safe. Second uncle, don't you find it strange that the CF family went to Yangzhou to suppress the rebellion months ago, but still haven't succeeded and are entangled with the rebels? Zhao Yao knitted his brows, and though usually a cute face, it now looked rather serious. Back then, Yangzhou, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou all had uprisings at the same time. The uprising in Liangzhou was the most severe, while Yangzhou's was the mildest. Logically, Yangzhou should have been the easiest to pacify, yet the reality is that Liangzhou achieved a major victory first, while Yangzhou has yet to succeed in quelling the rebellion. It must be because the CF family is ineffective, unable to handle even a small uprising in Yangzhou. Liang Run's business of delivering goods hadn't reached the Duke Zhun of the CF family, but he had heard about the CF situation from elsewhere. The one leading the forces to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou is Xie Shi. He always followed his brothers in battle before and never led troops independently. This is his first time leading troops on his own, so it's normal that he hasn't succeeded yet. Actually, the CF family isn't known for great military talents. They were conferred the title of Duke Zhun because the CF family provided money, weapons, and provisions to help the late emperor build his empire. To ensure the CF family would naturally be conferred as Duke Zhun, the late emperor had them go to the battlefield and earn merits. With the help of other soldiers, the CF family achieved numerous military successes and subsequently received the title of Duke Zhun. Liang Run was only half right. The other half of the reason is that the CF family has stood for hundreds of years as a top-tier noble house, leading all the noble families. The late emperor granted the CF family the title of Duke Zhun to intimidate other noble houses. It turned out that the late emperor's decision to marry into the CF family was correct, as was making the CF family Duke Zhun. With the CF's presence, those noble houses have been well-behaved in the court, not daring to look down on the imperial family. It is important to know that the surviving noble families have a heritage of hundreds of years. Dynasties often change rulers, but these noble families remain unshaken. Their influence is so vast that even the royal family does not look down on them. The late emperor started as an ordinary commoner, and due to the tyranny of Emperor Xia Ling and the oppression by officials, his family either died of beatings or starvation. Forced to survive, the late emperor rose in rebellion. Initially, he only intended to share a meal with his brothers, but unexpectedly, their uprising grew larger and their army stronger. Their uprising expanded and gained more supporters. The late emperor decided to follow the mandate of heaven and directly overthrow the Xia dynasty's tyranny. Unfortunately, after a few years, a drought occurred, and many places lacked food. The late emperor and his brothers needed food the most in battle, but what they obtained was insufficient. Just as they found themselves in trouble, the CF family took the initiative to show goodwill and provided them with provisions. The CF family valued the late emperor's potential, and the late emperor needed the CF's support. So they entered into a marriage alliance and cooperation. With the CF's backing, the late emperor eventually overthrew the Xia dynasty and established the Great Zhou dynasty. When a new dynasty is established, many issues arise, the biggest being the noble families. These noble families look down on the grassroots origin of the imperial family. However, with the CS support, these families did not dare to openly play tricks or engage in petty actions. The CF family's ties with the imperial family are deep, especially as the crown prince is born of a CF family daughter, is the next king. For their own interests, the CF family will indeed fully support and defend the royal family. In the previous dynasty, the CF family was heavily suppressed, especially during Emperor Xia Ling's reign, facing various oppressions. Many died, and their influence was severely weakened, leaving the CF family greatly damaged. Now, Duke Zhun is determined to restore the Xies to their former glorious days and will certainly support the Crown Prince's future ascension to emperor. Second uncle, you're mistaken. The Xie family may not have produced extraordinary military talents in the last 2 or 3 generations, but in the previous dynasty, and even further back, the Xie family produced many outstanding military leaders. The reason the Xie family became an elite noble house is because they produced many strategic geniuses. Although usually disinterested in studies, the 10th prince was very well informed about the noble families in the capital. Xie is not a fool, nor is he as useless as you say. Moreover, he has capable soldiers by his side. With their abilities, it's impossible that they can't even handle a small rebellion in Yangzhou. Liang Run finally grasped Zhao Yao's meaning, and with a look of surprise, he said, Yao Yao, you mean the rebellion in Yangzhou is abnormal and not as simple as it seems? Yes, the rebellion in Yangzhou is likely more complex than we imagined, Zhao Yao replied earnestly. If we don't understand the true situation in Yangzhou, grandfather and the others may be in danger. What do you think the real situation in Yangzhou is? The rebels in Yangzhou are likely not simple, but I can't guess the exact situation. Zhao Yao continued, Second uncle, you should write a letter to grandfather, advising him to pay attention to the rebel situation in Yangzhou and be cautious. Sure, I'll write the letter after dinner and send it to the hostel first thing in the morning. The hostel has people dedicated to delivering letters. If the situation in Yangzhou is extremely dangerous, advise grandfather to step down from his position as county magistrate and take the clan to live somewhere else. Okay, Liang Run said. Yao Yao, how did you know something was happening in Yangzhou? No one in the capital has mentioned anything about Yangzhou. Just a guess. A guess. Zhao Yao recounted the events of that evening's banquet to Liang Run. Both my mother and I felt that something was not right with what's happening in Yangzhou. You two are really alert. I hope we're just overthinking. The uncle and nephew finished their dinner and each wrote a letter to Mr. Liang. Liang Run wrote to Mr. Liang, advising him to be cautious about the situation in Yangzhou. Zhao Yao's letter to Mr. Liang was to inquire about his well-being. Since Liang Run came to the capital, Xiao Yao and Liang Zhaoyi frequently wrote to Mr. Liang's family. Although they couldn't meet, they at least could keep in touch and let each other know how they were doing. The next day, Xiao Yao naturally woke up, finding it was already the hour of C. When he wasn't studying before, he woke up at this time every day. Since he started studying this year, he could only sleep until the hour of C on rest days. Zhao Yao liked to sleep in and hated getting up early, which was one of the reasons he disliked studying. Yao Yao, why don't you sleep a bit more? Are you hungry? Liang Run said, Uncle bought breakfast for you and kept it warm in the pot that I'll get it for you now. Is there the sesame flatbread I love most? Near Liang Run's house, an old couple had a stall selling sesame flatbreads. The taste was exceptional, and Zhao Yao always ate them when he left the palace. Yes, I bought plenty for you, and also got you soy milk and tofu pudding. Although he was a prince, he preferred the common folks' food. Great, I'll go wash up now. Tong, she served Zhao Yao as he washed, and then served him breakfast. Liang Run had already eaten breakfast and was sitting opposite, watching Zhao Yao eat. Zhao Yao enjoyed the sesame flatbread, drinking soy milk, his small face full of happiness, seeing how much Zhao Yao was enjoying it. Liang Run laughed. Is it that good? Zhao Yao nodded vigorously. It's delicious, so delicious. Isn't the food from the imperial kitchen tasty? The food from the imperial kitchen is tasty, of course, but it lacks some human touch. Lacks human touch. Liang Run looked puzzled. What do you mean? Zhao Yao couldn't explain it clearly for a moment. So he said, anyway, food outside is also delicious, not inferior to the imperial kitchens. I think you've had too much exotic delicacies, so you find the common folks' food tasty. Uncle, that's where you're wrong. Zhao Yao put down his bowl, his expression turning somewhat serious. In the palace, we don't have exotic delicacies every meal. Whether it's father, mother, or me, the ingredients we usually eat are common, without any rare exotic beasts. Liang Run was full of surprise. Really? Of course it's true. Although the preparation of our dishes is more complex than yours, there's no other difference. Even beef isn't available every day. We can only have it during important festivals or banquets. Liang Run was shocked. I thought you had exotic delicacies every meal. Both imperial grandfather and father are frugal. They don't allow extravagance and waste in food. Their meals also just have a few dishes, similar to an ordinary family's. Although his father didn't favor him, even bullied him, and was not a good father, he was a good emperor. It was the first time Liang Run heard of such things, and he was rather shocked, exclaiming, I really didn't expect that. Although imperial grandfather established the Great Zhou, The world is not truly at peace, that aren't there still many places with rebels? From the founding of the Great Zhou by imperial grandfather, it's only been over 10 years. The most important thing is that many people still can't get enough to eat. During Emperor Xiaoling's reign, there were frequent natural disasters, either floods or droughts and locust plagues, causing not a single grain to be harvested in many places. Moreover, there were human disasters. Officials exploited the people, blatantly seizing their land and food, leading to famine and death among many commoners. After the Great Zhou was established, the weather has been favorable. Over the past 10 years, there have been no natural disasters, but during the previous dynasty, much farmland was destroyed, with many becoming wasteland in these 10 years. While efforts have been made to recuperate and build the economy, it's impossible to suddenly have a significant increase in grain. During the previous emperor's reign, many granaries couldn't be filled, grain remained scarce. After the emperor ascended the throne, grain began to have a good harvest in many places, but the output was still low in many areas. The former emperor and the current emperor are truly benevolent rulers. Both imperial grandfather and father have experienced famine. They value grain greatly. So how could they be extravagant and wasteful? Imperial grandfather and father have been through hard times. They deeply understand the hardships of the common people and strive to improve their lives. Although many problems are still unresolved, I believe things will get better and better. Life now is much better than it was before. Liang Run had experienced all sorts of natural and human disasters during his childhood in the previous dynasty. Although he was young then, he would never forget the suffering of those times. "Uncle, did you go to the Pinyin guest house?" Zhao Yao asked urgently. "Did you find out anything?" "I went early in the morning and inquired with the staff. They said those people were very strange, staying cooped up in a room all day, even eating in their rooms. The staff never saw them leave." The Pinyin guest house wasn't far from where Liang Run lived, and he was familiar with the guest house's shopkeeper and staff. When he asked around, the staff naturally shared what they knew. It wasn't until the day they checked out that they left their rooms. Zhao Yao increasingly felt those people who went to the Pei mansion were strange. "Did the staff say where their accent was from?" I asked, and the staff said they had an accent from Sichuan. The staff at the Pinyin guest house dealt with travelers from all over and had developed the skill to identify regional accents. Though they tried hard to disguise their accent, the staff still picked it up. "Sichuan." Zhao Yao was surprised. "They're from Sichuan." Sichuan is thousands of miles away from the capital. Yet those people traveled all this way to the Pei mansion to find something that it seems whatever they're looking for is very important. Liang Run curiously asked, "What on earth could the Pei mansion have that would be worth their long journey?" Zhao Yao shook his head. "I don't know. Could those people be related to the Pei family?" "Probably not," Zhao Yao speculated. "The Pei family was wiped out 2 or 3 decades ago, that if they were connected, they wouldn't wait until now to investigate the Pei mansion. The Pei family was framed for treason back then, leading to their entire clan being executed, with everything of value taken. Not even a chair was left. What could possibly be there for them to search for?" Liang Run had visited the Pei mansion and found nothing of value. Perhaps they heard something that convinced them there's something in the Pei mansion worth investigating. Zhao Yao thought aloud. "Uncle, you should ask the elderly in the capital about the Pei mansion. They might have heard something." "All right." Seeing Zhao Yao furrowed his brows, deep in thought, Liang Run asked, "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" "Sichuan is currently controlled by the rebels of the previous dynasty and doesn't belong to the Great Zhou, that I'm wondering if those people might be remnants of the previous dynasty." Liang Run was startled by Zhao Yao's words. "Remnants of the previous dynasty?" "It's very possible they are with Han Zhong." Han Zhong was a remnant of the previous dynasty. 20 years ago, he competed with Xiao Yao's imperial grandfather for the Yong state, but was defeated and fled with his troops to Sichuan at 8T that time. Only 2 or 3,000 soldiers followed him into Sichuan. Soon after arriving there, he declared himself emperor. Now, he has an army of hundreds of thousands in Sichuan. While the former emperor was still alive, Han Zhong had once come out of Sichuan to attack Liangzhou, but was badly defeated by the emperor, returning to Sichuan in disgrace. Since then, he never ventured out of Sichuan again or attacked the Great Zhou. The emperor wished to eliminate Han Zhong and reclaim Sichuan, but the terrain was complex and fortified, making it hard to conquer. Recovering Sichuan required a significant number of troops and supplies. The Great Zhou was newly established with much to rebuild, lacking the resources to attack Sichuan. Moreover, there were other rebels to suppress in several provinces, leaving the court with no choice but to temporarily abandon the plan to reclaim Sichuan. Once the insurgencies in the other states were fully quelled, the emperor planned to move to reclaim Sichuan. The emperor was determined to take Sichuan back and wouldn't allow Han Zhong to continue his rule there as a local king. Although no actions have been taken so far, the plan to retake Sichuan was continuously underway. Han Zhong's men, Liang Run spoke in a hushed tone. That's treasonous. How dare he send people to the capital? Zhao Yao considered this. Han Zhong was a remnant of the previous dynasty, and the Pei Mansion was also connected to the previous era. Han Zhong deliberately sent someone to search the Pei Mansion, suggesting the object might relate to the previous dynasty. They didn't find anything in the Pei Mansion, so it's unlikely they'll return. If they did return to the capital, they would surely be discovered, putting themselves in danger. Who knows if anyone from the Pei family survived back then? Wasn't the Pei family entirely executed? How could there be any survivors? Someone might have escaped. If someone did escape from the Pei family, they would surely live in anonymity, making them hard to find. Are you looking for someone from the Pei family? Why would I look for Pei family members? Zhao Yao said, even if we tried, it would be hard to find them. If they were truly found, it would only bring unnecessary trouble and danger. The capital city is divided into 4 districts: the East Market, West Market, South Market, and North Market. The East Market mainly encompasses the imperial city. The South Market is the area where the officials reside. The West Market is the commercial district where the merchants mostly live. The North Market is the slum area, inhabited by the impoverished or low-status individuals. The West Market is a bustling commercial district. Shops, taverns, and inns are lined up here on both sides of the street. Various stalls are set up. The cries of the vendors ring out from morning till night. Zhao Yao sat on Liang Run's shoulders, looking around curiously with his eyes. He noticed that after a while of not coming here, many new shops and stalls had sprung up, seeing a stall selling sugar paintings ahead. Liang Run carried Zhao Yao over and asked the owner to make a sugar painting of tiger. When they passed a stall selling red date and yam cakes, Liang Run bought some for Zhao Yao as well. Zhao Yao sat on Liang Run's shoulders, munching on the sweet sugar painting while enjoying the delicious red date and yam cake. Ahead not far away, people were performing, showcasing acts like spitting fire, breaking large stones on their chests, and throwing big ceramic jars at a crowd gathered to watch. And when they saw something spectacular, they would clap and praise that ate that time. Someone holding a symbol would walk to the front of the crowd, and people would give some gratuities. Liang Run also gave a couple of copper coins and then carried Zhao Yao further ahead. There an old man was commanding a big monkey and a little monkey to perform all sorts of interesting and amusing actions, making the crowd laugh heartily. Their fur was golden, their faces handsome, and expressions lively, winning the affection of the spectators. The big monkey continued performing martial arts, while the little monkey carried a chipped bowl towards the audience, mumbling something. Though the audience couldn't understand what the little monkey was saying, they could guess its meaning and thus rewarded a few copper coins into the bowl. The little monkey was very human-like. When someone gave money, it would bow in thanks. Seeing the little monkey so polite, the crowd liked it even more. Those who initially gave only 1 copper coin couldn't help but give 1 or 2 more. Shortly after, the little monkey approached Zhao Yao. Not long ago, Zhao Yao had asked Liang Run to put him down. The little monkey seemed a bit afraid of Lingnan, who was beside Zhao Yao. Noticing its fear, Zhao Yao asked Lingnan to hide behind him. Lingnan is good. It won't bite you, Xiao Yao said, placing 5 copper coins from his hand into the little monkey's chipped bowl. What's your name? Then he asked. You look so pretty. Are you a boy or a girl? It was his first time seeing a monkey with golden fur all over. The little monkey felt a sense of familiarity from Zhao Yao, which emboldened it to take a step forward. He opened its mouth and said to Zhao Yao, My name is Xiao Yao, and I'm a girl. Zhao Yao squatted down and reached out to the little monkey. Xiao Yao, my name is Xiao Yao. Can we be friends? Xiao Yao widened its eyes in surprise at Zhao Yao. You can understand me? Zhao Yao smiled and said, Yes, can we be friends? It was the first time Xiao Yao met someone who could understand its speech, and it looked amazed. Mimicking Zhao Yao's action, it extended its right hand. Zhao Yao grasped Xiao Yao's right hand and gently shook it. Then we're friends now. Lingnan poked its head out from behind Zhao Yao, softly calling to Xiao Yao, I am Lingnan, Yao Yao's friend. Now that you're Yao Yao's friend, you're also my friend. The little monkey was a bit startled, shrinking its neck. That it looked toward Zhao Yao for help. Zhao Yao reached out to pat the little monkey's head, smiling gently. Lingnan is my good friend. It's very good and won't bite you. Don't be afraid. Lingnan promptly said, You're friends with both me and Yao Yao. I won't bite you. The little monkey nodded and then turned to look at Lingnan. If you don't bite me, then I'm not afraid of you. Lingnan happily wagged its tail. Xiao Yao, you're really pretty. Being praised for its looks, Xiao Yao's delicate face lit up with a happy smile. Xiao Yao, is that your mother? Zhao Yao asked while pointing at the big monkey that was dancing. The little monkey nodded and said, Yes, that's my mother. What's your mother's name? Danielle. In the eyes of others, a handsome child was talking with a pretty little monkey. The little monkey was chattering, and the little boy seemed to understand it, sincerely conversing with it. This scene was amusing, cute, and heartwarming, bringing a faint smile to the faces of those watching. Little young master, can you understand what the little monkey is saying? Asked an ant standing next to Zhao Yao. Yes, it said its name is Xiao Yao, and its mother's name is Danielle. The ant feigned a look of surprise. Little young master, you're really amazing. Of course, the ant didn't really believe Zhao Yao could understand the monkey. She assumed he heard the old man call the monkeys by name. Your child is really handsome. The ant said to Liang Run that it said that a nephew resembles his uncle, and Zhao Yao did look a bit like Liang Run. The ant assumed Zhao Yao was Liang Run's son. Being complimented on his looks pleased Liang Run, who said with a cheerful smile, he takes after his mother. Yao Yao resembled his sister a lot, especially the eyes, which were almost identical. Auntie, you're good-looking too. Returning a compliment for a compliment is customary, so he naturally praised her in return. The ant's face blossomed into a smile. The little young master's words are so sweet. Saying this, she pulled out an apple from the basket she carried. Little young master, take this, it's very sweet. Zhao Yao took it without hesitation, extending both his hands and giving the ant a bright smile. Thank you, Auntie. The ant couldn't resist patting Zhao Yao on the head. You're welcome. Auntie, may I give the apple you gave me, Xiao Yao? Of course you can. Thank you, Auntie. Zhao Yao turned and placed a rosy apple into Xiao Yao's bowl. Xiao Yao for you. Xiao Yao loved eating apples and immediately thanked Zhao Yao. Thank you, Yao Yao. With that, it took the apple back to the old man and gave it to him. The old man clasped his hands toward Zhao Yao in thanks, then placed the apple in a bamboo basket beside him. Xiao Yao continued to hold the bowl, asking the spectators for more tips. Noticing Zhao Yao had been watching the little monkey intently, Liang Run picked him up and asked, Yao Yao, do you like these two monkeys? Yes, they're very pretty and very clever. Monkeys are generally smarter than many other animals, and most importantly, they can mimic human actions like no other animal can. If you like them, we can buy them, Liang Run suggested. Second uncle, I don't think that old man would sell Xiao Yao and her family. Zhao Yao observed that the old man treated the two monkeys as his own children. More importantly, they helped him earn a living. However, second uncle, we can hire the old man to bring Xiao Yao and work for us. Work? Liang Run asked, what kind of work? Second uncle, there are many tasks they can do. Zhao Yao smiled knowingly. Second uncle, let's approach them after their performance ends. All right. Liang Run couldn't see what was so special about an old man and two monkeys. Zhao Yao followed Liang Run to a tea house not far away, sitting by the second-floor window that offered a view of the old man and the monkey's performance. After about an hour, the old man and the two monkeys concluded their act. Seeing this, Liang Run quickly exited the tea house and approached the old man. After exchanging some words, the old man led the two monkeys behind him into the tea house. Xiao Yao was delighted too. See Zhao Yao and hopped over to him. Zhao Yao picked it up, and it wrapped its arms around Zhao Yao's neck, rubbing its face against Zhao Yao's. Zhao Yao reciprocated the gesture. The old man, holding Yao's hand, politely greeted Zhao Yao. Zhao Yao invited the old man to sit down. Liang Run poured the old man a cup of tea. The old man, having made a living performing arts for decades, had developed a skill of eyes of golden flame. He could tell at a glance that Zhao Yao was of noble status, and that Liang Run deferred to Zhao Yao. Grandpa, how old are Danielle and Xiao Yao this year? Have they always been with you? In response to the little young master, Danielle is 3 years old, and Xiao Yao just turned 2 this year, the old man respectfully replied. Over a year ago, I happened upon Danielle and Xiao Yao, who had fallen into a trap. Danielle and Xiao Yao had fallen into a human trap and were severely injured. The old man took them home to heal them. With his devoted care, Danielle and Xiao Yao gradually recovered. After they healed, Danielle didn't take Xiao Yao back to the forest, but chose to stay with the old man and live with him. The old man was childless and alone, so he was naturally delighted that the two monkeys were willing to stay with him. Thus, he adopted them. Danielle and Xiao Yao were very intelligent and could understand human speech, so the old man trained them to perform and make money. Although they didn't earn much, it was enough to sustain the 3 of them. Thus, they relied on one another for survival. Grandpa, would you be willing to bring Danielle and Xiao Yao to work for me? Zhao Yao said, I will pay you every month and provide you with a place to live, so you won't need to perform on the streets anymore. Little young master, what do you want us to do for you? Rest assured, Grandpa, I won't make you do anything bad, Zhao Yao said, patting Xiao Yao's belly. Grandpa, you must realize that taking Dynasty and Xiao Yao to perform won't always be safe. Sooner or later, others might covet them, as they are very remarkable, which could bring danger. This struck a chord with the old man's deepest worries in his heart. He knew very well that Dynasty and Xiao Yao were not only good-looking, but also very clever and human-like. Most importantly, they could perform and earn money, which made them a target for ill-intentioned people that he lacked the ability to protect Dynasty and Xiao Yao. Little young master, we are willing to work for you. The old man had longed for a stable life without having to wander around. Now, someone offered to employ them and provide a place to live, which was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Yao instructed Tongxi to take the old man and the two monkeys back to Liang Run's house that he and his second uncle continued shopping. Liang Run took Zhao Yao to the most famous dessert shop in the capital and bought a lot of pastries. Zhao Yao planned to take them back to the palace for Liang Zhaoyi. Zhao Yao then visited the largest bookstore in the capital and bought many storybooks for Liang Zhaoyi. After buying the storybooks, Liang Run took Xiao Yao to Jinxiu Building for lunch. They were lucky, as there was just a vacant seat available. Jinxiu Building was very popular. It was always packed with people every day. If you came late and were unlucky, you'd have to queue. After ordering their meals, they heard the storyteller talking about Prince Dai's battles on the first floor of Jinxiu Building. There's a large stage where people perform every day. Some perform music, some tell stories, some act in plays, and some perform shadow puppetry. This allows diners to enjoy various performances while eating. Every day at Jinxiu Building, there's a storyteller narrating Prince Dai's battles. Zhao Yao leaned his right hand against his face, listening with great interest to the storyteller recounting Prince Dai's success in pacifying Shuzhou and Jizhou. Shuzhou and Jizhou were critical locations, and not only that, they were also affluent areas. 3 years ago, rebels from the previous dynasty caused chaos in these regions, and the emperor dispatched Prince Dai to quell the unrest. Prince Dai took little time to pacify the rebels in Shuzhou and Jizhou. That year, Prince Dai became famous for quelling these insurgencies. When Prince Dai quelled the rebels in these two prefectures, his prowess in commanding troops was finally unveiled. Since then, Prince Dai became increasingly formidable in battle, winning almost every encounter and earning the title of the General of Constant Victory. Indeed, 3 years ago, storytellers were narrating Prince Dai's suppression of the rebels in Shuzhou and Jizhou at that time. It caused quite a stir. 3 years later, storytellers in the capital are revisiting this story not to rehash old news, but to build momentum for Prince Dai. These days, most storytellers in the capital focus on every military exploit Prince Dai has accomplished. It's to let the citizens know how formidable Prince Dai is, and to make them realize the peace they enjoy now is because of him. Now, when people mention Prince Dai, they all praise him. Liang Run played with the teacup in his hand and said, "Everyone considers him a great hero and recognizes him as the war god of Great Zhou and their protector." Then his voice suddenly lowered significantly. Now many people believe Prince Dai surpasses the Crown Prince, thinking the Crown Prince is not as capable as Prince Dai. This is the effect that Marquis Xianping and his allies desire. Liang Run lowered his voice and asked his inner doubt. Now that Prince Dai holds great prestige in the capital, even surpassing the Crown Prince, why hasn't Duke Jin done anything? It's quite strange. Because Duke Jin and his allies know that what Marquis Xianping and his allies are doing is futile. Futile? Liang Run exclaimed. Now everyone thinks Prince Dai should be the Crown Prince. Zhao Yao shrugged and said, "What does it matter what people think? It doesn't change anything. Besides, the Crown Prince is the heir apparent. It's not something that can be changed just like that. Even if the Emperor wanted to replace the Crown Prince, he couldn't do so on a whim. Even so, isn't it unusual that Duke Jin and his allies are doing nothing to counteract?" Liang Run was puzzled. What Marquis Xianping and his allies are doing is deliberately humiliating the Crown Prince. Why doesn't Duke Jin care? It's simple. They're intentionally putting the Crown Prince at a disadvantage, purposely allowing Prince Dai to overshadow the Crown Prince. Liang Run looked utterly confused. Deliberately putting the Crown Prince at a disadvantage. What use is that? Now everyone admires my second brother and thinks the Crown Prince is not as good as him. But when the situation turns around and people realize they have been misunderstanding the Crown Prince all along, they will think my second brother was too overbearing and too oppressive on the heir apparent. Then, everyone will sympathize with the Crown Prince. Zhao Yao believed that the reason Duke Jin did nothing now was that they were saving a powerful move for a dramatic reversal in the future. Liang Run listened in astonishment, dazed for a moment before snapping back and eagerly asking, "What does the situation turns around mean?" Duke Zhun will not always sit idly by. They will surely fight back later, and then the situation will reverse, Xiao Yao confidently stated. A grand show is waiting for us to watch. What grand show? What is Duke Zhun planning to do? Zhao Yao shook his head and said, "I don't know." He added, "When my second brother returns, Duke Zhun and his allies will make their move. Speaking of which, when is Prince Dai coming back?" Ever since the news of the great victory in Liangzhou reached the capital, there had been talk of Prince Dai every day, but he had yet to return. "Second brother is coming back tomorrow," Zhao Yao said, apparently arriving in the capital in the afternoon. Coming back tomorrow? Liang Run thought Prince Dai would take a while longer to return to the capital, but unexpectedly, he would be back tomorrow. Originally, he was supposed to take a few more days, but he seems to have sped up during the journey, arriving a few days earlier. Zhao Yao grinned. Looks like he's eager to come back too. With Prince Dai's return this time, will there be another struggle between him and the Crown Prince? Liang Run frowned. Will the capital become unsettled? It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Yao noticed Liang Run's unease and comforted. No matter how fierce the fight between my Crown Prince brother and my second brother, it won't involve us, so you don't need to worry. Liang Run thought deeply for a moment and realized this was indeed the case, which eased his heart considerably. That's true. As they were speaking, the waiter brought the freshly prepared dishes. Zhao Yao and Liang Run immediately turned their attention to the food. After lunch, the uncle-nephew duo decided to return home, but on their way back, they saw some older beggars kicking and punching a younger beggar. The young beggar, pinned to the ground, curled up, covering his head with his hands and biting his lips tightly, not making a sound. His eyes were cold and fierce, seemingly wanting to devour the bullies alive. Unable to bear it, Liang Run approached and chased away the older beggars, helping the severely beaten young beggar to his feet. The young beggar was scrawny and dirty, his face beaten so badly it was black and blue, making it hard to see his original appearance. But his eyes were remarkably bright. As Liang Run lifted him up, the young beggar's wolf-like gaze suddenly turned bewildered, seemingly confused as to why he was being rescued. Liang Run carefully examined the young beggar's body, discovering he had many wounds and bruises. "How are you?" The young beggar seemed to be about the same height as Xiao Yao, probably around the same age as him too. The young beggar snapped back to reality, his eyes suddenly filled with caution. He quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Liang Run. Seeing the young beggar looking at him with such wary eyes, Liang Run smiled gently. "I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to see if you're hurt anywhere. Are you in pain anywhere?" The young beggar glanced at Liang Run, then at Zhao Yao standing behind him, and then ran away without looking back. Unfortunately, his leg, having been kicked earlier, gave out after just a few steps, causing him to fall. Liang Run hurried forward to check. The young beggar was clutching his right leg, looking in immense pain. "What's wrong with you?" Zhao Yao walked over and, seeing the young beggar holding his right leg, gritting his lips in pain, guessed his leg might be broken. "Broken?" Liang Run reached out and examined the young beggar's leg, confirming it was indeed broken. Without any hesitation, he picked up the young beggar, not minding his dirty appearance. "Second uncle, are we going to a clinic?" "No need for a clinic. We'll head home directly." Liang Run knew some medical skills and could treat a broken leg. The young beggar passed out from the pain. After taking him back, Liang Run first used 2 wooden boards to splint his leg, then carefully took his pulse, finding many illnesses afflicting the young beggar. He wrote several prescriptions and instructed Tong she to fetch the medicine from the clinic. "Second uncle, are you planning to take him in?" Liang Run laughed. "Meeting him is fate, so I'll lend him a hand." Zhao Yao suddenly recalled a dream he had when he was ill, where he was taken to a special place with many children around his age. They studied and trained together from a young age, becoming the most trusted comrades for one another in that dream. "Second uncle, since that's the case, maybe you should take in more little beggars or orphans." "Huh, Yao Yao, why do you want to take in beggars and orphans?" "Raise them from a young age and cultivate their talents." Zhao Yao had a sudden inspiration. Liang Run immediately understood what Zhao Yao meant and nodded in agreement, saying, "That's a good idea. This way, you'll have more people to use in the future. I just thought of it too, to cultivate a group of loyal and talented subordinates. When I grow up, they will be usable to me." The more Xiao Yao thought about it, the more he felt that this sudden idea was excellent. Unlike his second and third brothers, who had the support of their maternal families with plenty of people at their disposal. Although when he comes of age and is titled as a prince, the emperor will grant him some people to accompany him to his fief, these people wouldn't be entirely loyal to him nor willing to be used by him. Although his future fief will be small, it still requires management that he had long planned to be a hands-off manager, letting capable subordinates handle all matters of the fief while he travels around with his mother consort. If he adopts some orphans and beggars now and trains them well, they will grow to be not only extremely loyal but also very useful. Yes, we also need to train a batch of Isekai squad. Liang Run said, I heard that those noble families all have a Isekai squad. It's not just having a Isekai squad, but also people who specialize in intelligence gathering. The reason noble families can remain unshaken for centuries is mainly due to their unique and advanced intelligence agencies. Exactly, we must also train spies. Liang Run laughed. Yao Yao, you're really clever to think of these things. How could he, with a pig's brain, forget something so crucial? The Liang family has been in business for generations, not only leveraging the entrepreneurial acumen of successive heads of the family, but also information. The Liang family has people dedicated to gathering business intelligence. Second uncle, we need to cultivate talents in all aspects such as scholars, business talents, military talents, medical talents, agricultural talents. Yao Yao, you're saying so much all at once. I can't remember it all. Liang Run interrupted Zhao Yao. I'll go get some paper and a pen to write down these talents you're talking about. After Liang Run brought the pen and paper, Zhao Yao carefully explained again what talents they needed to cultivate. Liang Run very seriously noted down everything Zhao Yao said. Oh, and we also need people like Uncle Zhang who can command animals. Although Uncle Zhang couldn't understand animal speaking, he could command Nyo and Xiao Yao to perform various tricks, which was also a talent he needed. Yao Yao, I haven't asked you yet. What do you want to keep them for? Liang Run asked in confusion. What can an old man and two monkeys do? Second uncle, don't underestimate them. They're capable of many things, especially to Nyo and Xiao Yao. They can do things people can't. Plus, people generally don't guard against animals, so animals can easily get close to people and gather important information. Zhao Yao added, they can also retrieve things that people can't get. Lai Man, sitting beside Zhao Yao's feet, suddenly called out softly. Exactly, we animals are smart and capable, able to do many things people can't. Zhao Yao reached out to pet Lai Man's head and said to Liang Run, just look at how capable Lai Man and the others are. They not only guard the Pei Mansion well, but also gather information from all over the capital. Lai Man, who was being praised, wagged its tail happily, wearing a very proud and smug expression. Liang Run looked at Lai Man and laughed. Indeed, Lai Man and the others are quite capable. As for what Zhao Yao just said about Lai Man and the others gathering information, Liang Run was a bit skeptical because, after all, dogs couldn't speak. Uncle Zhang and Nyo, as well as Xiao Yao, will be useful in the future. After saying this, Zhao Yao suddenly remembered that he hadn't had a proper conversation with Uncle Zhang and the others yet. Second uncle, you should take good care of this little beggar first. I'm going to find Uncle Zhang and the others. There are some things I need to explain to them. Okay. Uncle Zhang lived in a room in the back courtyard with Nyo and Xiao Yao. Seeing Zhao Yao approaching, Uncle Zhang hurriedly stood up to greet him. Nyo mimicked Uncle Zhang's movements, while Xiao Yao had already thrown itself into Zhao Yao's arms. Young master, do you have any instructions? Uncle Zhang, I want you to properly teach Nyo and Xiao Yao. Zhao Yao had considered taking Nyo and Xiao Yao into the palace for personal training and guidance, but he realized they had always been inseparable from Uncle Zhang, that if he took them away, they wouldn't be used to it, and Uncle Zhang would be reluctant too. Uncle Zhang was slightly stunned and asked, Young master, how exactly do you want me to teach Nyo and Xiao Yao? Uncle Zhang, can you read? Uncle Zhang shook his head and said, I don't know many characters. I see. Then I'll first tell you some of the training tasks for Nyo and Xiao Yao. Zhao Yao originally planned to write a detailed training plan for Nyo and Xiao Yao for Uncle Zhang to follow, but since Uncle Zhang wasn't very literate, he'd have to explain some things first. Please guide me, young master. First, train Nyo and Xiao Yao's climbing abilities well. Climbing abilities? Uncle Zhang was bewildered, thinking that Nyo and Xiao Yao could already climb trees. Zhao Yao, naturally noticing Uncle Zhang's confusion, said, the climbing ability I'm talking about is not just simple tree climbing, but enabling them to climb anything, especially being able to silently climb onto beams or places where people cannot access. Uncle Zhang was again puzzled. Beams, places where people couldn't go. Was the young master asking Nyo and Xiao Yao to steal things? I'm not asking Nyo and Xiao Yao to become thieves, but sometimes they need to reach places that people can't climb or access to do something. Uncle Zhang seemed half understood. Young master, I've never taught Nyo and the others these things. No worries, as long as you teach them. They will learn, won't you, Xiao Yao? Zhao Yao looked down at Xiao Yao lying in his arms. Xiao Yao nodded repeatedly. We will learn well. Young master, what exactly should I do? Asked Uncle Zhang, having never taught the things Zhao Yao mentioned and completely uncertain on how to proceed. I'll teach you. Zhao Yao proceeded to explain in detail how to train in Yao and Xiao Yao. Uncle Zhang listened very attentively. Young master, rest assured, I will surely train in Yao and Xiao Yao well. Zhao Yao told Uncle Zhang to first go find Liang Run since Liang Run had things to discuss with him. Zhao Yao then planned to talk closely with the Niu and Xiao Yao. Niu and Xiao Yao were already very smart and perceptive, and now that Zhao Yao could understand their speech, communication was very easy. Zhao Yao informed Niu and Xiao Yao about the training methods. The Niu and Xiao Yao listened very carefully. If you train well, there will be rewards. Zhao Yao used a tone like coaxing a 3-year-old to the Niu and the others, whatever tasty things you want to eat or whatever you desire, I'll give them to you. When the Niu and Xiao Yao heard there would be rewards, their eyes immediately sparkled, with their pretty little faces glowing. We will definitely train well. The next time I come to see you, I will check your training. If you train well, there will be rewards. Training poorly will mean punishment. Zhao Yao said, gently patting Xiao Yao's bottom. I'll spank you hard. Niu and Xiao Yao were so frightened they immediately covered their bottoms. The mother and daughter shook their heads in unison, showing a look of fear as they spoke in unison. It hurts, don't spank. If you don't want a spanking, train well. Zhao Yao pointed to Lai Man and told Niu, if you need to find me, you can first go to Lai Man and tell him what's up so that he can inform me. Lai Man wagged its tail and said, we are already friends. You can come to me anytime if anything comes up. Lai Man, you have to visit Niu and Xiao Yao on my behalf often. He could only take leave once a month. The next time he could take leave would be the next month. Lai Man happily assured. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will come to see them every day. After finishing with the Niu and Xiao Yao, Zhao Yao went to find Liang Run and Uncle Zhang. Liang Run had also finished his talk with Uncle Zhang. Yao Yao, it's still early. Do you want to go for a walk? Liang Run said, I will have Uncle Zhang watch over the little beggar. Of course, I want to go out. There wasn't much time left before nightfall, so he needed to hurry and play. Once he returned to the palace, he wouldn't be able to play. Liang Run took Zhao Yao around the West Market. After a while, they saw a crowd gathered not far ahead, seemingly watching some commotion. Zhao Yao loved a spectacle, and as soon as he saw one, he dashed forward. With a small frame, he slipped through the crowd like an eel, squeezing right to the front. It was then he saw several teenagers in their teens beating up a frail young man. Each of these teenagers was dressed in brocade clothes, their expressions fierce, with smirks of glee on their lips. The man under their feet wore gray linen, and his face was bruised beyond recognition. Curled up on the ground, his eyes were full of fear, and he continuously begged for mercy. Yet the more he pleaded, the happier the teenagers became. They kicked him occasionally and sometimes whipped him with a horsewhip. Seeing this, Zhao Yao frowned. However, he didn't rush to judge. Instead, he asked an elder beside him, Sir, why are they beating him? The elder, finding Zhao Yao charming, couldn't help but feel affection and kindly replied, That man is a thief, daring to steal from these young noblemen. And he got caught on the spot, so they beat him. Another elder nearby said, This person is a habitual thief. This isn't the first time he's stolen. Today he was unlucky to steal from these ones. Lowering his voice, he added, to steal from these bullies. Someone else chimed in, This fellow must be crazy to provoke them. If he wasn't beaten half to death, these bullies wouldn't let him go. Hearing the elders call the teenagers bullies, Zhao Yao curiously asked, Who are they, and why call them bullies? The first elder, surprised that Zhao Yao didn't recognize these bullies, replied, You really don't know them? Zhao Yao shook his head. I don't. Are they famous? Judging by their clothes and actions, they seemed like infamous playboys of the capital. Everyone in the West Market knows them, the elder said, eyeing the bullies who continued to harass the thief and cautiously told Zhao Yao. Their fathers are high officials in the court. How high? I heard they're all sons of the great generals. Great generals? What's their surname? There were many great generals at court. Heroes who once fought alongside the emperor to build the kingdom. Song, Zhang, Shun, and Chu, replied the elder. Zhao Yao appeared surprised. They're all sons of great generals. Indeed, or how else could they be so arrogant, continued the elder. Don't be fooled by their young age. They dare do anything, beating people in broad daylight and fearlessly hitting anyone. Are they really that brazen, and doesn't the capital governor intervene? Their fathers being great generals, the capital governor wouldn't dare intervene. The elder kindly advised Zhao Yao. You shouldn't mess with these bullies. Stay clear if you see them. Zhao Yao nodded, I understand. He further asked, Have they ever beaten anyone to death? Not killed, but they often beat people half to death like now. The elder shook his head, his face filled with fear, saying, offending them leads to no good end. They don't take things without paying, do they? Zhao Yao softly inquired. Do they snatch people's belongings or abduct women? No, really, aren't all playboys like that? Though they often cause trouble, they don't steal or abduct women. Then why are they bullies? Because they're domineering and unreasonable, often beating people, added the elder. They also frequently engage in cockfights and dogfights. So that's how it is. Even the street dogs and cats fear them and keep their distance. Zhao Yao thought. So they're hated by both cats and dogs. Seeing the thief wet his pants under the beating, the teenagers burst into laughter. The tallest, strongest among them lifted the thief's chin with his whip, viciously warning, if we catch you stealing next time, watch your life. The thief cried, I won't dare again, never. The tall, strong youth snorted disdainfully, straightened up, and said to the others, let's go. Where to? To the tea house to listen to stories. The tea house again? Where else do you want to go? To the brothel. Are we really going to the brothel? Do you dare? No way. I wouldn't either. If their fathers knew they went to the brothel, they'd be done for. If not the tea house, then let's go cockfighting. As soon as the bullies left, the crowd dared to start discussing that no one cared about the thief being heavily beaten by the youths. Xiao Yao asked Liangran, Uncle, do you know those people just now? I do. They're very well known in the West Market. They belong to the Song, Zhang, Shun, and Chu families, Liangran explained. They're the youngest sons of these families, likely spoiled, which makes them so arrogant. Nevertheless, since they haven't caused any deaths, the capital governor turns a blind eye. I heard the eldest sons of these families are famous and serve in the military, but I didn't expect their youngest sons to cause trouble in the market. Youngest sons tend to be spoiled. I'm also the youngest, but I'm not spoiled. Zhao Yao quietly sighed. Alas, even as the youngest, I'm punished to copy the Analects 100 times. Liang Run felt sorry hearing this, rubbing Zhao Yao's head. Uncle spoils you. Zhao Yao and his sister weren't favored, likely because of their Liang family's humble status. Even if father doesn't spoil me, I have my loving consort mother and uncles who do. Do you want to eat something? Uncle will buy it for you. I still want pastries. Then let's buy some more. The uncle and nephew headed to the most popular pastry store in the capital. Unexpectedly encountering the same teenagers again, point 3 stood outside the pastry shop, while one seemed to be inside buying pastries. Seeing them standing at the pastry shop's entrance, passers-by appeared frightened and steered clear, as if they were man-eaters. Approaching them only meant being eaten. The three were pleased by the passers-by's fearful reactions, putting on even meaner faces, making passers-by quicken their pace past the shop. Zhao Yao remained unafraid of them, treating them as if they were invisible. The three teenagers, spotting a pretty little kid approaching, thought he would be scared of them, but were surprised by his boldness as he walked right past them into the shop. Liang Run, naturally unfazed by these immature youths, followed Zhao Yao into the pastry shop. The trio eyed Zhao Yao all the way. Xiao Yao entered the shop. They exchanged looks. Who was that little fellow just now? Not afraid of us. Doesn't he know who we are? Were we just underestimated? When he comes out, we'll scare him, show him how frightening we are. Zhao Yao entered the shop, noticing the shop assistant speaking nervously to a richly dressed youth. The rich youth relished the assistant's fear. Though he had a chubby, cute face, he pretended to put on a fierce expression. Seeing the youth pull out money, the assistant quickly waved it off, saying it wasn't needed. The youth angrily said, What? Looking down on me? The assistant, terrified, shook his head vehemently. No, I wouldn't dare. The youth, chin raised, exuded an air of dominance. I'm not short of money. With that, he forcefully placed the money on the counter. The assistant quickly thanked him. Thank you, young master. Only then did the rich youth leave contently. After he left, the assistant breathed a long sigh of relief, wearing a look of having escaped a calamity. Are you all right? Zhao Yao asked with concern. Seeing the adorable child at the counter, the assistant's heart softened, his expression turning gentle. Young master, what pastries would you like? Are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you for asking. The assistant bent down and asked Xiao Yao, What would you like to buy? Zhao Yao replied crisply, I want peach blossom cakes, walnut date cakes, lotus cakes. These were his favorites. Naturally, they were also his mother's favorites. Please wait a moment. The youth, having exited the shop, learned from his friends that a little guy wasn't afraid of them. Naturally got angry. He and the other three waited outside the shop, intending to teach the little guy a lesson once he finished buying pastries and emerged. Zhao Yao came out with his pastries, seeing the four richly dressed youths glaring fiercely at him like malicious fiends. Convinced their formidable expressions would surely scare the little guy to tears, the richly dressed youth stood ready. When Liang Run saw the young nobles glaring angrily at Zhao Yao, he was about to stand in front of his nephew, but then he heard his nephew say, "Second uncle, let's go." Zhao Yao was not afraid of these young nobles with fierce expressions. Although he didn't know why they were glaring at him, he didn't care. The young nobles stared wide-eyed, watching the little one stroll past them. They couldn't believe it. The little one didn't cry in fear. He walked away confidently. It was only after Zhao Yao left that the young nobles came to their senses. They looked at each other, unable to believe what had just happened. Did the little one just leave like that? The one speaking was a little fatty, the youngest son of Song Dikang, named Song Jitsai. Because of his plumpness, he was called Fatty. Were we scary just now? This was Zhang He, the youngest son of General Zhang Gong, tall, sturdy, and dark-skinned, nicknamed He Zi, Black One. They had put on their scariest faces, and usually, others would have been scared stiff by now. That little one didn't seem afraid of us at all. If it were any other little one, they'd be crying by now. The speaker was Shun's son, the youngest son of General Shun, who, nicknamed Three Logs. The little one looks like a sticky rice ball, but surprisingly he's quite brave. Chu Huan said, that little one didn't take us seriously at all. He was the youngest son of General Chu Ying, nicknamed Xiao Bai for his fair complexion. Impossible, we're the bullies of the West Market, who wouldn't be afraid of us. Zhang He couldn't accept that the four bullies were ignored. It must be that our expressions weren't scary enough just now. I used my usual expression, Song Jitsai said with a pout. That little sticky rice ball looked quiet and obedient. It would have been fun to make him cry, but he didn't cry. Shun's son rubbed his chin and said, our intimidating power must be declining. Not at all. When I was buying snacks just now, the shop assistant was very scared of me, trembling when they saw me. Song Jitsai was still holding a few bags of the newly bought snacks. These were for his sister. That little sticky rice ball's courage must be very big, Chu Huan said, frowning. It's the first time we didn't make a kid cry. This is a huge disgrace, Song Jitsai said with a grim face. If others find out, our reputation as the four bullies will be gone. Right, this hurts our reputation, Chu Huan said, and his expression suddenly became serious. Next time we see that sticky rice ball, we must make him cry, so he understands our power. We shouldn't have let him go just now, Shin Sun said angrily. That sticky rice ball runs quite fast. Next time we see him, we must scare him until he cries out loud, or our reputation will be ruined. We must let him know just how terrifying we are. Meanwhile, Zhao Yao, who was being discussed by the four bullies, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and quickly rubbed it. Yao Yao, what happened just now? Why were those four bullies glaring at you so maliciously? Zhao Yao shook his head and said, I don't know. He hadn't provoked them, so who knew why they were glaring at him? Could it be they wanted to snatch the snacks in your hand just now? Guess Liang Run. Zhao Yao thought it was highly possible and nodded in agreement. Seeing that you, my second uncle, are an adult, they didn't dare to come and snatch my snacks. Angrily, Liang Run said with a slightly grim expression, they have the nerve of a bear and a leopard to even think about snatching your snacks. If they had tried to snatch my snacks just now, I definitely wouldn't have let them off, Zhao Yao said fiercely. These four bullies take advantage of their fathers being generals and behave recklessly everywhere, Liang Run said, frowning. That's how young nobles are, he added honestly. He also wanted to be a carefree and reckless child of nobility, eating, drinking, and having fun every day without anyone to control him. It sounded delightful. But unfortunately, he wasn't born into it. Not just them, but most of the children of high-ranking officials in the capital are like this. That's true. If I were them, I'd be like that too. You'd be like that too? Liang Run was startled by Zhao Yao's words. Yao Yao, you want to be a young noble? Zhao Yao actually nodded. Yeah, being a young noble is great. Liang Run's face darkened instantly. He couldn't believe it as he asked, what's so great about being a young noble? Zhao Yao held up a finger and said, firstly, young nobles don't have to study hard. Liang Run felt mixed emotions at his nephew's words. You want to be a young noble just so you don't have to study hard? Yes, young nobles are all dummies. No one forces them to study hard. There's nothing wrong with being a dummy. Secondly, as a young noble, you can play whatever you want. You can also play whatever you want. Not really, Zhao Yao wrinkled his little face. I can't even leave the palace freely. I have to sneak out, so where can I really play whatever I want? Being a prince, although prestigious, comes with many rules to follow. I can't play in the West Market every day like they do. The palace really isn't fun. These words left Liang Run speechless. Most importantly, as a young noble, as long as you don't go overboard, no one will manage you. Yao Yao, being a young noble will make people look down on you. Zhao Yao shrugged, saying nonchalantly, if they look down on me, so be it, I won't lose a pound of flesh. He didn't care about others' opinions. He just wanted to be happy himself. Second uncle, doing bad deeds is normal for young nobles, and people won't find it surprising. Is that really a benefit? Liang Run was shocked at Yao Yao's thoughts. Of course, it's a benefit. That way, you don't have to honestly follow the rules. Zhao Yao's expression suddenly became serious. Most importantly, if a young noble does one good thing, they will be praised. Liang Run didn't quite understand what Zhao Yao meant. Looking a bit puzzled, he said, regardless of who does something good, they'd be praised, I think. Zhao Yao raised his index finger and shook it. It's different. What's different? Second uncle, it's like how a bad person often does bad things. But one day, if they suddenly do something good, everyone will praise them and even think they've changed for the better, forgetting the bad deeds they've done before. Zhao Yao said, if a good person always does good things, everyone gets used to it. But if one day they suddenly do something bad, everyone will think they become bad, forgetting all the good things they've done before. Liang Run was stunned, staring at Zhao Yao. Yao Yao, you. Second uncle, isn't that the way it is? You're right, Liang Run sighed. The world demands a lot from good people, but they're very lenient toward bad people. It's the same for young nobles. That's why it's better to be a lawless young noble. He wanted to be a carefree prince, but reality didn't allow it, so he could only be a foolish prince. Liang Run now felt that Zhao Yao's words made a lot of sense. Yao Yao, do you really want to be a reckless child of nobility? I do want to, but unfortunately, I can't, Zhao Yao said, pulling a sour face. If I'm uneducated, unruly, disobedient, and act out, Father will definitely beat me to death. Father doesn't allow his sons to behave recklessly, and neither do the ministers. Those imperial censors always keep an eye on the members of the imperial family, and even the slightest mistake will be reported. Most importantly, I don't have the confidence to be a young noble. If he were like his second and third brothers, when he grew up, he would be a carefree prince. Hearing Zhao Yao's last sentence, Liang Run felt a pang in his heart. It's all because the Liang family has neither power nor influence, making you and your sister live cautiously in the palace. Seeing Liang Run looking full of guilt, Zhao Yao knew he misunderstood and quickly said, Second uncle, I didn't mean to blame you. The Liang family lacking power and influence isn't a bad thing. At least it keeps Mother and me out of the vicious battle for the throne. If the Liang family had power, even if he wanted to be a carefree prince, they'd force him into the competition for the throne. Zhao Yao wandered for a while longer and then returned with Liang Run. When they got back, the little beggar that Liang Run had rescued had already woken up. Seeing the little beggar eyeing them warily, poised for attack, Zhao Yao suddenly thought of a wolf. However, the little beggar before him could only be a weak little wolf cub that had been gravely injured. Liang Run asked gently, What's your name? The little beggar did not speak. No name. The little beggar still did not speak. Uncle Zhang said from the side, This child seems to be unable to speak. Uncle Zhang had been by the little beggar's bedside the whole time, and when the child woke up, he explained his current situation to him. He had spoken for most of the day, yet the child did not utter a word. Unable to speak. Liang Run's brow furrowed. This makes things difficult. Uncle, let me talk to him. Liang Run stood up and let Zhao Yao sit by the bed. He stood beside Zhao Yao, ready to protect him in case the little beggar suddenly attacked. Upon seeing Zhao Yao, an exquisite and adorable little kid, the vigilance on the little beggar's face instantly lessened considerably. Zhao Yao carefully noticed that the little beggar occasionally glanced at Lingnan, and he gestured for Lingnan to come over. Lingnan walked to Zhao Yao's feet and affectionately rubbed against his leg. Xiao Yao reached out and petted Lingman's head. Seeing this, the little beggar's eyes became even less guarded, and Zhao Yao naturally noticed this change. His name is Lingnan, and he's my good friend. Lingnan wagged his tail happily and bobbed his head in agreement. Do you also have a friend like Lingnan? The little beggar looked at Zhao Yao and then at Lingnan, and then he slightly nodded. Dogs are our best friends. They protect us, never despise us, and are always loyal to us, Zhao Yao said with a smile. Is a good friend like that too? The little beggar nodded again, but still remained silent. So, where's your good friend now? Can they be friends with Lingnan? Lingnan barked softly at the little beggar, as if saying, I'd like to be friends with your dog. The little beggar's expression suddenly turned sad. He bit his lip tightly and didn't say a word. Did your good friend die? Zhao Yao asked. Were they killed by those people who beat you today? The little beggar nodded, his eyes red. Do you want to avenge your good friend? Upon hearing this, the little beggar's eyes brightened first but soon dimmed again. Zhao Yao patiently asked once more. Do you want revenge? If you want revenge, I can help you. The little beggar's eyes lit up again. This time he did not nod, but spoke instead. I want to. His voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Uncle Zhang and Liang Run both exclaimed in unison. You're not mute, huh? The little beggar ignored Liang Run and Uncle Zhang, his eyes fixated on Zhao Yao intently. Do you want to personally avenge your good friend? The little beggar responded without hesitation. I want to. Da Huang had been beaten to death by those bastards while trying to protect him, and he had always remembered this grudge. He had vowed that he would avenge Da Huang one day. To defeat those people, you need to make yourself stronger first. That I can help you become stronger, but there are conditions. What conditions? I can take you in, make sure you have full meals every day, even meat, so you don't have to beg anymore, and find someone to teach you martial arts. But you must be obedient and loyal. Can you do that? Zhao Yao added. Oh, and I'll also find someone to teach you to read and write. Hearing this, the little beggar's eyes widened like saucers, his dirty face full of shock. I don't want useless people. That if you agree to be with me, you must learn martial arts, learn to read and write. Zhao Yao's words were eagerly interrupted by the little beggar. I am willing. The little beggar deeply envied those who could read and write, that he often begged outside bookstores, listening to the students talk, that he always fantasized about being able to read and write one day. Now that the opportunity was before him, he was more than willing. I am willing to do anything that I will obey, and I will always be loyal to you. Zhao Yao noticed that when he mentioned teaching reading and writing, the little beggar's eyes suddenly became very bright. Do you want to learn to read and write? Yes, the little beggar shouted loudly. Zhao Yao and Liang Run were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected a little beggar to desire to read and write. For a beggar, the most important thing should be to fill their stomach, not to read books. What is your name? The little beggar shook his head and said, I don't have a name. Zhao Yao was not surprised by this answer. He thought for a moment and said, from today on, your name will be Ding Yuan. Ding Yuan. Ding means strategic planning. Yuan means foresight. Zhao Yao said with a smile. I hope you will become a person with both strategic planning and foresight. Liang Run chimed in. A person with strategic planning and foresight is a smart person. I hope that after reading, you will become a smart person. Can you do it? Yes. The little beggar's expression grew excited. He wanted to get up and kneel toward Zhao Yao. But as soon as he moved, his injuries caused him pain, and he grimaced immediately. Just sit tight. It's not too late to thank me when you are better, Zhao Yao said, pointing to Liang Run. You will follow my uncle from now on. He will arrange your martial arts, reading, and writing education. Ding Yuan looked at Liang Run with respect instead of wariness now. Yes. First, take good care of your injuries. You can only learn once you're healed. Yes, young master. From today on, you're no longer a beggar. You are Ding Yuan. Hearing this, Ding Yuan's eyes turned red again. He quickly lowered his head, his voice thick with sobs. I am Ding Yuan. Before he finished speaking, his stomach growled. He froze for a moment, and then his face flushed red. There's still some food in the kitchen. I'll go get it. Soon, Liang Run came back with a bowl of bread. Ding Yuan accepted the bread but did not devour it ravenously. Instead, he ate it slowly, one bite at a time. Although he was a beggar, his eating manners were surprisingly refined. After Ding Yuan finished eating, Zhao Yao asked him a few questions, such as how old he was, if he had any family, when he started begging, and whether he had always been begging in the capital. Ding Yuan told Zhao Yao that he did not know how old he was, that it had always been. Just him, with no one else. He also said he couldn't remember things from before, only the last 2 years. He didn't even remember what his name used to be. Zhao Yao speculated that Ding Yuan might have had a fever that damaged his brain, or he might have hit his head, causing him to lose all of his previous memories. Ding Yuan's body was very weak, and after speaking with Xiao Yao for a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Xiao Yao and Liang Run went to the study, leaving Uncle Zhang to continue watching over Ding Yuan. Uncle, I'll leave Ding Yuan's training to you. Don't worry, I will train Ding Yuan well. However, before teaching him martial arts, reading, and writing, he must first be taught some manners. Uncle, don't reveal my identity to them for now. Liang Run understood Xiao Yao's concerns. All right. Uncle, nurturing and training people requires a lot of money, that I'm afraid the money you earn in the capital won't be enough. Should I expand the business then? Uncle, your business can't grow too big, or it will attract trouble. That's true that if money is short, I'll ask my parents to send some. Zhao Yao pondered for a while and said, Uncle, you have connections and influence in Yangzhou, so after the rebellion is quelled there, let grandfather expand the business. That could work. Have grandfather also engage in the business I discussed with uncle that it's very profitable. All right, I'll write to grandfather tomorrow. Uncle, also have grandfather take in some orphans or beggars. When the situation stabilizes in Qingzhou, you would also have his uncle train some people there. All right, there are many scholars in Yangzhou, so grandfather can support some impoverished students. Xiao Yao, supporting those poor students is not very useful. Without recommendations, they can't become officials. Just like himself, they can become retainers or strategists for me in the future. When I go to my fiefdom, they can help manage it. Zhao Yao is thinking far ahead. Besides scholars, we can also support others, have them learn martial arts, study military strategy, and then send them to the army. Liang Run was astonished at this. Yao Yao, are you planning to have your own people in the army? After discussing matters with Liang Run, it was already late. Happy times are always short-lived, and Zhao Yao, no matter how unwilling, had to return to the palace. Ah, how did the day pass so quickly? A day is truly too short. He hadn't played enough yet and already had to return to the palace. Next time I leave the palace, I'll have to wait until next month. Just thinking about having to wait a month to leave the palace again made Zhao Yao feel like the whole world had turned gray. Liang Run also couldn't bear to see his nephew go, hoping he could stay a few more days, but his nephew, being a prince, couldn't linger outside the palace for long. A month will pass quickly. It's like a year. A month is like 30 years. Zhao Yao slumped his shoulders and said with a bitter face. Liang Run was amused by Zhao Yao's miserable expression. Stifling his laughter, he changed the topic. When is Prince Dai returning to the capital tomorrow? It seems to be in the afternoon. Mentioning Prince Dai's return to the capital successfully diverted Zhao Yao's attention. Once second brother returns, both the capital and the palace will become unsettled. You and your sister be careful in the palace that, if anything happens, have your bird friend send me a message, and I will find a way to help you. Zhao Yao smiled reassuringly at Liang Run. Uncle, second brother's return won't affect Mother Consort and me, so don't worry about us. Second brother's return would have the greatest impact on Crown Prince brother. As for him, an unfavored prince, there was no impact. Really no impact. Liang Run believed Prince Dai's victorious return this time was bound to stir up turmoil, that he worried that Zhao Yao and Liang Zhaoyi might be innocently caught up in it. Mother Consort and I are not important people. How would it involve us? As they were speaking, Tongxi appeared at the entrance of the study, knocking gently on the door to remind Zhao Yao. Young master, it's getting late. We should go back. Uncle, if anything comes up, write a letter and give it to Lingnan. It will come into the palace to find me. All right. Zhao Yao gave a few more instructions, then changed in a beggar's garb, preparing to return to the palace. Liang Run escorted Zhao Yao to the alley entrance. Yao Yao, you and your sister must take care in the palace. Sometimes he felt it was good for his sister and Yao Yao to be in the palace. Sometimes he felt it wasn't. Uncle, don't worry at all. Mother Consort and I will be fine. In the palace, he and Mother Consort were nearly invisible. With Prince Dai's return, no one would pay them any attention. Uncle, I'm leaving now. Please take care of Ding Yuan and Uncle Zhang. Don't worry, I will nurture them well. Zhao Yao said no more, waved to Liang Run, and left with Tong Shi. Liang Run stood at the alley entrance for a long time before turning back inside. Zhao Yao and Tong Shi walked through the dark alley. Unexpectedly, halfway through, they encountered those beggars who had beaten Ding Yuan before. Seeing the bulging bags on Zhao Yao and Tong Shi's backs, greed flashed in their eyes, and without a word, they attempted to snatch their bags. Shortly after, a few screams echoed in the dim alley. But it didn't attract attention from others. Such incidents were common, and passers-by, long used to them, would not interfere. The beggars attempting to rob Zhao Yao were knocked to the ground, grimacing and curling up in pain. Zhao Yao had Tong Shi teach them a harsh lesson, a small revenge for Ding Yuan. Before entering the Pei Mansion, Zhao Yao first had Lingnan look around to see if anyone was lurking nearby. Lingnan carefully checked the vicinity of the Pei Mansion and, confirming no one was around, went to find Zhao Yao and the others. Zhao Yao and Tong Shi stealthily entered the Pei Mansion. He did not hurry back to the palace, but first fed Lingnan and the others. Then he inspected several important rooms in the Pei Mansion. The Pei Mansion had been abandoned for 20 or 30 years. Many rooms were dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, looking sinister and eerie under the pale moonlight. Tong Shi held a lantern, lighting the way for Zhao Yao. Seeing Zhao Yao knocking on the floor repeatedly, he curiously and puzzledly asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" "I'm checking for secret passages." Zhao Yao knocked on the floor for a while, but found no secret passages or compartments. "I was overthinking. There's nothing. Your Highness, if there were any secret passages or compartments here, they would have been discovered long ago. That's true. Your Highness, if we don't return, the noble princess will be worried. Then let's go. Before entering the secret passage, Zhao Yao instructed Lingnan to guard the Pei Mansion well. If any strange people came looking for something, it must inform him that in Cunny Hall, Liang Zhaoi was waiting for Zhao Yao. Seeing that dusk was ending and her son still hadn't returned made her a bit worried. Just as she was about to head to the cold palace, Xiao Yao and Tong she returned. Seeing her son return safe and sound, Liang Zhaoi breathed a sigh of relief. She pinched Zhao Yao's chubby cheeks and sternly asked, "Why are you back so late?" "It hurts, Mother Consort, forgive me," Zhao Yao pleaded, saying something happened on the way back. Hearing this, Liang Zhaoi finally let go, frowning slightly as she asked, "What happened?" "Some beggars tried to rob us." Zhao Yao briefly recounted to Liang Zhaoi what happened on the way back. "As long as you're fine, first take a bath, then have dinner later." Although Tong she was an eunuch, his skills were formidable, so Liang Zhaoi felt secure letting her son leave the palace with him. After bathing, Zhao Yao changed into clean clothes. Liang Zhaoi had Gu Xing and the others bring dinner directly to the side hall. Sitting on the couch, Zhao Yao had dinner while telling Liang Zhaoi about his experiences outside the palace. Liang Zhaoi listened intently and agreed very much with Zhao Yao's idea of having Liang run adopt and nurture some beggars and orphans. She felt it was strange for people from Shu to be sent to the Pei Mansion to search for things. In the past 2 days, I have carefully looked through the books and notes left by noble consort Pei, but found nothing special. Mother Consort, what do you think could be in the Pei Mansion that Han Zhong would risk sending people to the capital to find? It should be something important, but back when the Pei Mansion was confiscated, everything was put into the national treasury. Mother Consort, do you think it could be a treasure map? Zhao Yao speculated wildly. Back then, the Pei Mansion was at its height and must have been very wealthy. Could they have preemptively moved a fortune elsewhere, and Han Zhong found out? Unlikely that time. The Pei Mansion was indeed at its peak due to noble consort Pei's favor, but it wasn't a prominent family. Even if they accumulated money, it couldn't have been much, Liang Zhaoi analyzed. Moreover, the Pei family didn't foresee noble consort Pei losing favor, so they wouldn't have secretly moved a treasure elsewhere as a precaution. So if it's not a treasure map, what is it? I don't know. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Han Zhong won't send people to the Pei Mansion again. Zhao Yao didn't want to think about it any longer and lowered his head to continue eating. Since this involves Han Zhong, it might not be simple, Liang Zhaoi said solemnly, frowning deeply. After all, Han Zhong is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Whether it's simple or not has nothing to do with us. We don't need to concern ourselves over it. Zhao Yao, although curious about what Han Zhong was looking for, knew curiosity could be dangerous. If we become too involved, we might invite trouble. Liang Zhaoi nodded. You're right. Mother Consort, did anyone come looking for me today? Xiao Yao asked. Eighth brother didn't come looking for me, did he? No, said Liang Zhaoi. With Prince Dai about to return to the palace, the eighth prince likely has no time to pay attention to you. That's true. Eighth brother has to stay by crown prince brother's side. He wouldn't have the time to focus on me. Xiao Yao, full from the meal, set down his chopsticks, took the handkerchief from Gu Xing, wiped his mouth, and then his hands. With Prince Dai's return, the palace is likely to be in turmoil again. Recently, the atmosphere in the palace had felt unusual. The undercurrents previously hidden beneath a facade of tranquility were already beginning to surge. The night was deep. In the hostel located dozens of miles away from the capital, Prince Dai burned the letter he had just finished reading over the candle flame. The warm candlelight did not dispel the chill on Prince Dai's face. Fu Zhong cautiously spoke. Your Highness, has something happened in the capital? With a cold expression, Prince Dai said in a grim voice, there has been a change regarding adding jewels to my crown. He was set to arrive in the capital the next day, but the matter of adding jewels to his crown had yet to be finalized. He had originally thought it would be done before his return to the capital. Did the emperor disagree? For some time, there had been no imperial decree to add jewels to his highness's crown, so Fu Zhong had a bad feeling that the matter might fall through. He hadn't dared to bring it up in the past few days, fearing it would anger his highness. Prince Dai's eyes darkened, and his expression was extremely unpleasant. Except for the crown prince's faction, all court ministers support adding jewels to my crown. These days, my uncle and others have been putting pressure on the emperor, but he simply refused to agree. What on earth is he thinking? Seeing Prince Dai in a rage, Fu Zhong shyly retracted his neck, He gathered his courage and comforted. Your Highness, perhaps the Emperor wants to surprise you. When you report to court tomorrow, perhaps the Emperor will honor you with jewels. Hearing Fu Zhong's words, Prince Dai's stern face relaxed a bit. The Emperor wants to surprise me. Your Highness, hasn't such a thing happened before? 3 years ago, when you returned from suppressing a rebellion in Qingzhou, the Emperor gave you a big surprise by gifting you the treasured sword he wore in his youth. You still carry it with you, don't you? At these words, Prince Dai turned his gaze to the sword placed on a nearby rack, and his face brightened considerably. You're right. Father does like to surprise me. Seeing Prince Dai's mood improve, Fu Zhong let out a long breath of relief inwardly. He continued, Your Highness, you've achieved so much this time. Surely the Emperor won't stint on rewarding you. That he hasn't yet agreed to add jewels must mean he's planning a surprise. Prince Dai felt that what Fu Zhong said made a lot of sense. An expectant smile appeared on his face. That must be it. In his heart, Prince Dai hoped Fu Zhong's words were true. The Emperor likes to tease you. This time is surely the same, Fu Zhong said, becoming more confident in his reasoning. First, he pretends not to agree, disappointing and distressing you. Then, when you enter the palace, he adds the jewels, taking you by great surprise. Father really is capable of doing such a thing. His father loved to joke around, and Prince Dai had been tricked by him more than once. Your Highness, you should act as if you know nothing. When you enter the palace tomorrow and the Emperor grants you the jewels, you must play along well. Of course, Prince Dai's bad mood over the past few days was completely dispelled by Fu Zhong's words. Your Highness, after your victorious return to the capital, the Emperor may not send you elsewhere to suppress rebellions anytime soon, so you should take this opportunity to rest, Fu Zhong said. You haven't had a proper rest in months after quelling the rebels in Liangzhou that you've lost so much weight. When you return to the capital, Noble Consort will surely be heartbroken to see you. I plan to go to Yangzhou. Yangzhou, Fu Zhong exclaimed in surprise. What do you want to do in Yangzhou? Suppress a rebellion. Fu Zhong then recalled that the rebellion in Yangzhou had yet to be quelled. He further remembered that it was the crown prince's uncle who was sent to suppress it. Suddenly, he understood Prince Dai's intention. Your Highness, you mean? It's a great opportunity to humiliate the Xiao family and embarrass the crown prince. How can I miss it? Prince Dai smiled maliciously. Xiao has been trying to suppress the Yangzhou rebellion for months without success, and father is already displeased. When I return to the capital, I'll volunteer to suppress the Yangzhou rebellion. Given my skills, it won't take a month to subdue the rebels there, thus greatly shaming the crown prince and the Xiao family, while further enhancing my fame. 2 birds with 1 stone, Fu Zhong said with admiration. Your Highness is wise. Prince Dai laughed. This opportunity for humiliation was delivered to me by the Xiao family and the crown prince. How could I not seize it? Even God wouldn't tolerate it. Your resounding victory has already shown the ministers and the people your capabilities. If you further suppress the Yangzhou rebellion, which the Xiao family couldn't, the ministers and the people will think higher of you and support you even more, comparing you favorably against the crown prince. That's the result I desire. It's very demanding on you, Fu Zhong said with heartfelt concern. You just returned from Yangzhou and haven't rested properly before rushing off to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou. This hardship is nothing, Prince Dai said, with a meaningful smile. The ministers and the people will witness my dedication. Your Highness is indeed wise. I have another reason to suppress the rebellion in Yangzhou. What reason? Yangzhou has always been a prosperous land. Even after numerous conflicts, it's still the richest place among the 9 regions, Prince Dai said. More importantly, there are many renowned scholars in Yangzhou. Prince Dai believed he was not inferior to the crown prince. Even considering himself superior, he had gained the support of most military officers through his meritorious achievements in recent years. However, few intellectuals and scholars supported him. These scholars emphasized the importance of primogeniture. Zhao Xian, being the legitimate firstborn, had been designated the crown prince since childhood, a son of secondary consort and a younger son. Despite his great contributions to the Great Zhou, the scholars were reluctant to support his bid for crown prince. In the past, he had dismissed these scholars as a group of weak individuals indulging in lofty rhetoric. But in the past 2 years, as his father increasingly valued these scholars, he realized that if he wanted to replace the crown prince, he would need their support. It was said that Yangzhou was home to many reclusive great scholars. These scholars were greatly admired by the intellectuals and respected by prestigious families. Even emperors held them in high regard. His father once told him that a world-renowned great scholar could wield more influence than an emperor if he could gain the support of Yangzhou's scholars. or even just one great scholar, he would have a legitimate claim to replace Zhao Xian as crown prince in the future. Your Highness, didn't you always disdain those scholars? Indeed, I look down on them, but if I want to become crown prince rightfully, I need their support. Prince Dai understood well. I also need a good reputation. These scholars excel at creating reputations. Moreover, Zhao Xian remains the crown prince and has not been deposed, largely thanks to these scholars. You are right, Your Highness, Fu Zhong acknowledged. Your Highness, are you planning to win over these scholars in Yangzhou? When it's time to win over, we must win over, Prince Dai said with a deep and meaningful smile. I must become a person who values talent, winning the allegiance of Yangzhou scholars, and having them offer me strategies and advice. Your Highness, this strategy of yours is truly brilliant. I am in awe, Fu Zhong said. If Zhao Xian can show appreciation for talent, so can I, Prince Dai said. You've always been more skilled than the crown prince, Fu Zhong said, still feeling aggrieved on Prince Dai's behalf. If the emperor hadn't allied through marriage with the Xie family, noble Princess Consort would have been the empress, and you would have been the crown prince. This matter had always been a thorn in the hearts of noble Princess Consort Rong and Prince Dai, filling them with resentment whenever they thought about it. Soon, I will restore everything to its rightful place, Prince Dai said, determined that his mother would reclaim her rightful position as empress, and he would take back his rightful position as crown prince. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the crown prince, unusually, eagerly awaited Prince Dai's return to the capital the next day. Earlier, the words of Duke Zhun had completely reassured the crown prince that he no longer worried about Prince Dai returning to the capital to receive jewels, but he hoped that Prince Dai's return would be even more formidable, ideally trampling him, the crown prince, underfoot. The morning court meeting the next day, he planned to propose to his father, the emperor, that he personally ride out of the city to welcome Prince Dai's triumphant return. Early morning, in Yongxin Palace, noble Princess Consort Rong was helping the emperor get dressed. Cousin, can Prince Dai really return to the capital this afternoon? In private, noble Princess Consort Rong called the emperor cousin. Since she was young, she followed the emperor around, calling him cousin affectionately. It won't be delayed until evening, will it? At night, the city gates of the capital would be closed, and by then, Yunner wouldn't be able to get into the capital. He will return to the capital in the afternoon. The emperor gave noble Princess Consort Rong a definite answer, arriving at the time of Wei. Arriving at the time of Wei? Then I'm relieved, noble Princess Consort Rong said, her brows furrowed, showing a worried expression on her face. That child always reports good news and hides bad news. This time he went to Liangzhou to quell the rebellion. The situation was very dangerous. He must have been injured and surely kept everyone from telling us. She sighed softly. I wonder how many times he got injured this time, if he suffered any serious injury. I haven't heard that he was seriously injured. Cousin, you used to be like this too, hiding injuries every time, not letting any of us know why the time you returned, your injuries had already healed. Noble Princess Consort Rong pointed at the emperor's chest, playfully saying, if it weren't for me discovering the scars on your body, I wouldn't know you were injured. Prince Dai is just like you were when you were young. The emperor held noble Princess Consort Rong's finger, smiling. Getting injured on the battlefield is normal, nothing to fuss about. Noble Princess Consort Rong said grumpily, right. As long as it doesn't kill, it's a minor injury. Exactly. The emperor reached out and patted noble Princess Consort Rong's backside. The second one is not a child anymore. You shouldn't worry too much. You father and son are just the same. Noble Princess Consort Rong said helplessly. When you were young, I often worried about you getting injured on the battlefield. I didn't expect that as I grew older, I would still have to worry about our son getting injured on the battlefield. The emperor pinched noble Princess Consort Rong's chin gently and shook it lightly. You just worry too much. Women are just prone to worry. Besides, with a husband and son fighting outside, how can I not worry? Noble Princess Consort Rong wrapped her arms around the emperor's waist, slightly tilting her head up as she said, fortunately, I don't have to worry about you now. The emperor lowered his head and kissed noble Princess Consort Rong's lips. All right, I should go to court. You can sleep a bit more. Noble Princess Consort Rong stood on tiptoe and gave the emperor a strong kiss on his lips. Cousin, take care. The emperor chuckled and then left noble Princess Consort Rong's sleeping chamber. After the emperor left, noble Princess Consort Rong returned to bed for as for going to Zhao Yao Palace this morning to pay respects to the empress. It completely slipped her mind. Today is the 15th, the day when the concubines need to pay their respects to Empress Xie. The 1st and 15th of each month are the days when the concubines pay their respects to Empress X, I, E. In theory, the concubines should pay respects to Empress Xie every day. Empress Xie also hopes that the concubines would come to pay respects to her every day, but the former empress didn't think so. She felt that the concubines coming to pay respects every morning was too much trouble. Moreover, it would prevent the concubines from sleeping well every day. Out of concern for the concubines, she changed the daily routine to the 1st and 15th of each month. Empress Xie couldn't change the rule set by the former empress. If she changes it to a daily routine, she would inevitably be seen as ungracious. Unlike the former empress, in Wendy Hall, Zhao Yao and the others were having breakfast. It really is a coincidence today. Yumarin said, today is the day to pay respects to the empress, and Prince Dai returns to the capital today. Pan Chiron said, noble consort Rong is going to compete with Her Majesty the Empress again. We better be careful. Pan Chiron dreaded the days when they had to pay respects to Empress Xiao on the 1st and 15th of each month. Every time they went to pay respects, there were bound to be conflicts. Liang Zhaoyi comforted Pan Chiron. Her Majesty and the noble consort won't concern themselves with us. Yumarin said, we just sit quietly. The 5th princess pouted slightly. I don't want to go. She always felt very anxious and scared when going to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Mother, can I not go? No. Yumarin also didn't want her daughter to go, but there was no other way. She had to go. If you don't go, it will be disrespectful to Her Majesty. The 5th princess then looked at Zhao Yao with envy. I wish I were 10th brother. Then I wouldn't have to go to Zhao Yang Palace to pay respects. Zhao Yao said exasperatedly, the only good thing left about studying is this. Saying this, he suddenly laughed mischievously at the 5th princess. 5th sister, you must behave. The 5th princess glared fiercely at Zhao Yao. 10th brother, you need to study hard. Don't let the teacher hit your palm. Though I'm not smart at studying, I'm well behaved, so the teacher won't hit me. 10th brother, how about this? I'll go to study on your behalf, and you go to Zhao Yang Palace for me. The 5th princess thought this was a great idea. Zhao Yao rolled his eyes at the 5th princess and added 2 words, dream on. 10th brother, didn't you dislike going to study? Before she finished her sentence, her little head was hit by Yumarin. Is Wendy Hall a place where you can go? Yumarin sternly reprimanded the 5th princess. You're so grown up, yet still spouting nonsense all the time. The 5th princess pouted, I'll go all right. 5th sister, 4th sister, and the others surely won't say anything about you today. Zhao Yao knew that the 5th princess disliked going to Zhao Yang Palace to pay respects for another important reason, which was to avoid 4th sister and the others. Before the second Mother Consort and 5th sister moved to Wendy Hall, they lived in Yeoman Palace. That Yeoman Palace was the residence of Princess Consort Liang, and 4th princess was Princess Consort Liang's daughter. When they were young, 4th princess frequently bullied the 5th princess, finding amusement in it. The 5th princess was thoroughly scared by 4th princess's bullying, unable to help but feel terrified and anxious when she saw 4th princess. Later, with the help of Liang Zhaoyi, Yumarin moved with the 5th princess into Wendy Hall. On regular days, the 5th princess would stay in Wendy Hall and not go out. 4th princess, disliking how isolated Wendy Hall was and its proximity to the cold palace, refused to come to Wendy Hall to bully the 5th princess. 4th princess would only verbally bully the 5th princess on the 1st and 15th of each month. At other times, she couldn't even find a 5th princess to bully. Previously, 4th princess would send people to invite the 5th princess to go out and play, but it was really just an excuse to bully her. However, the 5th princess refused. With her timid nature, she wouldn't have dared to refuse. It was Liang Zhaoyi who sent Gue Xing to decline for her. Seeing Liang Zhaoyi backing the 5th princess, 4th princess naturally became indignant and incited her mother, Princess Consort Liang, to discipline Liang Zhaoyi. Princess Consort Liang didn't think highly of Liang Zhaoyi and wasn't interested in bullying a minor Zhaoyi. But since her daughter needed her to back her up, she played the part of the Princess Consort to scold Liang Zhaoyi. Soon as Princess Consort Liang reprimanded Liang Zhaoyi, the emperor found out about it. The emperor asked Empress Xie to select 2 mamas to reteach 4th princess the etiquette rules. Moreover, he also punished 4th princess to copy the women's precepts 1,000 times without missing a single word. As for Princess Consort Liang, while the emperor didn't punish her directly, he didn't visit Yeoman Palace for several months. Empress Xie used this incident to harshly scold Princess Consort Liang and her daughter in front of all the concubines and princesses. Naturally, Princess Consort Da and the others did not miss the opportunity to add insult to injury, making Princess Consort Liang and her daughter a laughingstock of the entire harem. Since then, neither Princess Consort Liang nor Princess Consort Dai and the others dared to rely on their status to randomly reprimand lower-ranking concubines. The princes and princesses also didn't dare to bully others casually. After this incident, fourth princess never bullied the fifth princess again, although she would still verbally belittle the fifth princess on the 1st and 15th of each month. These past 2 years, the fifth princess's personality has become more lively, and she's become braver, but she's still developed a psychological shadow over fourth princess that, in fourth princess's presence, she would involuntarily become timid, unable to stand up against fourth princess. She remains unfazed as fourth princess belittles her, as it doesn't physically harm her. Why won't she say anything about me? Because today, the focus of the greetings is second brother. When you go to pay respects, all the topics will revolve around second brother and fourth sister, and the others won't bother you. Hearing what Zhao Yao said, the fifth princess felt much more relieved. That's good. Seeing that it was getting late, Liang Zhaoyi reminded her son, Yao Yao, eat quickly, otherwise you'll be late for your studies. Zhao Yao stopped talking with the fifth princess, lowered his head, and quickly drank his porridge. After finishing, he hurriedly left with Tong Shi. Walking out of Windy Hall, Zhao Yao could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the palace was different today. With second brother returning, the palace has immediately become lively. Not only lively, but also festive. The great victory in Liangzhou was something worth celebrating. With Prince Dai returning, naturally, the palace needed to be filled with joy. Isn't the palace going to celebrate tonight? Tong Shi said, Your Highness, aren't you most looking forward to tonight's banquet? Aren't you happy? Happy, of course. Thinking of the beef and other delicious food he could eat at tonight's banquet, a radiant smile appeared on Zhao Yao's little face. I hope it can immediately turn to evening. Your Highness, you should eat less at noon today to have room for the delicious food tonight. You're right. At this time, in Xinguang Hall, the ministers were still in the morning court. The atmosphere in today's morning court was also different, filled with jubilation. Although many people didn't want Prince Dai to return, the emperor was happy today, so the ministers did not dare to dampen his spirits and could only be happy with him. The main topic of today's morning court was whether to award Prince Dai a pearl. The discussion of awarding Prince Dai a pearl had been ongoing for many days, without a decision being reached. Today, with Prince Dai returning, a decision had to be made, and no matter what the ministers said, the emperor didn't give a definite answer. This left them guessing what was really on his mind. The mind of an emperor is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Supporters of Prince Dai stepped forward one after another, requesting the emperor to add pearls to Prince Dai. Supporters of the crown prince naturally stepped forward one after another, opposing the addition of pearls to Prince Dai. Other ministers who supported the third prince, fifth prince, and sixth prince hoped for the pearls to be added to Prince Dai, so that when their own princes came of age, they would also receive pearls. However, today they did not voice their agreement with Prince Dai's faction but stood to the side, calmly observing the debate between Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction. The ministers of Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction resumed their argument, albeit with less intensity than before. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, resting his right hand on his cheek, watching the unending debate. Among the ministers with amusement, the ministers debated in low voices, but their spit flew onto each other's faces. Not only that, but their faces turned red and their necks bulged from the heated argument. Meanwhile, Marquis Xianping and Duke Zhan, as leaders of Prince Dai's faction and the Crown Prince's faction, stood silently in their places. The emperor looked at Marquis Xianping and Duke Zhan, who seemed detached from the situation, and a faint, inscrutable smile appeared on his lips. Marquis Xianping. Upon hearing the emperor call him, Marquis Xianping immediately bowed in salute. I am here, your majesty. What do you think? Should I add pearls to Prince Dai? The emperor's face bore a gentle smile, and his tone was casual, as if engaging in idle chatter after a meal. Marquis Xuanping's heart tightened, and his expression involuntarily became more serious. I dare not speculate on your majesty's intentions. The emperor was not surprised by Marquis Xuanping's answer. He changed his posture, leaning slightly on the left armrest of the dragon throne, crossing his legs and resting his right hand on his knee, appearing somewhat leisurely. I'm not asking you to speculate on my intentions. I'm asking your opinion on whether pearls should be added to Prince Dai. Marquis Xianping raised his head and glanced at the emperor. Seeing the emperor's casual demeanor, he could not grasp the emperor's intent. The matter of adding pearls to Prince Dai had been debated for several days, yet this was the first time the emperor asked Marquis Xianping this question. Marquis Xianping did not rush to answer, but pondered for a moment. In response, Your Majesty, I believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. The emperor was slightly surprised by Marquis Xuanping's direct response. Normally, in matters concerning reward for Prince Dai, Marquis Xianping would never advocate for Prince Dai. And the reason? Marquis Xianping replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the rebellion in Liangzhou has long been a significant problem for the court. This time, the rebels numbered in the hundreds of thousands. If not for Prince Dai quelling the rebellion, the consequences would be unthinkable. He stopped speaking there. He did not, like other ministers, enumerate the battles won by Prince Dai, nor did he detail how dangerous and severe the rebellion in Liangzhou was, nor did he mention that if Liangzhou fell, the rebels would advance toward Yong State, putting the capital in jeopardy. Marquis Xianping did not wish to speak further, nor did he dare to. Speaking too much might not be wise. Moreover, these words should not come from him, as he was Prince Dai's maternal uncle. Traditionally, Marquis Xianping would not have uttered such words about adding pearls to Prince Dai, saying this was uncharacteristic. However, the emperor had not yet agreed to add pearls to Prince Dai, and with Prince Dai arriving in the capital that afternoon, Marquis Xianping feared the matter would remain unresolved, prompting his unusual stance. Marquis Xianping was also waiting for the emperor to question him. Without being asked, he was reluctant to express his opinions so directly. Additionally, by giving such a straightforward answer, he made his stance clear to the emperor. The emperor then looked at Duke Zhun, who stood at the forefront of the queue on the left, and asked, Duke Zhun, what do you think about adding pearls to Prince Dai? Duke Zhun stepped forward, saluted the emperor, and respectfully said, In response, Your Majesty, I believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. His words left the ministers in shock, and even the emperor appeared surprised. The ministers wondered what had overcome Duke Zhun. Had he lost his mind? Otherwise, why would he agree to add pearls to Prince Dai? Marquis Xianping, initially surprised, frowned, casting a sharp and suspicious glance at Duke Zhun. What was Duke Zhun plotting? The emperor regained his composure, sat upright, and asked, And why? Your Majesty, as Marquis Xianping just said, if it weren't for Prince Dai quelling the hundreds of thousands of rebels in Liangzhou this time, Liangzhou would certainly have fallen. Once Liangzhou fell, the rebels would have inevitably attacked Yong State, making the capital extremely dangerous, Duke Zhun continued. Moreover, in recent years, Prince Dai has quelled many rebellions, contributing significantly to the stability of the Great Zhou. Without Prince Dai, there wouldn't be today's stable Great Zhou. Both emotionally and rationally, pearls should be added to Prince Dai. I earnestly request Your Majesty to add pearls to Prince Dai. Having said this, he knelt down. The ministers supporting the crown prince looked on in amazement at Duke Zhun, unable to believe that he betrayed them as well as the crown prince. The ministers supporting Prince Dai were also utterly astonished, unable to believe Duke Zhun supported adding pearls to Prince Dai. There was indeed something peculiar about Duke Zhun today. He must have lost his mind. Marquis Xianping's face changed dramatically, cursing Duke Zhun inwardly that he knew Duke Zhun was up to no good. Though Duke Zhun's words seemed to support adding pearls to Prince Dai, they actually elevated Prince Dai. Marquis Xianping was preparing to step forward and refute Duke Zhun's words at that moment. The crown prince suddenly spoke, Father, I also believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai. The crown prince's statement caused a tremendous uproar in the court. Ministers from both Prince Dai's faction and the crown prince's faction were stunned. What was happening today? Had Duke Zhun and the crown prince lost their minds? Had Prince Dai somehow bewitched the crown prince and Duke Zhun into agreeing to add pearls? The emperor was amused by the minister's expressions of utter disbelief. He asked the crown prince with interest, Crown Prince, do you truly believe pearls should be added to Prince Dai? Father, Prince Dai deserves to be adorned with pearls. The crown prince recounted the victories Prince Dai had previously achieved with great sincerity. Father, Prince Dai is our great Zhou's war god. With him, the great Zhou will become more secure. Merely making him an ordinary prince would be a great injustice. The emperor felt no surprise at the crown prince's words. Having heard Duke Zhun's statement earlier, the crown prince's words did not shock him. If the crown prince had spoken before Duke Zhun, the emperor might have been taken aback. Then how many pearls do you think should be added to Prince Dai? The crown prince replied, I recall that in the previous dynasty, Prince Yin was adorned with 8 pearls. Prince Yin did not achieve the distinguished military merits that Prince Dai has, so Prince Dai should also be adorned with 8 pearls. Add 8 pearls to Prince Dai. The ministers collectively gasped in disbelief. They could not believe their ears. The crown prince had actively requested that 8 pearls be added to Prince Dai. Adding 8 pearls would make him equal to the crown prince. With 8 pearls, Prince Dai could stand on equal footing with the crown prince. The crown prince was actually willing to have Prince Dai equal him, leading them to conclude the crown prince must truly have lost his mind, and quite seriously. Duke Zhun immediately concurred, Your Majesty, the crown prince is correct. Given Prince Dai's contributions, he deserves to be ennobled as an 8-pearl prince. Marquis Xianping hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, this cannot be. At that moment, Marquis Xianping fully realized the ploy being played by the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen. Duke Zhen looked at Marquis Xianping in confusion. Marquis Xianping, didn't you just say pearls should be added to Prince Dai? Why now do you say it cannot be done? Marquis Xianping, Prince Dai has made numerous contributions to the stability of the Great Zhou and deserves to be adorned with pearls. Marquis Xianping paid no heed to Duke Zhen and the Crown Prince, instead hastily addressing the Emperor. Your Majesty, quelling rebellions was Prince Dai's duty. As a prince, he should alleviate the Emperor's burdens that I misspoke earlier. Pearls should not be added to Prince Dai. Some ministers, upon hearing Marquis Xianping's words, immediately understood the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen's intentions. They were startled and quickly knelt down. Your Majesty, the practice of adding pearls is a custom of the previous dynasty and is not customary in our court. We must not use the previous dynasty's custom to adorn Prince Dai. The ministers of the Crown Prince's faction also came to realize the situation at this moment and hurriedly knelt down, pleading with the Emperor to add pearls to Prince Dai. Mere moments ago, the ministers of Prince Dai's faction supported the addition of pearls, while those of the Crown Prince's faction vehemently opposed it. Now, however, the tables had turned with the Crown Prince's supporters backing it, while Prince Dai's supporters vehemently opposed it. A twist no one expected. Prime Minister He and Song Dikang, among others, did not foresee such a reversal in the matter of adding pearls to Prince Dai. This was beyond their imagination. The Emperor, however, seemed unsurprised by this reversal. Nonetheless, he was amused by the drama of the reversal. He deliberately pointed to the ministers who had previously clamored for the addition of pearls to Prince Dai. Weren't you just supporting the addition of pearls to Prince Dai? We are foolish, Your Majesty. Please punish us. It was you who wanted me to add pearls to Prince Dai, and now it is you who oppose me doing so, the Emperor said as he slowly rose and walked to the front, looking at the kneeling ministers with a smile, and asked, Are you playing with me? These words caused the ministers to tremble with fear, and they hurriedly kowtowed to plead, We would not dare. You all don't dare? The Emperor said with a half-smile. I think you're pretty daring. The ministers responded in a state of fear and trepidation. We are guilty of 10,000 deaths. We beg for your Majesty's forgiveness. So tell me, should I add a pearl to Prince Dai's title or not? The Emperor asked the ministers in an inquiring tone. You must help me make a decision. The ministers kneeling below were filled with dread. We do not dare. I don't want to hear that. The Emperor leaned against the railing, arms crossed, smiling as he looked at the kneeling ministers. Tell me, should I add a pearl to Prince Dai's title or not? Although the Emperor had a smiling demeanor, the ministers were so frightened that their faces changed. Kneeling on the ground, they dared not utter a word. Why is no one speaking? The Emperor said with some disdain. Weren't you all quite talkative just now? This made the ministers even more anxious, and some of the more timid ones began to tremble slightly. The Crown Prince, kneeling, straightened up and said, Father, based on merits, Prince Dai should indeed be awarded a pearl. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke Zhen added, Your Majesty, what the Crown Prince says is very true. Marquis Xianping cursed the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen silently. Just as he was about to speak, the Crown Prince continued, Father, I wish to personally go outside the capital to greet Prince Dai upon his triumphant return. Before finishing his sentence, Marquis Xianping hastily interrupted, That won't do. Your Majesty, Prince Dai is a subject. How can the Crown Prince personally go outside the city to greet him? Marquis Xianping, Prince Dai is my own brother. This time he put down the rebels in Liangzhou. His accomplishments are of great merit. Both emotionally and rationally, as his elder brother, I should personally go outside the city to welcome him back. The Crown Prince said, turning about to the Emperor, I ask for Father's approval. Marquis Xianping was anxious, hurriedly bowing and saying, Your Majesty, absolutely not. Duke Zhen cut him off. Your Majesty, having the Crown Prince represent the court to greet Prince Dai upon his victorious return will show Prince Dai the court's appreciation and let the citizens see the court's regard for him. Your Majesty, subduing the rebels in Liangzhou was Prince Dai's duty. Duke Zhen interrupted Marquis Xianping again. Marquis Xianping, although quelling the rebellion in Liangzhou was Prince Dai's duty as a subject and son, the significant achievements he gained this time cannot be merely rewarded with some gold and silver jewelry. Besides, didn't you just say that Prince Dai should be awarded a pearl? With a slap, Marquis Xianping hit himself twice. Your Majesty, I spoke wrongly just now, deserving of 10,000 deaths. He realized he had been careless and fell into Xia Xiuquan's trap. Since the news of the great victory in Liangzhou came back to the capital, Marquis Xianping had been busy with the matter of adding a pearl to Prince Dai's title. To ensure it happened before Prince Dai returned to the capital, Marquis Xianping not only sent people around the city to boast of Prince Dai's great military achievements, but also allied with ministers to pressure the emperor to agree quickly to adding a pearl to Prince Dai. Besides this, Marquis Xianping also sent people to disparage the crown prince, letting the public know that the crown prince hadn't contributed to the stability of Great Zhou's realm in these days. Whenever the citizens of the capital spoke of Prince Dai, they praised and thanked him. Speaking of the crown prince, they felt he was unremarkable, inferior to Prince Dai. Furthermore, more courtiers, especially military officers, began supporting Prince Dai. Back when the emperor dealt with rebellions everywhere, many military officers followed him, besides a few close confidants like Song Dikang and Chuing. Although these others also made significant contributions back then, they couldn't match those made by Song Dikang and the like, and naturally didn't enjoy as much favor. They received titles, and their status became considerably elevated, but they knew this was only temporary, as the saying goes. A new sovereign means new courtiers. When the emperor is gone, their prestigious status and lifestyle may not remain secure. Wanting to enjoy prosperity for a long time for both themselves and the future of their offspring, these officers thought to choose a side early. Only by supporting Prince Dai in advance, when he ascends the throne, could their family's glory continue to as for why they choose to support Prince Dai early. The answer is simple. Prince Dai is also a military officer like them, contributing to the realm of Great Zhou. Moreover, he resembles the young emperor. Most importantly, the crown prince is supported by civilian officials, and the military officers disdain those who only preach theories. Not all these military officers fully support Prince Dai, and many adopt a wait-and-see approach. After all, the emperor is still in his prime. They fear angering the emperor if they support Prince Dai early, so they remain hesitant. But now it's different. Prince Dai's defeat of the rebels in Liangzhou showcased his extraordinary ability. Furthermore, his victory gained increasing fame both in court and among the public, prompting them to finally take a clear stand to support Prince Dai. Recently, Prince Dai gained more influence both in court and among the public, overshadowing the crown prince, whether in court or among the public. More people are calling for Prince Dai to become the crown prince. Most importantly, during this period, Duke Zhun and the crown prince couldn't effectively counter this, allowing the rumors of Prince Dai being the most suitable heir to spread unchecked, making Marquis Xianping's faction increasingly complacent, assuming Duke Zhun had no recourse. Marquis Xianping guessed that Duke Zhun and the crown prince wouldn't just watch as Prince Dai was granted the pearl and guessed they would counterattack, that he secretly prepared defenses. But until today's morning court, Duke Zhun and the crown prince did nothing, which relaxed his guard. Compared to Duke Zhun and the crown prince's tactics, Marquis Xianping was more concerned about the emperor's attitude. Prince Dai was set to return to the capital this afternoon, but the emperor hadn't agreed to add the pearl, making Marquis Xianping anxious. Thus his earlier statement that Prince Dai should receive it. Originally, Marquis Xianping thought there wouldn't be an issue with his statements, but didn't expect Duke Zhun and the crown prince to agree with him. He didn't realize at first, but when hearing their praise, saying without Prince Dai, there would be no stable Great Zhou, he suddenly understood. It was Duke Zhun and the crown prince's scheme in this duration. Duke Zhun and crown prince did nothing, waiting here for this moment. This move was so insidious and caught Marquis Xianping's faction by surprise. The crown prince cannot be allowed to personally leave the city to greet Prince Dai. Otherwise, Prince Dai's reputation will be ruined. Prime Minister He, Grandmaster Liu, and the others knelt down, acting as if detached, as though the unfolding events had nothing to do with them. Though they were somewhat surprised internally, they had long guessed that Duke Zhun wouldn't stand by idly, predicting he wouldn't allow Marquis Xianping to suppress the crown prince. However, even just an hour ago, Duke Zhun and the crown prince had done nothing. They were curious about Duke Zhun's inaction. They didn't expect that shortly after, Duke Zhun would strike back. Duke Zhun's support for adding a pearl for Prince Dai immediately frightened Marquis Xianping's faction and turned them against it. An impressive reversal unexpected by Prime Minister He and the others. They had anticipated Duke Zhun's retaliation, but hadn't foreseen this approach. Inwardly, Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu sighed, feeling that Duke Zhun intended to metaphorically roast Prince Dai over a fire. Regarding the matter of adding a pearl to Prince Dai, Marquis Xianping's faction suffered a total defeat. Prime Minister He, what do you think? The emperor turned to the calm Prime Minister He. Do you think I should add a pearl to Prince Dai's title? Hearing the emperor call on him, Prime Minister He sighed deeply in his heart with unspoken resignation. The emperor needed someone to be the bad guy, If it were an hour ago, the people in the Marquis Schwamping's faction hoped that Prime Minister he would support Prince Dai's request for a pearl. But now, they hope Prime Minister he would not support Prince Dai's request for a pearl. The people in Duke Jun's faction naturally hoped that Prime Minister he would support Prince Dai's request for a pearl to fulfill their wish. Prime Minister he stepped forward, first saluted the Emperor, and then respectfully said, "Your Majesty, the custom of granting a pearl to princes was from the previous dynasty, not our dynasty. That I believe there is no need for our dynasty to follow the practices of the previous dynasty. Moreover, our dynasty has its own rules." Upon hearing Prime Minister He's words, Marquis Xianping felt relieved. He quickly echoed, "What Prime Minister he said is correct." Other ministers supporting Prince Dai also echoed, "What Prime Minister he said is correct." Duke Jun and the Crown Prince were not surprised by Prime Minister He's response. Previously, Duke Jun had told the Crown Prince that Prime Minister He and Song Dikang would not agree to Prince Dai's request for a pearl. The Emperor then looked at Grandmaster Lu and asked, "What does the Grandmaster think?" Grandmaster Lu stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the previous dynasty was the previous dynasty, and our dynasty is our dynasty. Our dynasty does not have a custom of granting a pearl to princes. Besides, the title of prince is already extremely honorable." The Emperor then looked towards Song Dikang and Chuing. Before he could ask, Song Dikang and Chuing proactively responded, "We think what Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu said is right." "Duke Jun, what do you think?" Duke Jun solemnly said, "I think the Prime Minister and the Grandmaster speak reasonably. Our dynasty is our dynasty, and there is no need to follow the practices of the previous dynasty. It was my ignorance. Please punish me, Your Majesty." The ministers of the Marquis Schwamping's faction and the Crown Prince's faction were very surprised. Just now, Duke Jin strongly supported Prince Dai's request for a pearl, so according to logic, he should have refuted Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu's words. How could he agree with them so easily? The Emperor, upon hearing this, straightened his body and said, "Since you all do not agree with granting a pearl to Prince Dai, let's drop this matter and not mention it again in the future." The people in the Marquis Schwamping's faction immediately kowtowed and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise." The people in Duke Jun's faction seemed to regret it, but they still shouted, "Your Majesty is wise," along with the Marquis Schwamping's faction. "Father, may I go out of the city to welcome back Prince Dai this afternoon?" the Crown Prince asked again. The Emperor sat back on the dragon throne. "If you want to go, then go." "Thank you, Father." The Emperor suddenly thought of something and added, "Take the third prince and a few others with you." The Crown Prince replied, "Yes, Father." The Emperor sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, with his hands tucked into his wide sleeves, his gaze casually sweeping over a minister. Suddenly thinking of something, he clapped his knee and asked, "Kong Taichong, I remember you have a daughter who is about to come of age, right?" Kong Taichong, upon hearing this, felt a tightness in his heart, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He reluctantly stepped forward. "To answer Your Majesty, my youngest daughter will come of age next month." Upon hearing the Emperor ask Kong Taichong this, the other ministers speculated in their hearts whether the Emperor intended to grant marriage to Kong Taichong's daughter. Who would the Emperor choose to marry Kong Taichong's daughter to among the princes? The Crown Prince and Prince Dai are already married. The only prince close in age to Kong Taichong's younger daughter is the third prince. But last year, the Emperor already arranged a marriage for the third prince. Could the Emperor want Kong Taichong's younger daughter to be the third prince's concubine? The third prince is backed by the Wang family, and if the Emperor marries Kong Taichong's younger daughter to the third prince, he is essentially aligning the Kong family with the Wang family. For a moment, the ministers looked upon Marquis and Yang with envy. On the surface, Marquis and Yang remained calm, but inside, he was excited. If the Emperor truly marries Kong Taichong's younger daughter to the third prince as a concubine, then the third prince will gain the support of the Kong family, making him even stronger. Kong Taichong is a descendant of the Saint Confucius, and the Kong family holds a very high status in the hearts of scholars throughout the world. It is no exaggeration to say that gaining the support of the Kong family equates to gaining the support of half of the world's scholars. When the Crown Prince and Prince Dai married, the Emperor did not marry a daughter of the Kong family to them. Ministers speculated that the Emperor did not want the Kong family involved with the imperial family. Unexpectedly, now the Emperor intends to marry Kong Taichong's younger daughter to the third prince, which is truly unpredictable. Duke Jun and Marquis Xianping both frowned, looking displeased. Kong Taichong did not wish to marry his daughter into the imperial family, nor did he want the Kong family to be involved in the struggles between the princes. The daughters of your Kong family are renowned for their talent and are role models for women across the world. Upon hearing this praise from the Emperor, Kong Taichong felt no joy, but rather his heart was pounding wildly. Your Majesty, you flatter us. The daughters of the Kong family are no different from those of common families. Moreover, my youngest daughter has been spoiled by me and doesn't like to study much, nor does she have any discipline. Her disposition is arrogant and willful, and she cannot bear your Majesty's praise. Kong Taichung, you are being modest. The children of the Kong family are all taught well, the emperor said with a smile. The daughters of the Kong family are sought after by everyone. Today, I would like to ask your youngest daughter for the prince, and see if he would be willing to be in-laws with me. Kong Taichung. So it was true. The ministers simultaneously exclaimed in their minds. Kong Taichung bitterly smiled in his heart, but showed an astonished expression. Your Majesty, this is an honor for me. It's just that my youngest daughter is too unruly to be fit for a princess consort. The emperor waved him off. I think the daughters of the Kong family are excellent. Don't be modest anymore. Prince Dai does not have a concubine yet, so I'll marry your youngest daughter to him as his concubine. As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the hall. The civil and military officials showed shocked expressions, unable to believe what they had just heard. Kong Taichung was left stunned, forgetting to thank for the imperial favor. Duke Zhen's face drastically changed, his eyes wide open. The crown prince's face turned pale, showing signs of severe shock. Marquis Xianping was initially as stunned as everyone else, and then displayed a joyful smile on his face. Prime Minister, he, and Grandmaster Liu were also taken aback by the emperor's marriage decree. Just now, the emperor did not agree to grant a pearl Prince Dai, so why would he suddenly want to marry Kong Taichung's younger daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine? What play is the emperor enacting? Duke Jin panicked and hurriedly said, Your Majesty. He had just started to speak when the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. Kong Taichung, is it that you are unwilling to be in-laws with me? Kong Taichung was shocked when he woke up, his heart still filled with astonishment. I am willing. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the wedding decree. At this moment, Kong Taichung's mind was in chaos, his heart also in turmoil, that he did not understand why the emperor wanted to marry his youngest daughter to Prince Dai. The ministers supporting Prince Dai were ecstatic at this moment that TO them. The emperor marrying Kong Taichung's youngest daughter to Prince Dai was helping Prince Dai gain the support of half the scholars of the world, in recent years. What Prince Dai lacked most was the support of the scholars. The emperor was paving the way for Prince Dai. Compared to the pearl, this marriage is far more beneficial for Prince Dai. The emperor did not agree to grant a pearl to Prince Dai earlier, and they thought the emperor wanted to curb Prince Dai's power due to his high achievements. Unexpectedly, the emperor directly married Kong Taichung's youngest daughter to Prince Dai. Indeed, the emperor still valued Prince Dai the most. Do any of you have anything else to discuss? The ministers, still dizzy from the surprise of the marriage decree, even if they originally had matters to present, had lost their spirit by now. Seeing that the ministers had nothing to discuss, the emperor stood up and left. Court is dismissed. After the emperor left, the hall immediately became lively. The ministers of Prince Dai's faction congratulated Marquis Xianping one after another, while those of the Crown Prince's faction anxiously questioned Duke Zhen about what was happening. The Crown Prince had a gloomy face, his heart raging with anger. He gritted his back teeth tightly, his hands clenched into fists. Mrs. Kong, congratulations. The people of the Marquis Xianping faction surrounded Mrs. Kong, congratulating him. Mrs. Kong, we will be in-laws in the future. Let's have more interactions. Marquis Xianping said very politely to Mrs. Kong. Mrs. Kong, if you don't mind, why not come to my house for tea now? Mrs. Kong said stiffly. Thank you for the invitation. Marquis Xianping, but I have matters to attend to today, so I must take my leave. Having said that, he hurriedly left. The heir of Marquis Xianping watched Mrs. Kong's departing back with dissatisfaction, furrowing his brows and saying, Father, it seems Mrs. Kong is very dissatisfied with this marriage. What can he do if he's dissatisfied? Marquis Xianping wasn't angered by Mrs. Kong's cold attitude. On the contrary, he was in a very good mood, with a constant smile on his face. This is a marriage bestowed by the emperor. Whether Mrs. Kong is willing or not, he has to accept it. Otherwise, it would be defying the decree. The heir of Marquis Xianping couldn't stand Mrs. Kong's earlier attitude and said resentfully, his youngest daughter is marrying Prince Dai as a consort. It's a blessing for their Kong family, and yet he's unwilling. The Kong family does not want to get involved in the struggle between Prince Dai and the Crown Prince and is unwilling to marry their daughter to Prince Dai as a consort. Marquis Xianping spoke, showing a puzzled expression. The emperor didn't want the Kong family involved in the Crown Prince and Prince Dai's conflict before, so he didn't marry the Kong daughters to the Crown Prince or Prince Dai when they got married. Why change his mind now? Back then, when the Crown Prince and Prince Dai got married, the Kong family's eldest daughter and second daughter were of similar ages to the Crown Prince and Prince Dai. The ministers all expected the emperor to marry the Kong family's eldest daughter to the Crown Prince and the second daughter to Prince Dai. Yet the emperor did not do so. Instead, he married the Duke Zhen's daughter to the Crown Prince as the Princess Consort, and the Marquis Xuanping's daughter to Prince Dai. Just last year, the emperor bestowed the Honglu's daughter to the Crown Prince as a consort. Prince Dai only married a few years ago and has been stationed outside to quell rebellions, spending little time in the capital, which is why he has not yet taken a consort. In these 2 years, many ministers have been eyeing the position of Prince Dai's consort, hoping their daughters or nieces could become Prince Dai's consort. Although it's the position of a consort and not the official wife, it's quite desirable, and many ministers are willing to marry their daughters to Prince Dai as a consort. In the eyes of the ministers, being Prince Dai's consort is only temporary. One day, Prince Dai's consort will become a noble princess and possibly even the empress. Noble Princess Consort Rome was very concerned about the selection of Prince Dai's consort. For the past 2 years, she had been searching, and she finally set her eyes on Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter. Although she knew the emperor wouldn't agree, Prince Dai himself also favored Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter. To be precise, he valued the Kong family. Although knowing the emperor would not agree, Noble Princess Consort Rome once mentioned it in front of the emperor. That time, the emperor didn't speak, merely glanced at Noble Princess Consort Rome. That glance made her understand the emperor's disapproval, and she never mentioned it again. To compensate Prince Dai, the heir of Marquis Xianping speculated. Since the emperor didn't agree to promote Prince Dai, he granted Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to him as a consort. That seems to be the case. The emperor has always favored Prince Dai. Marquis Xianping said with a smile, marrying Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter as a consort is more beneficial to Prince Dai than promotion. The heir of Marquis Xianping laughed as he said, with the support of the Kong family, it's equivalent to gaining the support of a great number of scholars in the world. Why then, Prince Dai? At this point, the heir of Marquis Xianping did not continue. What Prince Dai needs most is the support of scholars, and now this problem is solved by the emperor. Recently, Prince Dai wrote a letter saying he would go to Yangzhou to quell the chaos, mainly to meet with the scholars there. But now that the emperor granted Mrs. Kong's daughter to Prince Dai as a consort, it is unnecessary for Prince Dai to go to Yangzhou for this purpose. The heir of Marquis Xianping commented, "Father, Prince Dai should still go to Yangzhou. Otherwise, how could he face the Xie family with our strength?" Marquis Xianping seemed to have forgotten about this. "You're right. Father, even if Mrs. Kong is unwilling, we have to build good relationships with the Kong family. That's only natural." Marquis Xianping nodded. "When we return, ask your mother to write an invitation to Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong to visit our residence." Meanwhile, while Marquis Xianping and his son were happily discussing how to establish good relations with Mrs. Kong, the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen were furious in the Eastern Palace. As soon as the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he couldn't restrain his anger, smashing many items. This time, Duke Zhen did not stop the Crown Prince from venting his anger. He sat on the side, frowning, with a gloomy face. The eunuchs and palace maids serving in the Eastern Palace were terrified at the sight of the Crown Prince and Duke Zhen's dark expressions, daring not to utter a sound. After smashing things for a while, the Crown Prince's anger slightly diminished, but his face remained grim. "Uncle, what does father mean? Is he finally impatient to let Prince Dai replace me?" Duke Zhen did not speak. The emperor suddenly granting Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai as a consort was something he hadn't anticipated. He couldn't fathom the meaning behind this imperial decree. "Uncle, it's the Kong family." The Crown Prince's anger rose with his thoughts, twisting his handsome face. Prince Dai has never been supported by civil officials, yet father has given Mrs. Kong's daughter to him as a consort. Isn't it to make the scholars and learned men support Prince Dai to replace me? The Crown Prince sneered. "For Prince Dai to rightfully replace me as the Crown Prince, father is really painstaking that I should be sensible enough to take the initiative to tell father I won't serve as the Crown Prince, and allow Prince Dai to take the position." Duke Zhen raised his gaze, his eyes turning sharp as he sneered. "The emperor wants Prince Dai to replace you. It's not so simple." Upon hearing Duke Zhen's words, the Crown Prince's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Uncle, have you thought of a way? It's simple, just disrupt the marriage." Duke Zhen spoke with a cold face. "The emperor wants Prince Dai to marry Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter as a consort. Then we won't let her marry Prince Dai." The Crown Prince instantly understood Duke Zhen's implication. "Uncle, you mean?" Duke Zhen replied meaningfully. I think Mrs. Kong does not want his daughter to marry Prince Dai as a consort. We can cooperate with him. Uncle, Mrs. Kong should understand why father is marrying his daughter to Prince Di. Oh, you think he would be unwilling? The crown prince doubted that Mrs. Kong would be willing to cooperate with them and reject the marriage. Mrs. Kong does not want to be involved in your struggle with Prince Dai. Duke Zhun stated confidently, he cannot accept this marriage, just like us. If the Kong family successfully helps Prince Dai replace me and ascend to the crown prince's position, his daughter and the Kong family status will become honorable. Oh, you think he would refuse? If it were him, he wouldn't refuse. Anyone else would undoubtedly refuse, but Mrs. Kong would definitely find a way to refuse. Seeing Duke Zhun so resolutely assert this, the crown prince asked in surprise, Uncle, why are you so sure? Because Mrs. Kong highly values the reputation of their Kong family. Duke Zhun chuckled. If he supports Prince Dai to become the crown prince, he betrays their Kong family's ancestral teachings and destroys their hard-won reputation. Listening to Duke Zhun, the crown prince found it very reasonable. Most importantly, during the previous dynasty, their Kong family did something very ridiculous, disgracing the Kong family. Many still remember that incident. Duke Zhun continued, the Kong family's reputation gradually improved by supporting the previous emperor, and they finally regained the respect of scholars. Mrs. Kong wouldn't dare to support the illegitimate Prince Dai. In the carriage, returning home, Kong Taichan's expression was very grave. Alas, sitting beside him, his son could no longer bear it. So he interrupted his father, sighing. Father, please stop sighing and quickly think of a plan. What plan? We can't defy the royal decree. At this moment, Kong Taichan's mind was in turmoil, filled with chaos, losing all his usual calm and wisdom. Father, are you really going to watch his little sister marries Prince Dai as a concubine? Kong Yuan, seeing his father's resigned demeanor, said incredulously, are you going to drag our Kong family into the royal power struggle again, to be cursed by the scholars of the world once more? Are we going to repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty? Kong Yuan's words deeply touched Kong Taichan's sore spot, and his expression immediately became stern and fierce. Our Kong family must never repeat the mistakes of the previous dynasty. Absolutely not. In the previous dynasty, the then Kong family head was deluded and supported Prince Yun, making him the first prince of the previous dynasty to be granted the title of an eight-jewel prince. Prince Yun was not the empress's child, but the son of the favored noble Princess Consort Lan. Noble Princess Consort Lan was arrogant and domineering, as was Prince Yun. The Kong family support of Prince Yun went against the Confucian principle of supporting the rightful and the elder son. Furthermore, Prince Yun at the time was extremely arrogant without any reputation for being virtuous. How could the scholars of the world not be infuriated when the Kong family supported someone like that to fight for the throne? With the Kong family support, Prince Yun's power grew larger and more autocratic. Prince Yun did many absurd things, causing complaints among the people. Moreover, during that time, many scholars were persecuted, and the scholars of the world deeply resented the Kong family. It was then that the Kong family's reputation hit rock bottom. After that, Emperor Xiao Yao of the previous dynasty was reckless and indulgent, causing widespread suffering, and the people could no longer endure it, leading to successive uprisings at that time. The former emperor was the most outstanding and righteous among the many uprising warriors. The former emperor himself came from a farming background, suffered exploitation by officials of the previous dynasty, and deeply understood the hardships and difficulties of the people. Therefore, he always demanded that his soldiers treat the people kindly. Whenever his army reached a place, they never killed, burned, or looted, but instead comforted and helped the populace. The people viewed the former emperor as a benevolent ruler and held him in high esteem. Wherever the former emperor went, the people would warmly welcome him at that time. Although the people had little to eat, they actively provided food and drink for the former Emperor Kong. Taichan's father saw the former emperor's prestige among the people and his benevolent heart, and decided to follow and support him. The former emperor himself had little education, but deeply understood the importance of learning. Kong Taichan's father's allegiance pleased the former emperor greatly, leading him to have Kong Taichan's father teach his children and soldiers to read and write. Kong Taichan's father received important responsibilities from the former emperor, and with his integrity and respect for talent, the Kong family's reputation gradually revived. Later, Kong Taichan's father, along with others like Prime Minister He, helped the former emperor establish Great Zhou and formulate its laws and ceremonial rules. In the early days of Great Zhou, military officers were highly regarded and held high status, while the status of scholars plummeted. through Kong Taichong's father's efforts. The former emperor began to value Confucianism, significantly elevating the status of scholars and gradually giving them important roles. Because of this, the scholars of the world no longer resented the Kong family. After 10 to 20 years, the Kong family finally regained the respect of the scholars, but their status and reputation still did not match that of the Li family. Before his death, Kong Taichong's father tightly held his hand, repeatedly urging him to abide by the family rules set by their ancestors and to never make foolish mistakes like the previous dynasty's family head, which would ruin the Kong family. Kong Taichong swore before his father, promising not to let the Kong family repeat past mistakes. "Father, we can't defy the decree, but if little sister can't marry Prince Dai, the emperor can't blame us, right?" Kong Taichong understood his son's intent. "You mean to sabotage this marriage?" Kong Yuan nodded. "This marriage must be sabotaged. It must be sabotage, but we must think carefully about how to do it without angering the emperor. I said to arrange little sister's marriage before she came of age, but you and mother said there was no hurry and wanted to take it slow. Now look, the emperor directly decreed the marriage to Prince Dai." Kong Yuan said, "If little sister's engagement was already set, we could refuse the emperor's decree today." Kong Taichong also felt regret. "How could I have known the emperor would decree your little sister's marriage to Prince Dai? Had I known, I would have arranged her engagement years ago and had her married once she came of age." His youngest daughter was the old-age daughter of him and his wife, exceptionally bright, obedient, and adorable. They both doted on her and were reluctant to marry her off early. They planned to keep her for another couple of years and slowly find a good husband for her during this time. Unexpectedly, the emperor suddenly decreed her marriage to Prince Dai as a concubine. When the former emperor reigned, he did not let our Kong family's daughters enter the palace as princess consorts. Even in the years since the emperor's ascension, he did not let our Kong family's daughters enter the palace as consorts. Kong Taichong was full of confusion. When the crown prince and Prince Dai got married, the emperor did not arrange for our Kong family's daughters to marry either the crown prince or Prince Dai. Why today did the emperor suddenly decree that your little sister marries Prince Dai? It's simple. The emperor wants our Kong family to support Prince Dai, so in the future, Prince Dai can rightfully become. Kong Yuan abruptly stopped, not finishing his sentence. Kong Taichong's face suddenly turned somber again. The emperor is... He wanted to say, how could the emperor make such a foolish decision? "Father, we cannot support Prince Dai." "Naturally not," Kong Taichong said resolutely. "Even if it means defying the decree, we must not let your little sister marry Prince Dai. The Kong family's reputation could not be tarnished again, or they truly would have no face to meet their ancestors. We need to discuss this matter carefully." Before Kong Taichong and his son returned home, everyone in the household had already heard about the marriage decree. Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong anxiously awaited Kong Taichong's return. Seeing him back, they hurriedly asked what the marriage decree was about. Kong Taichong recounted what had transpired during the morning court session to his wife and youngest daughter. After speaking, seeing their panicked expressions, he quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, madam. I will not let Xiao Yao marry Prince Dai as a concubine. The emperor has decreed the marriage. How do we have the right to refuse? Are you going to defy the decree, my lord? Besides defying the decree, there are other methods, but it will require Yao heir to make a sacrifice." Kong Yao, seeing Kong Taichong looking at her with guilt, smiled sweetly at him. "Father, marrying Prince Dai as a concubine would be the true sacrifice for me. As long as I don't have to marry Prince Dai, I'm not sacrificing. Yao heir, starting today, you must feign illness." "Feign illness?" Kong Yao exclaimed. "Father, the emperor just decreed the marriage, and I suddenly fall ill. It's too obvious, and the emperor will surely become suspicious. When the time comes, I'll say you were frightened by the marriage decree." On the way back home, Kong Taichong and his son had already thought of several ways to refuse this marriage decree. "If feigning illness doesn't work, then we will feign madness. I don't believe the emperor would still let you marry Prince Dai if you went mad." Before he could finish, his arm was sharply twisted by his wife. "What kind of absurd idea is that?" However, Kong Yao thought the idea was great. "Father, let's do that. If feigning illness doesn't work, I'll feign madness." She would rather play the fool than marry Prince Dai as a concubine. "Let's try feigning illness first." Kong Taichong said, "Tomorrow, I will plead guilty before the emperor and gauge his attitude." Beside him, Kong Yuan said, "Luckily, little sister hasn't come of age yet, so we don't have to worry that Prince Dai will return and she'll be immediately married off." Mrs. Kong was surprised to hear her husband and son speak like this. "Are you serious about doing this?" "Actually, there's another way. which is to ruin little sister's reputation. But that would be unfavorable for her, Kong Yuan said. Currently, the best way we have thought of is to feign illness or madness. Father, eldest brother, my reputation being ruined is nothing, but the Kong family's reputation must not be tarnished again. Seeing his daughter being so understanding, Kong Taichong felt very comforted. Tomorrow, I will speak earnestly with the emperor, hoping he will rescind the order. Why did the emperor suddenly decree this marriage? Mrs. Kong asked in confusion. Does the emperor want to destroy our Kong family? Mrs. Kong also understood the true intent behind this marriage decree. The emperor wanted them to support Prince Dai, essentially destroying the Kong family in Prime Minister He's residence. Grandmaster Liu, Song Dikang, Chu Ying, and others were drinking tea and chatting with Prime Minister He. The topic of their conversation was naturally the emperor's sudden marriage edict from the morning court. This marriage edict not only caught Kong Taichong off guard but also left Prime Minister He and the others bewildered. Song Dikang, a straightforward man, drank tea as if chewing on peonies. After gulping down the tea, he placed the teacup on the table with such force that it made a thud sound. What do you think the emperor is thinking? Why would he suddenly betroth old Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai? Shun Hu furrowed his brows slightly and said, could it be that the emperor truly intends to depose the crown prince and establish Prince Dai as the heir? Chu Ying said indifferently, whether the crown prince is deposed or Prince Dai is established has nothing to do with us. Their loyalty was to the emperor, not to the crown prince or Prince Dai. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu said nothing, calmly drinking their tea. Seeing their leisurely demeanor, Song Dikang became a bit anxious and quickly asked, Prime Minister He, say something. Prime Minister He put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Song Dikang rather helplessly. Say what? Do you think the emperor wants to depose the crown prince and establish Prince Dai? Song Dikang asked with a worried expression. Prime Minister He retorted, what does that have to do with you? How can it not have anything to do with me? Tell me how it concerns you. Prime Minister He asked again. Song Dikang started to speak, but was at a loss for words for a moment. Prime Minister He looked at Song Dikang and said, you don't want the crown prince to be deposed? This time, Song Dikang replied without any hesitation, of course. As he spoke, a complex expression appeared on his face. After all, the crown prince is the son of the late empress. At the mention of the late empress, all the people present showed changed expressions. Considering the late empress, the emperor would not depose the crown prince. Prime Minister He reassured Song Dikang. Rest assured, the emperor will not let Prince Dai replace the crown prince. Then why would the emperor betroth old Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai? Although Song Dikang was a military officer, it did not mean he was simple-minded. He understood that the emperor betrothing Kong Taichong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai would benefit Prince Dai greatly. The Kong family is highly regarded by scholars, and what Prince Dai lacks most is the support of scholars. Prime Minister He guessed the purpose behind the emperor's marriage edict. The emperor must have his own plans. Plans to make the crown prince's position increasingly dangerous, to make Prince Dai more arrogant. Song Dikang said with some dissatisfaction, if Prince Dai really marries old Kong's youngest daughter, he will neglect the crown prince even more. Grandmaster Liu glanced at the indignant Song Dikang and said calmly, even without this marriage edict, Prince Dai would still neglect the crown prince more. Shenhu asked, are we just going to watch? Grandmaster Liu gave Shunhu a glance. What do you plan to do? Help the crown prince? Shunhu was stumped by Grandmaster Liu's question, opened his mouth, and found himself unable to say anything. Can't we help? Song Dikang said. Considering the late empress, we should lend a helping hand to the crown prince. As soon as he said this, he received a warning look from Prime Minister He. I advise you not to do that. You should understand the emperor does not want us to get involved in matters between the crown prince and Prince Dai. Prime Minister He understood Song Dikang's desire to help the crown prince, but he did not agree with doing so. You should know our loyalty is to the emperor, not the crown prince. I know, I understand, but the late empress has shown us kindness. We can't just stand by, right? Song Dikang was a man of strong emotions and loyalty. Back then, while he was following the emperor in battles outside, his wife had complications during childbirth. If it wasn't for the late empress arranging for the CF family's divine doctor to save his wife, both she and the child would have perished. Also, because he spent years fighting outside, leaving no one to care for his elderly mother and pregnant wife at home. The late empress had always looked after them. Not just for him, but Prime Minister He and others' families were also cared for by the late empress. It hasn't come to such a critical stage yet. Prime Minister He said, if the crown prince truly finds himself in dire straits, we naturally would not stand by and do nothing. What do you mean? Song Dikang did not understand Prime Minister He's words. Isn't the Emperor betrothing Old Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai serious enough? Grandmaster Lu said, not serious. Song Dikang and Shun, who were stunned, their faces showing shocked and puzzled expressions. This isn't serious yet? Grandmaster Lu gave a soft snort. This is nothing. This is nothing. From ancient times, being heir is not an easy task, said Prime Minister He with deep meaning. The crown prince is too gentle and needs to be well trained. Song Dikang and Shun, who did not understand, and asked blankly, what do you mean? Prime Minister He said, it means you shouldn't worry about this. Just do what you're supposed to do. Song Dikang worriedly asked, we really don't need to worry? We don't need to worry about this matter. Prime Minister He's mouth turned up in a meaningful smile. If such a small issue requires our intervention, then the crown prince is truly useless. Though Song Dikang mostly understood what Prime Minister He said, if the Prime Minister said they need not worry, then he wouldn't fret. Grandmaster Lu said, you should not concern yourself with this matter. Shinu nodded and said, okay. Song Dikang said, fine, then we won't interfere. Just like Prime Minister He said, if the crown prince is truly driven to despair by Prince Dai, there would be no need for him to worry. Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu would step forward to help the crown prince at that time. Shunhu and Song Dikang had other matters to attend to, so after drinking tea at Prime Minister He's residence for a while, they left. Grandmaster Lu did not leave immediately. Continuing to drink tea with Prime Minister He, chatting, they first talked about the rebel army issue in Yangzhou, then about matters in the Shu region that, in the end, they returned to discussing the marriage edict. However, their discussion was not about helping the crown prince, but about what actions Duke Zhun and Kong Taichung would take. The reason why Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Lu were not worried about the marriage was mainly because they knew Kong Taichung would try every means to sabotage this marriage, but of course, there was also Duke Zhun. What if the Emperor overplays his hand? Grandmaster Lu suddenly asked. At that time, the court would become unstable. The Emperor must have his measures and will not let the situation get out of his control. Prince Dai is ambitious, and Third Prince and the others are watching closely. I hope the Emperor indeed doesn't overplay his hand. If he does, Great Zhou will become dangerous. Do you not understand the Emperor's means? Prime Minister He picked up the teapot and poured Grandmaster Lu another cup of tea. Moreover, the Crown Prince indeed needs to temper himself. Grandmaster Lu picked up the teacup, not drinking immediately, but instead saying, what if the final result is not what the Emperor wanted? Then what? That's the Emperor's business to worry about. As subjects, we only need to obey orders. Grandmaster Lu smiled faintly indeed. The two didn't discuss this matter further and turned to talking about this year's spring farming tea this time. The harem became very lively because of the marriage edict, with concubines, eunuchs, and palace maids all discussing the matter. Liang Zhaoyi and Yumarin naturally heard about this matter and were also shocked by it. Is the Emperor planning to make Prince Dai the crown prince? Is the crown prince going to be deposed? However, Liang Zhaoyi did not think so. She said, this matter is not that simple. What does sister mean? Liang Zhaoyi shook her head towards Yumarin and the others. This isn't something we should concern ourselves with. Let's not discuss it further. Yumarin and Pan Chiron nodded in understanding. Sister is right. It has nothing to do with us. Liang Zhaoyi ordered that people in Kunti Hall should not discuss this matter further. Anyone who continued would be severely punished in Zhao Yang Palace. When Empress Xie heard of the matter, she first laughed delightedly. Then her expression turned as dark as water. She was happy that the Emperor was finally thinking of deposing the crown prince. However, she was displeased that the Emperor valued Prince Dai so much. Although Empress Xie had always hoped for a struggle between the crown prince and Prince Dai, and even more hoped for Prince Dai to replace the crown prince, when the day seemed to be approaching, her heart was filled with jealousy and reluctance, because Prince Dai was the son of noble Princess Consort Rome, in Yongxin Palace. Upon hearing about the marriage decree, noble Princess Consort Rome was naturally very delighted. The palace maids and eunuchs around her were very perceptive and quickly offered their congratulations to her and Prince Dai. Noble Princess Consort Rome, in her happiness, generously rewarded each person with 3 months' worth of monthly pay. Your Highness, the Emperor truly cherishes and values His Highness Prince Dai, said Jean Mei, the head palace maid beside noble Princess Consort Rome, flattering her. Noble Princess Consort Rome was all smiles, which made her appear all the more radiant. I previously mentioned to His Majesty about Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter, but at that time, the Emperor did not agree. I thought it was hopeless. But unexpectedly, today His Majesty decreed for Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to marry Prince Dai as a concubine. Your Highness, when you mentioned this matter before, Miss Kong had not yet reached the age of maturity, so His Majesty did not agree. Now that Miss Kong is about to come of age, the Emperor has decreed her marriage to Prince Dai. Jean Mei explained with a smile. In my humble opinion, the Emperor had long kept this matter in mind and had long wanted to marry Mrs. Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai as a concubine. Noble Princess Consort Rong sweetly smiled and said, "My cousin is truly—" "Your Highness, whatever you say, the Emperor usually holds in high regard." Jean Mei continued to flatter Noble Princess Consort Rong. "Your Highness, the Emperor truly loves you dearly." These words struck a chord with Noble Princess Consort Rong, filling her heart with sweetness and making her smile even more radiant. "My cousin is always like this, loving to give me surprises." "Your Highness, this shows that the Emperor cares about you," Jean Mei said. "In the entire palace, which other consort can receive surprises from the Emperor?" This unique surprise made Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart all the sweeter. "Your Highness, I believe the Emperor decreeing Miss Kong to marry Prince Dai as a concubine is primarily for you." "For me?" Noble Princess Consort Rong looked puzzled. "How do you mean?" Jean Mei lowered her voice and whispered into Noble Princess Consort Rong's ear. "The Emperor naturally wants you to be his wife." The word wife resonated deeply within Noble Princess Consort Rong's heart. Since childhood, her greatest dream was to become her cousin's wife. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on her. She did marry her cousin, but did not become his wife. Noble Princess Consort Rong could never forget that night over 20 years ago when the Emperor married the previous Empress. She was well aware that her cousin was not willing to marry Miss Xie from the Xie family, but only did so to gain their support. Yet, she couldn't help but feel jealous, angry, and most of all, heartbroken. Her aunt told her that she could never be her cousin's wife, but that she was the one he loved and cherished the most, something that Miss Xie couldn't match. But she wanted to be her cousin's wife on the day her cousin married Miss Xie. The whole residence was jubilant. Everyone was exceedingly joyous, except for her. She was the only one who felt sad and upset. She hid alone in her room, crying. She cried the entire night, until her tears dried up and her heart felt torn apart. Eventually, she had to accept the reality that her cousin's wife was someone else. Fortunately, her cousin did not like Miss Xie, which made her feel a little better. But soon, Miss Xie became pregnant, which stirred her jealousy anew. The year Miss Xie gave birth to a child for her cousin, she herself finally married him. But as a concubine, unable to have the formal wedding rites, she couldn't even wear the red wedding attire. That day, she wore a peach-pink outfit and was carried into her cousin's courtyard. Originally, her aunt wanted her to have a formal wedding ceremony with her cousin, but her uncle said it was against the rules. Actually, she knew that having a wedding ceremony would displease Miss Xie. Her aunt could only compromise by sending her directly to her cousin's courtyard. That day, her heart was very happy, but at the same time, very sad. Happy that she finally married her cousin after coming of age. Sad because she could only marry him as a concubine. Her cousin knew she was sad and promised her that he would always be good to her and would never let her suffer grievances again. Her cousin indeed fulfilled his promise, always treating her with affection and never letting her suffer any grievances. Later, her cousin became emperor, Miss Xie became empress, and she became a noble consort. After becoming a noble consort, her cousin doted on her even more. For over a decade, her position as a noble consort was illustrious and unrivaled. Not even the empress could surpass her. In the third year of her cousin's reign as emperor, the empress's health gradually declined. After over a year, the empress passed away. That time, she felt that her opportunity to become empress had arrived. She had always thought that if the empress died, her cousin would surely make her the empress. After the empress's death, her cousin did intend to make her empress, but unexpectedly, the Xie family intervened, proposing their eldest daughter as her cousin's new empress. This daughter of the Xie family was their eldest legitimate daughter. It was said that years ago, the Xie family wanted to marry this daughter to her cousin, but she was too young at the time, so they had to marry him to an illegitimate daughter of similar age. Now that the illegitimate daughter passed away, the Xie family naturally wanted to marry their grown-up legitimate daughter to her cousin. She originally thought her cousin would refuse, but he agreed to let the Xie family's legitimate daughter enter the palace as the new empress. Over this matter, she quarreled with her cousin. Her cousin said that since the Great Zhou was newly established, it still needed the Xie family support, so the Xie daughters had to continue being empress. She understood what her cousin said and could only watch helplessly as he married the Xie family's legitimate daughter as the new empress. She didn't hate her cousin, nor the late empress, But she hated the Xie family, and the new empress that was the Xie family and Empress Xie, who took away her position as empress. Your Highness, you are about to become empress. Jean Mei's words brought noble Princess Consort Rong back from her past thoughts. She curved her red lips in a gentle smile. I've finally waited for this day. She had waited over 30 years, finally waiting to become her cousin's wife. Jean Mei knelt down to congratulate noble Princess Consort Rong. Congratulations, Your Highness, she added. Your Highness, just wait a little longer. You will certainly become empress. Noble Princess Consort Rong smiled faintly. I've waited over 30 years. What's a little longer? She knew her cousin would not let her remain a concubine forever. She knew he would ultimately make her his wife. Jean Mei's demeanor suddenly became very serious. Your Highness, at such a time, we must also remain steady. We cannot let that one from Xiao Yao Palace take advantage. At the mention of Empress Xie, noble Princess Consort Rong's expression turned instantly chilly, her eyes filled with hatred. Let her enjoy her moment for now that in a while, I will settle old and new scores with her together. Your Highness, now that the Emperor has decreed the marriage, should we send some gifts to Miss Kong, or invite Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong into the palace? Noble Princess Consort Rong nodded slightly. In a couple of days, invite Mrs. Kong and Miss Kong into the palace. She instructed Jean Mei. I remember I have a pair of red coral bracelets. Find them and present them to Miss Kong when the time comes. Jean Mei was surprised. Your Highness, those red coral bracelets are exceedingly rare, the only pair in the whole palace, given by the Emperor as a birthday gift. How could you give them to Miss Kong? Noble Princess Consort Rong smiled. Because she is worth it. Your Highness, you haven't even given them to the Princess Consort, but now you want to give them to Miss Kong. If the Princess Consort finds out, she might not be pleased. The child won't be displeased. Princess Consort Dai was noble Princess Consort Rong's own niece, sent to the palace from a young age, raised by noble Princess Consort Rong's side. The child understands Miss Kong's importance in her heart. She added, compared to the Kong family, a pair of red coral bracelets is nothing. Only you, Your Highness, think everything through so thoroughly. Noble Princess Consort Rong mentioned a few other precious items and instructed Jean Mei to find them in the storeroom. In a little over an hour, Prince Dai will be returning. Noble Princess Consort Rong's mood unconsciously turned excited. Your Highness, you haven't seen His Highness for several months. You must miss him very much. Every time he goes out to quell a rebellion, my heart can't settle. A mother worries for her child, as does noble Princess Consort Rong. This time, his mission to quash the rebels in Liangzhou was fraught with danger. I was even more anxious. Thankfully, he returned from this campaign unharmed. Your Highness, His Highness is valiant and skilled in battle. There's no way something would happen. Jean Mei said, His Highness's victory over the Liangzhou rebels this time brought you immense honor. This child has never disappointed me since childhood, nor has he disappointed my cousin. The Emperor always says His Highness resembles him the most. Jean Mei said with a grin, As long as His Highness leads the campaign, no rebellion remains unconquered. This child indeed resembles my cousin the most, although compared to my cousin in his youth, he falls a bit short. In noble Princess Consort Rong's heart, the Emperor was unparalleled. His Highness certainly can't be compared to the Emperor. Jean Mei suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, since His Highness is back, shall we host a celebration banquet for him tonight? Not necessarily, perhaps tomorrow night. Noble Princess Consort Rong responded, The Emperor might let Prince Dai rest well tonight. Your Highness, at the celebration banquet, you must dress gloriously, so as to outshine that one from Xiao Yao Palace. In the imperial study of Qingguang Hall, the Emperor hummed a tune while reviewing memorials. Sun Ke, who was waiting on the side, was puzzled by the Emperor's good mood. Why was His Majesty in such high spirits? Could it be because he betrothed the younger daughter of the Kong family senior official to Prince Dai? Betrothing the younger daughter of the Kong family to Prince Dai was no small matter, yet the Emperor showed no signs of it. Sun Kuei had always been by the Emperor's side, and although His Majesty never confided in a mere servant, he would occasionally hint at his intentions. But this time, nothing at all. Thinking of the Emperor's unpredictable nature, Sun Kuei suddenly had a startling thought. Could it be that this betrothal was a sudden decision by His Majesty? The Emperor, without the ability to read minds, naturally didn't know what Sun Kuei was thinking. The tune he was humming grew louder and more peculiar. Seeing the Emperor so happy he was swaying his head, Sun Kuei felt more certain that the betrothal was indeed a spontaneous decision by the Emperor to give the younger daughter of senior official Kong to Prince Dai. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Kuei cautiously asked, Your Majesty, are you so happy because Prince Dai is returning soon? The emperor had just finished reviewing a stack of memorials. Closing the document in his hand, he smiled at Sun Kuei. Didn't you see their expressions? Their expressions? Sun Kuei was momentarily taken aback, and then understood who the emperor meant. Your Majesty, are you referring to the expressions of the ministers when they heard about the betrothal of senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai? The emperor supported his face with his right hand and chuckled with interest. Weren't their expressions fascinating? Upon hearing this, Sun Kuei became more convinced that the betrothal decree announced in the morning assembly was indeed a sudden decision by the emperor. Many ministers were stunned. Even Prime Minister He and Grandmaster Liu were startled. Isn't it amusing? Sun Kuei respectfully replied. Amusing. His Majesty truly enjoys toying with others. Your Majesty, surely you didn't betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai just for amusement. The emperor glared at Sun Kuei. Do I seem that idle to you? Sun Kuei silently thought. Your Majesty, you are precisely that idle. Then why did you suddenly betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai? Sun Kuei added, You shocked the ministers. At that moment, a little eunuch brought a cup of tea. Sun Kuei hurriedly stepped forward to receive the tea and offered it to the emperor. The emperor took the teacup, sipped a few times, and then said, I didn't decide on the betrothal suddenly. Sun Kuei was astonished and said, You plan to betroth senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai from the beginning? Yes. After the news came back to the capital that Prince Dai had quelled the rebels in Liangzhou, the emperor decided to betroth the younger daughter of senior official Kong to him. In fact, when Prince Dai was dispatched to suppress the rebellion in Liangzhou, the emperor didn't expect him to succeed, given the complexity of the situation there. Unexpectedly, Prince Dai accomplished the task commendably. This victory of Prince Dai in quelling the rebellion in Liangzhou was a substantial achievement. Whether as emperor or father, he deserved a generous reward. However, the emperor disagreed with the minister's proposal to bestow a pearl on Prince Dai. That was a tradition from the previous dynasty, which, while not directly causing its downfall, did have some implications. The emperor knew well what Prince Dai desired most, so he seized this opportunity to fulfill it for him. Your Majesty, senior official Kong represents the Kong family. Sun Kuei was deeply shaken. The emperor couldn't possibly be unaware of the immense benefit this marriage would bring Prince Dai and the substantial pressure it would place on the crown prince. The emperor glanced at Sun Kuei and nonchalantly. I'm aware. But you... Sun Kuei started to speak, but dared not continue as a servant. He shouldn't pry further. The emperor did not blame Sun Kuei for his curiosity and smiled ambiguously. I know what I'm doing. Sun Kuei dutifully replied. Your Majesty is wise. The emperor's fingers brushed the rim of the teacup as he said, pointedly, I hope I won't be disappointed. Sun Kuei was startled at the thought. Could His Majesty truly intend to depose the crown prince and name Prince Dai as the heir apparent? Just then, the sounds of greetings to the crown prince could be heard from the door. The doorkeeper, a young eunuch, entered, first greeting the emperor, then reporting, Your Majesty, the crown prince seeks an audience. The emperor slightly raised his eyebrows, put down the teacup, and said, Let him in. Shortly after, the crown prince entered and respectfully saluted the emperor. Your son greets the Father Emperor. The emperor gestured with his hand. Rise. Thank you, Father Emperor. The crown prince straightened himself and explained his purpose. Father Emperor, I have come to discuss the arrangements for welcoming my second brother back from the outskirts of the capital this afternoon. The emperor inspected the crown prince from head to toe, finding his expression calm and collected, with no hint of anger or resentment, which surprised him. Betrothing senior official Kong's daughter to Prince Dai should have had a significant impact on the crown prince. Knowing him well, the emperor expected the crown prince to be very upset and envious. Even though he might try hard to hide it in the emperor's presence, his eyes would betray him. The crown prince was not one to conceal his emotions. He couldn't remain unchanged even in the face of a mountain's collapse. If something was troubling him, it would surely show in his eyes. But at that moment, the crown prince's eyes were as tranquil as a still lake. The emperor was quite curious about what Duke Zhun had told the crown prince that made him so composed about the betrothal. What are your thoughts? Father Emperor, you mentioned in the morning assembly that I should take my brothers to welcome the second brother. What about the ministers? The crown prince asked, should I take certain ministers, or should all of them go? The emperor asked in return, what do you think? I believe all the ministers should go welcome my second brother's return. The emperor nodded slightly and said, you decide. Father Emperor, I request for an imperial decree. The emperor inquired, what decree do you want? A decree praising my second brother. The crown prince earnestly replied, he achieved such great success this time that if you issue a decree to commend him, it would not only inform the people of his efforts and hardships, but also bring him joy that I think what he most wants to hear is your praise. Your considerations for him are thorough. The emperor said with satisfaction, let's do as you suggest. Then he turned to Sun Kuei and instructed, draft the decree. As you command, your majesty. The emperor quickly wrote the decree and handed it to the crown prince. The crown prince accepted the decree with both hands and asked, Father Emperor, should we hold a celebratory banquet for him tonight? The emperor replied, he just returned. Let him rest well tonight. We'll celebrate tomorrow. Understood. The crown prince then asked, Father Emperor, is there anything else you require? I have nothing more to add. The emperor said, handle everything yourself. Then I shall take my leave. With that, the crown prince respectfully exited. After the crown prince left, the emperor suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Your majesty, what are you laughing about? Sun Kuei asked, puzzled. The emperor smiled meaningfully. I'm impressed with Duke Zhun's skills. Duke Zhun. Sun Kuei did not quite understand the emperor's implication. The emperor leaned back, placing his legs on the imperial table, crossed his hands over his abdomen, and said casually, didn't you see the crown prince's expression just now? The crown prince's expression? Sun Kuei recalled it carefully and said blankly, the crown prince's expression was normal, nothing unusual. I bestowed the younger daughter of senior official Kong to Prince Dai. What reaction do you think the crown prince has? Sun Kuei immediately understood the emperor's meaning, but dared not say this. The crown prince should have been very angry and resentful. Yet just now he remained very calm, as if nothing had happened. That was most irregular. The emperor squinted with a smile, swinging his legs, and said, there's an interesting show ahead. Sun Kuei, your majesty, isn't your attitude of watching a spectacle somewhat inappropriate? After the crown prince came out of the imperial study, he did not return to the Eastern Palace, but instead went to Wendy Hall. Inside Wendy Hall, Zhao Yao and the others were having a lesson. Upon seeing the crown prince, the teacher quickly bowed to him. Your servant greets your highness. The crown prince stepped forward and gently helped the teacher up, speaking warmly. Please rise, teacher. The teacher said, thank you, your highness. The crown prince expressed some slight remorse as he said, teacher, I apologize for disturbing you. Mr. Xiao had once been the crown prince's enlightenment teacher, and the crown prince had always respected him. I came to tell my younger brothers to join me in welcoming Prince Dai back to the capital after lunch. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a cheer from the ninth prince. That's great. His voice trailed off as he noticed Mr. Xiao giving him a cold look, causing him to fall silent awkwardly. Mr. Xiao frowned slightly and said, your highness plans to personally go out of the city to welcome Prince Dai back? The crown prince said, I intend to lead my brothers and the ministers out of the city to welcome Prince Dai. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao's frown deepened, and his usually stern face showed a hint of disapproval. Your highness, as the crown prince, how can you personally go out of the city to welcome Prince Dai? It is inappropriate. The ninth prince was immediately displeased upon hearing Mr. Zhao's words that he wanted to speak up but dared not because he feared Mr. Xiao. The ninth prince had always been arrogant and domineering, doing whatever he wished, and there were few people in the palace he feared, but Mr. Xiao was one of them. He once was not afraid of Mr. Xiao and used his status as a prince to argue with him, even disregarding him, only to be severely punished by the emperor with a beating. That beating left him bedridden. For a month, recovering. Since then, he dared not defy Mr. Xiao or act disrespectfully in front of him. Teacher, I am not welcoming Prince Dai back as the crown prince of Great Zhou, but as the elder brother greeting his younger brother's return. The crown prince's tone was filled with respect for Mr. Xiao. This victory in Liangzhou is thanks to my younger brother. Both emotionally and logically, I should welcome him back. Although Mr. Xiao was rigid, it did not mean he was indifferent to court affairs. On the contrary, he understood them well. After hearing the crown prince's words, he understood his intentions. What your highness said is right. He then added, since your highness wants to take the princes to welcome Prince Dai, today's class shall end here, and the princes may leave. This was good news for Zhao Yao, and a look of joy appeared on his face unwittingly. The third prince led the group in paying respects to Mr. Xiao and taking their leave. Teacher, your students take their leave. The crown prince looked at the third prince and said, third brother, prepare yourselves and join me in leaving the city after lunch. The third prince respectfully replied, yes. With that, he left. The other princes bade farewell one by one. When it was Zhao Yao's turn, he asked, Crown Prince brother, are we traveling by carriage or riding horses to greet our second brother outside the city? Hearing Zhao Yao's question, the crown prince smiled slightly. 10th brother, do you want to go by carriage or ride a horse? Zhao Yao quickly said, ride a horse. Riding in a carriage means seeing nothing, which isn't fun at all. The crown prince lightly tapped the dimple on Zhao Yao's left cheek, saying warmly, then ride a horse. A happy smile immediately appeared on Zhao Yao's little face, and he asked, Crown Prince brother, is there a banquet tonight? Seeing Zhao Yao's bright, clear eyes shining as they looked at him, the crown prince softened inside and gently pinched his chubby little face. There is no banquet tonight. Ah! Zhao Yao's smile froze, and his bright eyes dimmed. He asked incredulously, second brother is back, and father isn't hosting a celebration banquet for him? As he spoke, he touched his small belly, slightly pouting. I ate less since yesterday to enjoy more at the banquet. His beef, the crown prince, amused by Zhao Yao's words, couldn't help but chuckle softly. There is no banquet tonight, but there is one tomorrow night. Zhao Yao's eyes, which had just turned gloomy, instantly lit up, and a look of anticipation appeared on his little face. Then I'll continue to eat less today, so I can eat more delicious food tomorrow night. The crown prince found Zhao Yao's manner endearing and couldn't resist poking his adorable dimple again. You really like banquets, huh? Zhao Yao nodded repeatedly, his eyes curving into crescents as he smiled. Because there's tasty food. The 8th prince, standing nearby, teased Zhao Yao. You are such a foodie. If one doesn't eat, it's a grave injustice. The crown prince, hearing such words for the first time, said, unable to help laughing and crying, Who taught you this? Zhao Yao puffed out his chest, full of pride, and said, I came up with it myself. Isn't it quite reasonable? The crown prince said with amused helplessness, You little rascal. As he spoke, he ruffled Zhao Yao's little head. Go have lunch. Zhao Yao cupped his hands and said, Crown Prince brother, 8th brother, I'll go now. See you after lunch. With that, he skipped out of Windy Hall. The crown prince bowed to Mr. Xiao and then took the 8th prince back to the Eastern Palace. If one doesn't eat, it's a grave injustice. It's amazing that 10th brother came up with that. The 8th prince said, in 10th brother's mind, nothing is more important than food. He often says that when he grows up, he wants to travel the world and eat all the delicious food. The crown prince chuckled. 10th brother is truly simple and adorable. In this palace, not just the princes, even the eunuchs and palace maids are very shrewd. Only the 10th brother is pure of heart, his daily concern just being good food. This simplicity is very rare, but also quite dangerous. Big brother, did something happen during the morning court? The 8th prince, always sensitive, sensed the crown prince's discomfort. Father decreed a marriage between Minister Kong's youngest daughter and Prince Dai as a concubine. In front of the 8th prince, the crown prince did not hide his emotions, speaking with a tone full of unrest and jealousy. Upon hearing this, the 8th prince was incredulous. Father is actually marrying Minister Kong's youngest daughter to Prince Dai. Father wants to. He left the rest unsaid. Where does that leave you, big brother? This marriage decree was something the 8th prince had never expected. His heart was filled with shock. Could father really be considering deposing big brother and making Prince Dai the crown prince? The crown prince's lips curled into a bitter smile. I am ultimately no match for Prince Dai. Though comforted by Duke Zhun and the Grand Tutor, the crown prince was still in pain. During the morning court, when he heard the emperor's marriage decree, the crown prince felt as if the sky was collapsing. Big brother, you must not let Prince Dai marry Minister Kong's youngest daughter. The crown prince's eyes turned deep and cold, his tone sinister. Of course not. Big brother, do you have a way to stop this marriage? The crown prince then shared the plan he discussed with Duke Zhun with the 8th prince. After hearing it, the 8th prince, full of admiration, said, The older, the wiser. Luckily, I have uncle. In recent years, if it weren't for uncle's help, he might have been deposed as crown prince long ago. Big brother, with Duke Zhun around, you won't be in trouble. The fact that father delayed granting additional titles to Prince Dai was because he wanted Prince Dai to marry Minister Kong's youngest daughter. Father truly went to great lengths to pave the way for Prince Dai. Big brother, do you remember what I told you before? Now that Prince Dai is back, I think you can implement it. The crown prince, of course, remembered. He hesitated. Wouldn't it be too obvious? Big brother, next month is the late Empress's Memorial Day, the perfect time for you to use that strategy. Remembering his late mother, a hint of sorrow appeared in the crown prince's eyes, and his face unwittingly showed a touch of grievance. When mother was alive, father treated me well. If the late Empress were still here, she wouldn't have allowed you to endure such grievances, big brother. The eighth prince had never met the late Empress. She passed away before he was born. However, he had heard much about her. When she was alive, father held her in high regard. When she passed, the emperor mourned deeply and halted court for 3 days.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.